candidate, who was said to have been a journalist for about 25 years, believed he had garnered a pool of experience to lead the secretariat.
I want to bring in something that I title the Triple C: communication, coordination, and cooperation. If we get that right, obviously we'll have a better secretariat.
Quite compelling was the sparring between the presidential candidates Alhaji Manika Kamara and Mustafa Cissé, who unveiled plans to move Slbc forward. Mustafa Cissé focused on the need for institutional reforms to transform Slbc, adding that if elected, he would fill the gaps of the association.
To ensure, for example, that there is an editorial team and there is also a management team. Because for institutional efficiency, you need to have those structures in place instead of everything merged into one.
Alhaji Manika Kamara was keen on building from the foundation already laid by the previous executive, adding that there were progressive pathways to lead from.
Journalists that are reporting the economy, budget advocacy is also under that area. So, if elected, I will look out for more resources to work with and build the capacity of journalists reporting on the economy.
The president of Sierra Leone Reporters Union, Yeno Kabia, was impressed with the outcome of the debate, stating that the debate had set the agenda for journalists to make informed decisions while voting.
We wish the candidates all the best, let the best candidates win, and for us, SLR, we are ready to work with whichever candidate that will win this election, because we want to see the betterment of Slbc and the betterment of journalism in the country.
At 53, Slbc is looking forward to leaders who can seek the welfare of its members, build their capacity, strengthen institutional frameworks, promote press freedom, and enhance its independence. For SLBC, Mohamed Kouma reporting.
An historic move to bolster climate resilience for farmers. Activa Insurance Company, with support from the United Nations Capital Development Fund (UNCDF) and funding from the European Union, has launched Sierra Leone's first ever welfare index insurance products themed Building Farmers' Resilience Through Innovation Insurance Solution. This innovative offering provides financial protection against two critical climate risks: drought and excessive rainfall or flooding, helping smallholder farmers safeguard their livelihoods against unpredictable weather patterns. Ibrahim Samura.
And launch the first weather index insurance in Sierra Leone for building better farmer resilience through insurance.
Unlike traditional insurance, this product relies on real-time satellite data to measure rainfall levels across predefined regions. When rainfall deviates from optimal thresholds, either drought or too much flash floods, affected farmers receive automatic payouts, eliminating delays and paperwork. The product was developed through extensive consultations with farmers, agricultural cooperatives, and key agricultural stakeholders. It reflects the real needs of the country's agricultural community, and valuable data from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security ensured that the insurance parameters aligned with local conditions. Chief Executive Officer of Activa Insurance, Festus Awua, emphasized the transformative potential of the initiative, noting the launch of the Weather Index insurance product marked a milestone in Sierra Leone's journey toward climate resilience. He said for the first time, farmers would have access to an affordable, reliable safety net against excessive rainfall or drought, adding the product was built from the ground up with farmers' voices at the heart of its design.
Serving as a vital tool for building resilience. In response to these challenges, we, together with our partners, have initiated this project centered on Weather Index. This product is specifically designed to safeguard farmers against the dual threats of drought and excessive rainfall.
The United Nations Capital Development Fund country lead described the launching of the first ever weather index insurance product for farmers was a novelty in the agriculture sector, stating the agriculture sector is the foundation of the country's economy. He underscored the relevance of the product in supporting farmers in the country, indicating that 70% of the population were farmers and mostly found in rural communities but lacks access to insurance scheme.
Right? It is tailor-made for the needs of small farmers. It provides coverage against both drought and excess rainfall, two of the most severe threats in agricultural production here in Sierra Leone. Okay, so this product is also first for Sierra Leone, placing this country on a growing list of African nations tackling agricultural risk through innovation. Right?
Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Henry Musa Parker, said the introduction of the products for farmers in Sierra Leone resonated with the government feed salon agenda and would strengthen food system resilience. He described the innovation as a direct response to the cries of the farmers and a game changer for the sector, especially during shocks and climatic weather conditions. Commissioner Sierra Leone Insurance Commission Arthur Yeske noted as a regulator, the Commission welcomed such pioneering initiative that geared towards developing the insurance sector. Bintu Jubao, who represented the farmers, said the product was timely.
The Indian High Commissioner to Sierra Leone has expressed concern over the ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan at the Kashmir border. Slbc Pradhan emphasized that the current conflict is adversely affecting trade, security, and economic development, not only in the South Asian region, but also across the globe, including Africa. During a press briefing, he underscored the importance of peaceful dialogue and cooperation to resolve disputes and promote stability. Here is an excerpt.
So this to bring you because you are far from the continent, and we thought that to bring to notice what is happening back in that continent, because that also no part of the world is now because of the global village, and so we are all a part of the global discourse. So what's happening also in Africa affects also our trade, our security. You see, we have people almost all across the world. Even at the moment, there are hundreds of Sierra Leone students studying in India. So we have thriving trade and travels. So any security problem anywhere in the world affect us. So it is necessary to have a right. Of course, whatever I say, you have the all independent sources. It is a massive information highway but to know the reality, to be aware of this global situation is very important. We count on Sierra Leone and its supports on the fight against terrorism. I understand that Africa, many countries in Africa has been victim of terrorism. Very, very similar, probably more heinous, terrorism, situation in Africa, and you understand how that, cripple the life, the growth, and the general life of the people, in general. So we always, look up to the support of the global support, the fight against, terrorism. We have been, getting support of the Sierra Leone, in general, in the fight against terrorism, in the global discourse. If you might have been aware, there is a convention which is under process to Comprehensive Convention Against Terrorism. That's a UN convention. So that's also under negotiation. And you might be aware what happened in the Middle East area, in Iran, Iraq, etc. How the
That was the Indian High Commissioner to Sierra Leone, Sri Baisnath Pradhan. The Rotary clubs in Sierra Leone have ended an engagement on what's called health and sanitation to raise awareness about the effects and preventive measures of Mpox. The Mpox, which is now a public health emergency in the country, has affected over 2,000 people and several deaths. Cynthia Kamara tells us more.
Service above self, which is the motto of Rotary Club, encourages prioritizing the well-being of the community and others over individual desires and self-interest, which has been demonstrated by the Rotary Club of Freetown, Sunset, Hill Station and Peninsula, bringing together Rotarians, retractors and interactors to help prevent the spread of Mpox. Rotarians from different clubs elaborate on how alarming the Mpox has become and ways they could help as citizens to contain the spread. Senior Health Officer at the King Hamman Road Hospital, Fatmata Kagbo, took Rotarians through the variances through which Mpox could spread, including the signs and symptoms, which includes headache, dizziness, and swollen areas around the body.
Series of studies have shown that hand hygiene alone can prevent the spread of infection by 50% by taking care of your hands. You can either use soap and water to wash your hands, and also use of alcohol-based hand rub sanitizer to help to kill or minimize the microorganism. Mpox is being transmitted through contact. So one of the key measures of preventing the spread is to implement contact precaution. Mpox can be transmitted by either direct contact or indirect contact. Like for the healthcare workers, they are highly encouraged to put on their gloves when taking care of patients suspected or confirmed with Mpox.
Past President Rotary Club of Freetown, Alpha Tijan Jallo, emphasized on the activities over time, which are education, scholarship, and support to the needy. The gathering, he continued, was also a platform that gives Rotarians the opportunity to interact and know each other better. President Rotary Club of Hill Station, Kweku Dejan, unveiled numerous activities they have championed, including Helping Babies Breathe campaign, through which over 600 midwives and nurses were trained in improving neonatal care among under 5.
It's a global phenomenon. It cuts across the world, and the main theme is a call to action, where people can stand up and put their hands up to right their community. This is what Rotary is about. With the impact, Rotary have taken on several projects, taking on solar projects, they're taking on water provision for communities.
Health and sanitation awareness through sport was climaxed with game, dancing, and ladida. The Rotary Club is a global service organization composed of business and professional leaders committed to transforming and supporting the needy. Cynthia Kama reporting for SABC News.
The Golden Heart Sisters Foundation, Sierra Leone, has provided food items to Freetown Cheshire Home. The home is a sanctuary for many physically challenged children. Jonathan Turner, that's us one.
On behalf of Golden Heart Sisters Foundation, we want to do everything we have seen at the table to this home, for telling us we care about Una, and for telling us we love Una too.
The foundation donated a range of essential food condiments, sanitation items, and cloth to the home, bringing smiles and relief to both the staff and the children.
Of course, it's going to create a huge impact, like you heard yourself. The gentleman there in charge of the home just mentioned that since January to date, nothing has come into the home as support. But thank God we are here today to give support to the home. We thought that we gave something small, but they appreciated us. The caretakers, the girls themselves made mention of it. To them, this is not small, it is huge, and we are happy they appreciated our little efforts.
Facilities Manager of Freetown Cheshire's Home, Unisa Kewu, warmly received the gesture and expressed heartfelt appreciation for the timely intervention.
Physically challenged, so we want to appeal to them all, individuals, organizations, to come to the aid of Freetown Cheshire Home. Please come and help us. whatever little donation you have to the Freetown Church and Home, to us, it's not a little wow, it's not a small thing. We will appreciate it and we will use it in a very meaningful way. So we want to call on everybody, please come to Freetown Church and Home, come and donate or come and help the children.
Among the many children who benefited from the donation was Blessing Kalon, who was very appreciative of the donor.
Management committee, my colleagues, and I myself, I want to say a very big thank you, brothers and sisters, for this wonderful donation. Just like Mr. Kelly said, for you guys, you might think that it's a little donation, but for us, it's not little, it's a big blessing, because others have the opportunity, others have all it takes to bring donations to us, but won't do it. But out of the golden heart it is, you guys made it as a point of duty to bring us such wonderful donation. We thank you. We pray that God will continue to bless you and multiply you in 1,000 funds.
The initiative was part of the Golden Heart Sisters Foundation's ongoing commitment to serving vulnerable groups and promote a culture of care and inclusion across Sierra Leone. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
Thus far, the Lord has brought me. Ebenezer is the direct description of the 10 years journey of the provincial head of the Church of the Lord Aladura. The spiritual journey of Archbishop Tamba Congo characterized faith, dedication, and transformation. We bring you highlights of his enthronement service.
Together for his grace, the
I want to appreciate all of us here, particularly a honor given to me in this my country. I believe if I would be in Nigeria, with all big works that I've done there, and I will get that type of honor that I'm getting here today. You see, in Ghana, in Togo, all these places I've walked past, we see that through here.
Today, I know since I don't go to today, yes, man, I know since the people that all of you, and so personally, McCarthy, the only joyful right now. God will bless you for the efforts and this sort of overstaying by church to spend. I will not let people that mark and this sort of.
Away from that, we're going for more stories. The National Secretary General of the All People's Congress Party has called for an immediate technical audit of the institutional and human resource capability of Statistics Sierra Leone. During a press conference at the ABC's headquarters in Brookfields, the ABC members also condemned the decision to postpone the census to 2026. Dennis Fraser was there.
A press conference with journalists, civil society organizations, and members of the diplomatic community was entirely centered on growing concerns by the party for the postponement of the 2025 decennial population and housing census. According to the chairman of the APC Census Committee, Leonard Balogu Koma, the delay will have negative implications on the development of the nation, expose persistent gaps in the professionalism of workers at Statistics Sierra Leone, and will also lead to flawed processes and poor planning. He added that according to their findings from the UN Joint Technical Team's visit to the country in January this year, unpreparedness for conducting the 2025 decennial National Population and Housing Census revealed gross unpreparedness on the part of Stats SL.
In January 2025, a joint assessment mission comprising UNFPA, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, and the U.S. Census Bureau conducted a readiness review of statistics Sierra Leone. The findings were damning. Indeed, the Trump caught them. No census project document existed at the time.
Presenting the party's position on the postponement of the 2025 decennial population and housing census, the National Secretary General of the APC, Lansana Doumbouya, said that the party strongly condemned the postponement of the national population and housing census as in the proclamation by the President on 9 September 2024. He noted, therefore, that any census data that is not available beyond a 24-month period should not be accepted according to the tripartite committee recommendations.
This opaque approach breeds suspicion and undermines public confidence in national statistics. This pattern of deliberate mismanagement, twice in less than 5 years, must be called out for what it is: a breach of public trust and a dangerous affront to democratic governance, and a reckless exercise altogether.
With all this unfolding, the party further called on the government to constitutionally comply with the set standards of the census process, while noting that the postponement will delay the development and proper planning of the country. SLBC, Dennis Fraser reporting.
The Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone (ECSL) has engaged stakeholders in Kenema on the development of ECSL's strategic plan for 2025-2029, encapsulating the past electoral cycle. The Chief Electoral Commissioner, Mohamed Kone, said the Commission has accomplished 85 of its objectives in the last 5 years, from 2020 to 2024. Cynthia Camara witnessed engagement and compiled this report.
Prior to the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone's engagement with stakeholders in the southern region ahead of the proposed strategic plan for 2020 to 2024, the Commission, whose vision among many is transparency and accountability, has returned to the implementers to review and assess the performance of the previous cycle on the gain and ways they will improve on certain activities ahead of the 2028 elections. The gathering featured key stakeholders in the southern region, whose participation elaborates their desire to have a progressive democracy in Sierra Leone. Southern Region Commissioner Edmond Sylvester Abdul recalled the turnout of the stakeholders in the last meeting, describing the activities of ECSL as a national issue, hence admonishing the Southern to familiarize themselves with the document and make positive input. ECSL, guided by fundamental principles, Chief Electoral Commissioner Mohamed Kone stressed the impact of Sierra Leoneans in the implementation of the 2025 to 2029 strategic plan. The recommendation from each stakeholders will be refined and included in the implementation process of the 2025 to 2029 strategic plan for desired results, says the Director of Research, Monitoring and Evaluation at ECSL, Philip Cabo.
Those have been noted, and we'll see how best we can factor them into the strategic plan so that 2025-2028 will not have a recurrence of some of those anomalies that took place within 2020-2024 electoral cycle. It's a different institution, and we do our strategic plan based on evidence base. What has been recommended by people will be taken into consideration. What we need to do is just to reshape them to ensure they actually reflect the will of people nationally. Because some of these recommendations that are made in Kenema or that will be made in both today will be reflective of others that will be made in Freetown, Kenema, and Putloko.
The comeback by ECSL on evaluation on their previous performance cycle was termed by participants as account.
I am greatly impressed because if you are given an assignment and you have passed the 50% threshold, as an old teacher, I will say you have passed the exams. With 85%, I appreciate all what they have done, and I'm happy about it.
I'm suggesting that they follow the recommendations from the presenters and improve on the areas they've already achieved. so that by the end of this electoral cycle, the next electoral cycle will be very good for Sierra Leone.
Thank you.
Well, we hope and pray that as we have gone through this process and with all of the recommendations that came up, we hope and pray that they put everything into effect and they ensure that they work with them. And if they do, then I think Sierra Leoneans will be satisfied.
However, the recommendation was for ECSL to have a fixed date and favorable weather for voting in Sierra Leone, creating opportunities for diaspora voting, installed trackers for elections malpractice, constructing ECSL offices in district headquarter towns, increased polling centers, and training of ECSL staffs, among others. The strategic plan for 2025 to 2029 will be launched by the end of the year. For Slbc News, Cynthia Kama reporting.
In another stakeholder engagement in the southern region, the Director of Research, Monitoring and Evaluation of ECSL has reassured stakeholders in that part of the country that the recommendations in the Commission's 2025-2029 strategic plan will be fully implemented. Philip Kago was speaking during a recent stakeholders engagement in the region. Cynthia Kamara again.
Prior to the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone's engagement with stakeholders in the southern region ahead of the proposed strategic plan for 2020 to 2024, the Commission, whose vision among many is transparency and accountability, has returned to the implementers to review and assess the performance of the previous cycle on the gain and ways they will improve on certain activities ahead of the 2028 elections. The gathering featured key stakeholders in the southern region whose participation elaborates their desire to have a progressive democracy in Sierra Leone. Southern Region Commissioner Edmond Sylvester Abdul recalled the turnout of the stakeholders in the last meeting, describing the activities of ECSL as a national issue, hence admonishing the Southern to familiarize themselves with the document and make positive input. ECSL, guided by fundamental principles, Chief Electoral Commissioner Mohamed Kone stressed the impact of Sierra Leoneans in the implementation of the 2025 to 2029 strategic plan. The recommendation from each stakeholders will be refined and included in the implementation process of the 2025 to 2029 strategic plan for desired results, says the Director of Research, Monitoring and Evaluation at ECSL, Philip Cabo.
Have been noted, and we'll see how best we can factor them into the strategic plan so that 2025, 2028 will not have a recurrence of some of those anomalies that took place within 2020-2024 electoral cycle. It's a different institution, and we do our strategic plan based on evidence-based. What has been recommended by people will be taken into consideration. What we need to do is just to reshape them to ensure they actually reflect the will of people nationally. Because some of these recommendations that are made in Kenema or that will be made in Bo today will be reflective of others that will be made in Freetown, Kenema, and Putloko.
The comeback by ECSL on evaluation on their previous performance cycle was termed by participants as account.
I am greatly impressed because if you are given an assignment and you have passed the 50% threshold, as an old teacher, I will say you have passed the exams. With 85%, I appreciate all what they have done, and I'm happy about it.
We're suggesting that they follow the recommendations from the presenters and improve on the areas they've already achieved, so that by the end of this electoral cycle, the next electoral cycle will be very good for Sierra Leone.
Thank you.
Well, we hope and pray that as we have gone through this process and with all of the recommendations that came up, we hope and pray that they put everything into effect and they ensure that they work with them. And if they do, then I think Sierra Leoneans will be satisfied.
However, the recommendation was for ECSL to have a fixed date and favorable weather for voting in Sierra Leone, creating opportunities for diaspora voting, installed trackers for elections malpractice, constructing ECSL offices in district headquarter towns, increased polling centers, and training of ECSL staffs, among others. The strategic plan for 2025 to 2029 will be launched by the end of the year. For Slbc News, Cynthia Kama reporting.
It's now time for the latest updates in sports.
Hello there and welcome to the sporting updates that keeps you in the know. Charity, they say, begins at home, and that saying is true. The Leone Rock Premier League is shaping up to be an exciting show for players, fans and many others alike. Now, the match between Bo Rangers and Mighty Blackpool was truly a delightful occasion. Here is the update. The Leone Rock Premier League witnessed a tense encounter at the Southern Arena in Bo, as home side Bo Rangers were held to a 1-1 draw by visitors Mighty Blackpool. Bo Rangers Mohamedou Lamin's opening goal was enough to put the home team in front. However, Mighty Blackpool demonstrated their resilience, fighting back to level the score and ensure a share of the point. This hard-fought draw allows Bo Rangers to maintain their standings in the league, though they will undoubtedly feel they missed an opportunity to close the gap on the league leaders on home turf. The match showcased the competitive spirit of the Leone Rock Premier League, with both sides displaying determination and passion until the final moment. And Crystal Palace are the FA Cup champions. While it's an historic win for them, and this triumph will go down the books of history as a very important moment for the team. Palace, they've been praying for this, and finally they sealed it and they delivered. In a result that will echo through the annals of FA Cup history, Crystal Palace have triumphed over the mighty Manchester City with a stunning 1-0 victory. This momentous win marks the first major trophy in the club's 164 years existence, sparking jubilant scenes among the Palace faithfuls. Each is named into the annals of history, scoring the decisive goal in the first half. In the 16 minutes, a swift attacking move delivered a precise low cross into the box, which met with the player control volley that left Manchester City goalkeeper with no choice. While Manchester City dominated possession for a large periods of the game, Crystal Palace defense stood firm, repelling wave after wave of City attacks. It was a moment for Crystal Palace, including a crucial penalty save as well from the keeper. Despite creating several chances, Manchester City struggled to find a way past the resolute Palace defense. Even a late onslaught in added time with multiple shots and crosses couldn't break the Eagles' determined resistance. This historic FA Cup victory is a testament to the tactical brilliance of Crystal Palace manager Oliver and the unwavering spirit of his players. This also marks a disappointing end to the season for Manchester City, who will finish the campaign without a major trophy for the first time since 2016-2017. The win secures Crystal Palace a place in next season's UEFA Europa League, adding another exciting chapter to this unforgettable triumph. For the Palace supporters, this FA Cup victory is truly one to reckon with and a truly historic moment. That's just what, and thank you so much for watching, and see you next time.
Many thanks for the latest updates to Abdul Kabir. With that, we end the news, but before we go, here is a recap of the main points. UNICEF, with funding from the government of Japan, has launched the new Japan supplementary budget for children under 5 and breastfeeding mothers in 5 districts, including the western area, urban and rural. The Minister of Transport and Aviation, Ambassador Alhaji Fandeture, has told the people of Bagua and Lower Banta chiefdoms, as well as those in Lungu chiefdom, Bo district, that government was committed to constructing the bridges across the Bamba and Sewa rivers in order to replace boat crossing. And Presidential and Secretary General candidates for the upcoming Sierra Leone Association of Journalists elections have committed to transforming SLAJ to a better and viable association. And that's all we can share in this edition of the news. I am Aminata Fofana. Thanks for watching.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else,
or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
So
we not run away. We come for better. We people they want for see what we they do. We people they want for know what we they say. Oh, we let we swallow. Oh, we let we swallow.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown. Freetown.
Freetown.
Yeah!
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown. This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
The barber.
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone, of a program that always starts your day. I am Sheku Sumaila.
And Francis Bernard is my name. Our quote of the day is from English psychologist Edward de Bono, and it says, creativity involves breaking out of established patterns in order to look at things in a different way. Coming up in the program, the main opposition All People's Congress APC party voiced serious concerns over the delay of the 2025 population and housing census. Anti-Corruption Commission files an indictment against some officials of the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Authority for the misappropriation of 926,697,000 loans. And Audit Service Sierra Leone speaks on the Audit Service Regulation 2024. We invite you to participate by sending your comments and views to the number on your screen, or you find us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone.
We're back, and the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone, live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television. Now, as you may have heard in the news, the main opposition All People's Congress APC has voiced serious concerns over the delay of the 2025 population and housing census, warning that the decision risks undermining of the credibility of the process and may be politically motivated. At a press conference here in Freetown, top APC officials, including National Deputy Chairman Ambassador Haji Osman Kodeyasane and Census Technical Committee Chairman Leonard Balogun Kuruma, addressed what they described as the politicization of the census by the ruling Sierra Leone People's Party, the SLPP, while reaffirming the party's commitment to a credible and development-focused census. The APC expressed a skepticism over the government's motives for postponing the exercise to 2026. The party's criticism draws heavily on findings from a January 2025 United Nations technical assessment, which cited major preparation gaps, including a lack of a census project document, incomplete mapping, recruitment delays, and $30.5 million funding shortfall. The APC alleges these failures were not accidental, but politically orchestrated. Well, for more on this, we have in the studios Mikhail Kroma. Mikhail is a member of the APC publicity team and is here for us this morning. Good morning, Mikhail. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sheku. Delighted to be here.
Yes, we actually invited an official from Statistics Sierra Leone, but they'll be part of subsequent programs. However, we have Mikhail here in the studio. Now, Mikhail, tell us. Well, I know that the intro has explained, a bit of what really your stance is. Now, the postponement of the census, I mean the population and housing census, from 2025 to 2026. How would that affect, the activities of the APC?
It will not only affect the activities of the APC, it will affect the electoral calendar, because government may depend on the data for either boundary delimitation or other political activities. One thing that must be underscored is that this is a decennial population and housing census. The decennial population and housing census is conducted after every 10 years. And so it presupposes the preparation must be spot on. Government must not do it in rush. And that is why the expectation was that this particular proclamation that was done in September 2024 will have been done in 2023. We all may recall that in 2012 there was a proclamation for a decennial census in this country. The proclamation was made in 2012 for all other preliminary activities to have taken place in 2013 and the inauguration itself in 2014. But unfortunately, Ebola struck, and as a result of that, the country was actually, disturbed. So it was postponed to 2015. In fact, it was April 2015, but because Ebola continued, we are able to manage it, to have it conducted within 2015. You can postpone decennial censuses depending on the surrounding circumstance, but the circumstance for postponement did not occur in this case. Now, what the SLPP government is putting forward for the postponement actually symbolizes that the president was ill-advised. It is the minister responsible for development that should be in the position to advise the president on proclamation after making a thorough assessment, assessing Sierra Leone, their capacity, their preparedness, their available resources before you could make that pronouncement. If an assessment was not thoroughly done and a pronouncement was made, and now you come in to tell us you want to postpone it again to 2026 without even giving us clear indications as if you are prepared to have it conducted in inauguration not later than December 2026, it begs the question, where are we heading for? Again, we have to realize that the sum of money involved to conduct this decennial census is huge, $37 million. Government is yet to raise even the $6.5 million they have committed to this decennial census. Shamefully, they have only provided $400,000 for the activity, for the census. If you can say you have a budget of $37 million and you commit $6.5 million and you cannot give even $1 million, how do you think the activity will take place? So that is a whole challenge in itself. Firstly, we disagree with government. The quiet standard for a postponement is not feasible. The country is at peace. There is no threatening disaster like it was in.
But you mentioned, funding.
No, that is why I said.
Don't you think probably, this postponement is as a result of government knowing that the funding gap is about huge, but their financial commitments to the conduct of the population and housing census, will not be met. The reason for the postponement.
I stated that before the proclamation, there should have been an assessment to ascertain as to whether the resources are available or will be available for the conduct of the population and housing census. A thorough assessment will have been done. Development partners will have been engaged. Government, will have been in the position to get development partners committing themselves to help provide the funds before they could make the pronouncement. So that is the first point I advance, and that is clearly established in our press statement. And that besides, there has been an assessment mission. First, they have underscored that there is no project documents for this census they have proclaimed. Secondly, they are ill prepared. There is no capacity. So how do you think that you can come tell us you want to have this postponed to December? And so we have made certain demands which are non-negotiable.
So which are
we want the government to understand. Now I'll come to the demands. We want the government to understand that the circumstance in 2021 for the midterm census that was scheduled initially for 2020 but was conducted in 2021, which data is not up to the standard requirements. And in fact, how can you tell me you want to use 2015, 2021, put it together, divide it before you can get the country delimited? We don't want to go back to that situation. That particular data was manipulated against the advice of the EU, the World Bank. The opposition vehemently condemned the act to conduct a midterm census. They went ahead. The APC is no longer prepared for that. We are going to do everything humanly possible to get government to understand that they should do what is right. Otherwise, the APC will not hesitate to even call our membership out to demonstrate against this particular postponement, and if government is not prepared to address our demands. Now you have asked for the demands. You've made a lot of calls, but I'll go straight to the demands. Yeah, because these demands are non-negotiable. Now, we want an immediate technical audit of the institution's human resource capacity. That must be conducted based on the internal capacity gaps identified by the assessment mission. The audit must be transparent and published, followed by urgent recruitment of competent and qualified professionals to close the gaps. This excludes outsourced and politically imposed personnel. Now, statistics, when the SLPP came, they sacked about 250 professionals and they replaced them with politically imposed personnel. We don't want to see that going forward. Secondly, we have also asked that a clear, unambiguous timeline must be published for all major preparatory activities, including recruitment of census staff, training schedules, commencement and completion of cartographic mapping that has to be done, execution of the pilot census, actual enumeration in December 2026. No delays, no excuses.
All right, Mr. Kuma, I know you still have more.
Yeah, I have just read 2 points,
I know you still have more. You know, you just said if some of these demands or all of your demands.
No, the demands I am reading are non-negotiable.
Okay.
All of them.
If they are not met,
yes,
and then you have to call on your membership to go to the street.
Yeah, we cannot hesitate. The Secretary General made it abundantly clear at the Brookfield Hotel that if those demands are not met, the APC will not be hesitant to call out our supporters to demonstrate against this manipulated political agenda by the SLP.
Are you aware of security measures when you're talking about demonstration, and then considering the huge following you have? Are you aware of that?
Is the government aware about security implications when they manipulate data to favor them? Are they not aware of the implication? We don't want to go back to, non-participation in governance. We don't want to go back to another Bintumani agreement for national unity. We don't want to have another tripartite committee.
So don't you think there are other ways? So don't you think there are other ways to engage the government rather than you calling on your members if your demands are not met to go into the streets?
Now, the other ways are what we are currently utilizing. That will only be the last option. Calling our supporters to come out in their numbers to demonstrate against this politically motivated activity will only be the last option.
Dialogue is always a very good way to solve.
We have always dialogue.
So the question is,
yes,
you have a leadership. Have they met with the leadership of Statistics Sierra Leone and the supervisory ministry?
Now, let me state this clearly. We have always dialogue. Yeah. And the SLPP is taking advantage of the fact that the APC is keeping the peace of this country. They are getting away with whatever they want to do and get away with it. We have noticed that they did it for the midterm census. They imposed it on us, even though we said we are not going to participate if requirements are not properly met. Against the advice of the European Union and the World Bank, they went ahead and conducted it. When there was the voter registration exercise, they deprived a good number of our membership from registering. They went to the southeast and registered underage. I monitored. I went as far as Bond, Pujon, and elsewhere places. I saw 14, 15, 16 to 12 years, as the case may be. We conducted our own study. They allowed them to register. When you come to the north and western area, the law is very clear. The 2022 Public Elections Act says if you do not have a birth certificate, an imam, a pastor, a mayor, chairperson, or member of parliament can vouch for you.
Was that unique to the southeast?
No, to the southeast, they don't ask for those requirements. They just register people. In fact, they will go to schools, take out, PPLs and register them. In the north and the northwest and western area, they deprive a huge number of our supporters from registering. So we don't want to see that. So that is why we've stated we are going to utilize both the count and stick approach. So we are going to negotiate. We are going to engage. That is why there is a press statement communicated to government and development partners. But the last alternative will have to be calling our membership to demonstrate against any manipulated.
Okay, Mikhailo, Honorable Kale Yonkela once referred to the SLPP and the APC as Al-Hussein and Al-Hassan, meaning when Al-Hussein is in governance, Al-Hussein does whatever he thinks is right for him, and when Al-Hassan also is in governance. So this is just the current situation we are faced with. The last time we had the SLPP also say, when APC was in power, that yes, they have done so and so to the census, they were crying for data, they were crying for, and now the APC is here. I'm still saying dialogue is a better option. You know, calling your membership to the streets will not only disturb the peace of Sierra Leoneans who are not interested in the politics because of what is happening around, but even the sub-region, that will not be a good signal. And I want to believe you will not want your party, you will not want people to say it was the APC that started this whole issue.
Now let me say this. We can no longer sit by and allow SLPP to have a field day. I'll make this very clear. We are going to engage to dialogue. We have always dialogued. You know, they have advantaged us in quite a number of occasions, but we surmounted the challenges. Now, an election was rigged in broad daylight.
Do you have evidence?
We have clear evidence. We have clear evidence to substantiate our claims. They don't have the data
to prove that. You did not go to the court.
No. We don't want to go back there.
So you don't. So you have.
We have the evidence. We are able to.
It is only the court.
We are able to produce.
It is only the court of law.
Now, can I be allowed to make my statement?
Will you go ahead?
Yeah. We are able to produce any result to substantiate by polling station to ascertain the victory of the SLPP.
So you did not go
even when the
to
committee was set up. Yeah. Let us forget about going to court, not going to court, but we are able to produce it. We was unable to produce the result by polling station.
But why is it that, you know,
even the result that was uploaded, you know, at the website was also deleted.
Okay,
so let us know that clearly. Okay. Now let me answer your question. We can negotiate, we can dialogue. Calling our supporters in their numbers to demonstrate will only be the last option. But if our demands are not met, these are non-negotiable demands. We have to make that clear, because we've been lenient, looking at the peace of the country, you know, ensuring that we've come from an abysmal period. We witnessed a decade civil incursion. We don't want to go back there, and so we have always maintained the peace. The SLPP is taking advantage of that to demonstrate it's legal. It is not illegal to demonstrate.
Okay, now we can not stop. You know, when it comes to censuses, you know, especially in this very tense political environment, you know, suspicion is always the order of the day. You know, political parties are always, you know, suspicious of a conduct of censuses. I mean, population and housing census. You know, why is it that when it comes to censuses, you know, there is always this suspicion? It is that, you know, censuses determine to a very large extent, you know, the outcome of polls or elections, boundary delimitation, as the case may be.
Now, what did the SLPP do in 2023 with the midterm census? Yeah, the data they obtained from the midterm census. Firstly, they reduced the number of seats from the western area. Yeah, both western, rural, and urban district. Numbers of seats were reduced. They took them to the southeast, claiming that Kenema is even populated than Freetown. Was that not a manipulation? How can we not be hesitant for the data not to be manipulated again? So we have to be very clear on that. They came again and
the last census, the midterm census, the midterm census, Mikhailo, you already know that it was largely boycotted by the opposition. You know, at this time around, you know, at the start when the pronouncement was made, you did say that this time you are going to be fully involved. Unlike the midterm election, the midterm population housing census, which you boycotted.
The midterm census was not only boycotted by the opposition. It was also boycotted by World Bank and European Union with clear reasons as to why they were boycotting. One, it was not timely. Two, preparation was poor. Secondly, there was no pilot. Up till date, they cannot even give a result that pilot was conducted. A lot of inadequacies surrounded the midterm census. And so the opposition was not going to participate based on what World Bank and European Union advanced and based on a study we conducted.
But knowing very well,
and the midterm census was a novelty. It was a novelty. You understand that clearly? It was only conducted for political reasons.
Okay, now the thing is that, you know, Mikhailo, but censuses determine, you know, the number number of seats that will be allocated, to blocks or to districts, as the case may be. It determines, boundary limitation. It determines, votes that are expected to come from certain geographical areas or regions, as the case may be. So, which means census is really strategic, and it is something that political parties should take seriously, because the aim of any or every political party is to assume political authority. Now, the last census, the midterm census, you boycotted, which you have accepted. So this time around, I know that the Statistics Sierra Leone is at present currently setting up, technical committees. Are you not having representation in these committees, or the committees are yet to be formed?
Now, political parties do have representation, at statistics. When whatever study is to be conducted, especially censuses, we do have a representation there. But it may interest you if you follow the press conference. Honorable Alhaji Usman Fode Ansane did make it clear that in fact in some of the meetings we were never invited. So serious meetings where decisions were made, we were never invited as a political party. When he raised the issue, why were we not invited, they said, don't worry, you don't need to come. But later they presented the picture to development partners as if political parties were all present to making that decision. That is manipulation. It is fraud, to say the least. And so that is why we've come out to challenge the inadequacies. And let me make also this clear. We are not oblivious of the fact that we have to maintain the peace of the country. We are also not oblivious of the fact that we have to engage in negotiations. We are going to negotiate, but these demands are non-negotiable. They have to fulfill them, or we cannot allow the census to go on. There are moral guarantors.
There are moral guarantors to the peace. There are moral guarantors to even the tripartite arrangement, and there are also moral guarantors to the sustainability or the sustenance of our democracy. Mark you, democracy is not an event. It is a process. The democratization process has to be a continuous process. Now, before taking some of these actions, like for example, calling on your members to go to embark on a strike action or protest or demonstration, as the case may be, have you engaged also the moral guarantors?
Now, I think we have to understand ourselves. We must not just base the emphasis on the statement before calling your supporters out to them. I have stated that we are going to utilize all other efforts. We are going to engage all concerned. We've started engaging government, we shall engage development partners. But if these demands are not addressed, we need to understand the statement clearly.
Okay.
If that is just the last option. That if the demands are not addressed, after a series of engagement, after all negotiation fails, if they are not addressed, we cannot hesitate to call our membership to demonstrate. Because without addressing those demands, it means the government is not ready to be transparent, it is not ready to be credible, it is also with the intention of manipulating the data to their advantage, and we are not going to settle for that.
What of situations beyond their control? In your press conference, you stated funding gap, which is a major concern because you cannot conduct this census without money. What if they say money is not available, or money is not available in time, especially the timeline that you are giving them?
So what is the responsibility of government then? The president alone is not expected to do everything. It is not the president that will conduct an assessment study to ascertain if the funds are there, to also ascertain the capacity of Statistics Sierra Leone. That is why the minister responsible for development, should advise the president accordingly and other stakeholders. They should have done due diligence, conduct a study to ascertain your capacity, assess yourself, see if the resources are available before advising the president to make the proclamation.
Okay.
So that is just it.
Continue to stay with us. He is Mikhail Kowoma, and he is a member of the publicity team of the APC. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and we are broadcasting live from Broadcasting House, New England. We will continue with the program, but now to another issue. The Anti-Corruption Commission has filed an indictment against some officials of the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Authority. The charges relate to the misappropriation of the sum of 926,697,000 old leons, which they are alleged to have unlawfully withdrawn on various dates from the bank account of the institution. According to the particulars of offense, between January 2023 and July 2024, the accused persons were, while serving in their respective roles at the NSRPA, misappropriated public funds allocated to the institution for its operations. The investigations uncovered unauthorized withdrawals and expenditures made without supporting documentation or adherence to financial procedures. Further findings revealed that the accused persons failed to comply with applicable financial procedures and guidelines relating to the management of public funds, misappropriation of public revenue, colluded, conspired, facilitated, and concealed their fraudulent transactions. Well, for more on this, we have in the studios Alex Ba, and Alex is a public relations assistant at the ACC. Good morning, Alex. Welcome to the program.
Yes, good morning, viewers.
The ACC again. It's like every month we have to be hosting new people to talk about indictment and corruption activities uncovered. So, do you want to take us through this whole issue of these people that have been indicted by your institution?
Yes, we commenced this matter a couple of months back when we had intelligence. We instituted investigations into the activities of the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Agency Authority. It's an institution that has the mandate to ensure the safe use of nuclear and radioactive materials. And based on the intelligence we had and the investigation we conducted, we realized that there were huge volume of public funds that were misused. And so we had 4 persons from that institutions that were the core subject of the investigations. We had earlier declared 2 of those persons when we commenced the investigation that took to their heels wanted, and we reached at this point, and on Friday we informed the public that we have now indicted 4 individuals with respect to this issue. So basically, in diverse dates between the January 2023 to July 2024, these individuals, starting off with the Executive Secretary, John Jabati, the accountant at the institution, that is Philip Johnson, the procurement person, Anwar Michael Sisse, and of course the finance officer, Jan Cabo. They colluded, they conspired to, misuse government resources.
Allegedly do, because they're yet to be proven guilty by a competent court of judicature. So, yes, these are all allegations as they stand right now.
Yeah, and that is exactly what we're speaking to. So we had the reasons to believe that they colluded, they conspired to misappropriate huge volume of government funds. That is up to the staggering tune of 926 million old leons. But also way and beyond that, based on the outcome of the investigations, we realized that they failed to comply with clear-cut guidelines, applicable procedures that regulate on the utilization of government resources. So we indicted all of them on cumulative count charges, that is up to 97 count charges, and of course the money is the staggering tune of 926 million whole leons.
So Alex, I don't know what is happening, how strong is the ACC and you partnering with other institutions, because these are public accounts. These accounts belongs to institutions which I want to believe should be monitored, but yet you have people working for these institutions and they get free access to these accounts. This is alarming, because some of these monies, you say, now you're saying some of the guys are on their heels already. Is that true?
Yes.
So some of them you are not going to get them back, and these monies we are not going to retrieve them. This is not only a concern for the ACC, but for the public. We need money, and people are just taking public funds going away with it.
So first
what is the SCC doing, you know, in terms of partnering with other institutions and even advising maybe the appropriate authorities on some of these accounts? Because the last time you were here talking about monies withdrawn from the FCC account, you have been doing the same thing for other institutions, and here we are talking about the NSRP.
So first off, in spite of the actions that we take to institutional capacities to address some of these system gaps, these are issues that they still happen. People would still, you know, go about regardless of the strong systems, regardless of the sanctions that they know how punitive they are.
Did you just say strong system?
Yes.
Do you think we have strong systems?
We have strong system, but even the strongest of systems, you still have people that are criminals, people that would think they would go about in ensuring, no matter how strong systems are there in place, to have their way. So, but what is important is how strong is the ACC to identify some of these issues. But also you mentioned, like I also stated, that two of the individuals are on their heels. What we've done over the past years as an institution is that we have had very stiff sanctions. The law, we reviewed it to provide even measures adequately. So in circumstance that an individual takes to his heels, that person can be tried in absentia and can be convicted.
Right, did they run after the indictment, or they disappeared even before you issued the indictment?
We declared them wanted a few months ago. When we commenced the investigations, those two people took to their heels. We declared them wanted, but of course we continued with the investigations. So at the end of the investigations, we decided that we're going to indict all of them.
Now, before declaring them wanted, I know you must have got a tip-off that such a thing, you know, was happening in that institution. Now, at that time, we were still working.
Yes, so when we had the tip-off, they of course were around, but when we decided, because in issues like this, we would commence investigations. We would not impute that the intelligence that we have is conclusive. We commence investigations, and we always expect individuals, we expect accused persons to comply with investigations, because the purpose of investigations is to prove or disprove. But of course, these are things that happen in investigating complex matters like this world over. But what is also important here, like I stated, in spite of the fact that they run, that does not necessarily mean that they are innocent, and the law provides adequate measures.
No, but the thing is that like even though you know, I don't want to create a kangaroo court here, but for the fact that they run, you understand? Now, if you don't have anything to hide, why do you have to run? Well, you know, for the fact that they disappeared, you know, that is probably, you know, well, by common sense, you know, that they have something to hide. You know, they have a skeleton in their cupboard. That is really, it has helped you, you know, to really ascertain what is happening, the truth. Even though, yes, they've not been tried, but the law provides for them to be tried in absentia. Now, you mean all of them have gone, have disappeared?
No.
How many have you apprehended?
We have 4 persons that have been charged. Okay. The executive secretary, John Jabati, he is charged with 67 counts, bordering around misappropriation of public revenue contrary to provisions in section 36. Also on failure to comply with applicable procedures contrary to section 46, but also conspiracy to commit a corruption offense. But he is around. We also have the accountant, that is Philip Johnson. He is charged on all 97 count charges, but he's also around. But we have the 2 other individuals, the procurement person, Anwar Michael Sisse, that was charged on 90 count charges, and of course Tijan Kabo, the finance officer, that was charged on 10 count charges. 7 of those count charges border around misappropriation of public revenue, and 3 border around conspiracy to commit corruption offense. So those are the 2 individuals that have they've taken to their heels. But like I stated, and you asked, in spite of the fact that those 2 individuals at large, but to still try them fiercely, fairly and dispassionately, there are clear-cut processes for situations like those. But again, what I must state it's important in issues like this, you are around and you cooperate. You can provide, you can have the best of defense. But when you want maybe the chances to even provide adequate defense, because when we go to court, it is to prosecute, to prove what.
All right, Alex, continue to stay with us. He is Alex Barr, and he is Public Relations Assistant at the ACC. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We now go for a short commercial break, and the program continues right after the break.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold Natural Cocoa Powder, Sunny Gold Brown Sugar, Neat Fufu Flour, Shito, Pisa and Moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
We are back, and the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone, live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television and through our social media handles. Now, let us talk about health. And in this segment of the program is talking about health, and in today's health tips, we take a look at the warning signs of prostate cancer. Prostate cancer is a type of cancer that develops in the prostate gland, a small gland in the male reproductive system located below the bladder. It is a relatively slow growing cancer in many cases, but it can also spread and becomes more serious. Now let's watch and learn more.
Prostate cancer is one of the most common types of cancer in men. Here in the UK, more than 52,000 men are diagnosed with prostate cancer every year. That's 144 men every day. My name's Dr. O'Donovan, and in this video we're going to cover what prostate cancer is, potential signs and symptoms, and finally when you should go and see your own doctor. Now, this video may save yours or a loved one's life, so please do watch it to the end and do share it with someone who you think could benefit from it. So first of all, what is prostate cancer? Well, the prostate is a small gland in the pelvis and it's part of the male reproductive system. It's about the size of a walnut and it's located between the penis and the bladder, and it surrounds the urethra, which is the tube that lets urine leave your bladder. Now this is really important because some of the symptoms of prostate cancer that we're going to discuss later in this video involve problems when you go to the toilet to pee. Now, the main function of the prostate is to produce a thick white fluid that creates semen when mixed with sperm, which is produced by the testicles. Now, the prostate can develop cancer. This is when abnormal cells start to divide and grow in an uncontrolled way. The cells can grow into surrounding tissues or organs, and they can also spread to other areas of the body. So now you know what the prostate is, as well as what it does, let's cover some potential signs and symptoms of cancer. Now, the first important thing to mention is that prostate cancer may not produce any symptoms for many years. That's because, generally speaking, prostate cancer tends to develop slowly. Now, most prostate cancers start in the outer part of the prostate gland. This means that in order to cause symptoms, the cancer needs to be big enough to press on the urethra, which is the tube carrying urine from the bladder. Now, early stage prostate cancer rarely causes any symptoms, but the following signs and symptoms may occur as the disease progresses. These are the frequent and sometimes urgent need to pee, especially at night, which is known as nocturia, weak urine flow or flow that starts and stops, pain or burning when you pee, loss of bladder control, known as urinary incontinence, painful ejaculations as well as erectile dysfunction, blood in the semen or blood in your pee. Now, if prostate cancer has spread from the prostate, then potential symptoms can include pain in your lower back, hip or chest that doesn't go away with rest, as well as unexplained weight loss. Now, a common question often asked by people is, are problems with peeing always a sign of prostate cancer? Now, it's really important to note that other conditions that are not cancer can cause symptoms similar to prostate cancer. These include benign prostatic hyperplasia, known as BPH, which is a non-cancerous condition which enlarges your prostate gland but does not increase your cancer risk. And at some point, nearly all men will develop.
We are back, and the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Well, a lot of us have seen what this particular cancer can do to men. Prostate cancer. Now, as you speak, the former president of the United States has been diagnosed with this, in fact, an advanced condition of this particular cancer, and it has even spread to his bone, which has made it very, very serious. In fact, there is now a bipartisan, kind of approach to pray for him to ensure that he quickly recall, he gets proper medical care. Well, medical care is available, but that is just to tell you what, with all what the affluence, the influence, see what this particular cancer can do to people. So we have to be very careful. Now we continue with the program, and the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Now, the Audit Service Sierra Leone has, in a press release, informed the public that the Audit Service Regulation 2024, which was laid in Parliament on the 13th of March 2025, has now matured to law. The statutory instrument seeks to strengthen the governance and operational framework of the Audit Service Sierra Leone. The Audit Service Regulation 2024 provides procedural clarity on the execution of the Auditor General's powers and responsibilities as provided under the Audit Service Act of 2014, among others. The Audit Service Sierra Leone has the responsibility to independently ensure value for money from public funds in collaboration with external stakeholders through a highly competent and motivated workforce of integrity. Well, for more on the Audit Service Sierra Leone Regulation 2024, we have in the studio the Senior Communications Officer, Audit Service Sierra Leone, Martin Sandi. Good morning, Mr. Sandi, and welcome to the program.
Yeah, good morning, Sheku. Thanks for having me.
Now, tell us more. What more do we need to know about this regulation? You said after being laid in Parliament for many days again, you said it is not law, huh? In the first place, was it debated? Even though it is part of the SOs in Parliament, but when an instrument is laid in the House for 21 days, even without debate, automatically it becomes law. So now, is that what applies there in this particular situation?
Well, the good thing about this regulation is the fact that when it was sent to Parliament, we actually engage Parliament, the various committees in Parliament. During the legislative stage, we explain to them, giving them further details about these regulations, and so that was done. In fact, we are commended by the acting opposition head at that time, saying that we happen to be the first institution to actually send a legislation or regulations to Parliament and then engaging Parliament on that.
But what we want to know is that now there is this emphasis on it has been in Parliament for how many days, so now it is law. Does this mean that it was not debated, apart from the engagements you had with parliamentarians? This interface or synergy between the Audit Service and that of the House?
Well, I think according to the standing orders in Parliament, after it has been laid in Parliament for a considerable number of time, it becomes a law.
It becomes a law. So what we want to
get clear here is that they are okay with it?
Yeah, I think they are okay with it because based on the regulations are not being debated.
Okay.
Oh.
Yes, it's regulations are not being debated. After being laid in Parliament, I think after 42 days or so, then it becomes a law.
Okay.
So it was not debated at all.
But it was debated at legislative stage.
Okay. Because the thing is that when you talk about the office of the Auditor General, it's a very important office that needs a proper. Because the thing is that they are actually scrutinizing public officials. which means it is serious business. It is serious business. Whatever has to do with them has to be taken seriously.
Well, the debate actually took place at the legislative stage.
Okay, well, let us know some of the things in this regulation. Probably you talk about the powers of the Auditor General, and because of recent, we've seen discussions or conversations around the office of the Auditor General. Let us know some of the new regulations you brought on board.
Well, if you look at the Audit Service Act 2014, we have the power to disallow and surcharge, but we've not been using that particular power. The reason being that when we look at some of our sister countries, we realize that they've been using that power, but taking the matter to court, it's not been working. And so what we did, because it's the people's regulations, so we engage people at various levels, engaging them. In fact, they were fully involved in the drafting of these regulations, and so their inputs were very much considered. And at the end of the day, the issue of disallow and surcharge, when we say disallow, is to disapprove any unlawful expenditure whilst we are carrying out our audits.
So do you have that power now?
Yes, the power is in the
new regulation.
It's in the 2014 Act, and it's also in these regulations.
So what about your enforcement power? Because you said you have it in your 2014 Act, but
it's also in the regulations.
Okay, so what difference is this regulation going to make?
Well, the difference with these regulations now, whilst we are carrying out our audit, and we realize that a particular individual has unlawfully spent public monies, so we'll disallow this expenditure, and then at the end of the day, we impose a fine. The fine has to do with the surcharge.
Okay, so now that you are talking about imposing fines, I find it interesting to get the ACC into this, because just now Alex was talking about people misappropriating government funds, and on a yearly basis you do your audit report. Some of these issues are captured in your report, but enforcement is not there, and at the end of the day it's shifted to the ACC. So how do you work with the ACC to make sure that public funds are not being siphoned, if I could say so?
We have a very good working relationship with the ACC. In fact, recently we just renewed our memorandum of understanding.
Good relationship is always there, but how effective is that relationship, so that our monies will not be just eating as they are doing it now?
They've been supporting us a lot when it comes to the work that we are doing. In fact, that is why, based on the MOU that we have with them, we don't need to wait for the audit to finish before we involve them. When at the nick of time, when we realize that something misanomalous has happened, we definitely call them.
Are you one of the whistleblowers for them?
I can say yes, because they've been using our report, so definitely.
So you blow the whistle?
Yes.
Okay, now when you blowing this whistle, do you blow the whistle aloud so that everybody hears, or it is shrouded in secrecy?
There's nothing about secrecy in the work that we do with the ACC. We are working for the people. Our mandate is for the people. And so we don't do anything in secrecy. We do it according to the laws. That is why we've got these regulations. So everything that is being done by the Audit Service is either through the Constitution of Sierra Leone, or the Audit Service Act, or these regulations, or even acts relating to some of these institutions.
Now, you see, according to this new regulation, the Auditor General has excessive powers. Well, I cannot say excessive powers, because absolute power corrupts absolutely. But the thing is, do you have limitations? Talking about individuals, I mean, are you limited?
We have limitations
as to who to audit or who not to audit.
Well, we don't have limitations as to who to audit, because based on the Constitution of Sierra Leone, Section 119, subsection 2, our mandate is to audit all government institutions as long as they are using public funds. But the limitation comes based on these regulations. There are certain institutions for which because based on the strength we have, the manpower, we cannot audit all government institutions. And so what we do is to outsource some of our work to private firms. But in outsourcing to these private firms, based on the regulations, there are certain institutions that we don't outsource. We don't ask external audit firms to come and audit. For instance, the Office of the President Office of National Security, the Sierra Leone Police, the military. We are not supposed to outsource to them, so we should do the work ourselves.
Okay.
So these are some of the limitations.
All right, thank you very much. Continue to stay with us, Mr. Sandy. Well, to our final issue of the day, World Meteorology Day is observed worldwide on the 20th May every year. The day is to celebrate the International System of Units, and the date is the anniversary of the signing of the Meter Convention in 1875. The day represents an extraordinary opportunity to promote the pivotal role of meteorology in building a sustainable future. This year's theme, Measurements for All Times, for all people, stands as a reminder on meteorology's enduring role in shaping innovation, ensuring accuracy and fostering a sustainable future. For more, we have Meteorology Manager, Sierra Leone Standards Bureau, Frank Martin. Mr. Martin, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
So let's talk about this year's observance of World Meteorology Day, with the theme Measurements for All Times, for all people. Let's talk about it, especially now that you people are working hard to change the whole system in the markets here in Sierra Leone. Let's talk about it. How does this apply to what you're doing?
Yes, as the theme goes, the measurement is for everybody, and no matter what you're doing, like we sitting in this room, the dimensions of this room were measured. If they were linked, you cannot place those cameras in the various positions as they are. So measurement is key, and as the theme goes, measurement at all times, for all times, for all people. So it is something that has basically to do with life. From the time you are born to the time you die, measurement continues to be. And when when we come to trade, instruments that are used in trade, they should be accurate, or they should be in position to be able to give you accurate measurements. And so when you come to production in industries, if you do not have your machinery properly placed and the measurements properly done, you have to face a lot of challenge. You lose money. You can produce products that are not up to the right qualities because of the lack of measuring instruments, or the right of the proper or the use of the proper measurements. So basically, measurement is important for everyone.
Do you have activities lined up for today?
Well, the date is tomorrow. Yes, May 20th. Tomorrow we are calling all our stakeholders together, the industries, the media, and everyone concerned about trade. We'll be there at the Sierra Leone Standards Bureau to discuss how we are right now in the
we are always discussing but not moving forward.
No, we are moving forward.
Do you think this is important discussion?
We are moving forward because the industries have the impacts are felt.
The new measurements you introduced have not been effective.
Well,
so do you think we are moving forward?
The metric system.
Yeah, the metric system. Yes,
exactly. We are done with the petroleum. Now we are in the general trade. We all know the dynamics in the general trade. We have our people who basically do not understand these issues, and so we have to bring them up to speed. We have the market women, like the cops we introduced. We have the market women. They told us their challenges, and we have been looking into their challenges, having meetings with them, educating them, putting deadlines, them coming back to us. We have to.
But you had a deadline. I could recall when you came here and you told us that you are not going to go beyond that deadline, and here we are.
Exactly so. It is a matter of checking, reviewing, and doing the necessary.
So when will it come into effect?
Yes, in fact, the market women told us that today should be the date, but we told them because of the celebration of the World Meteorology Day, let's put it to Wednesday.
So after Wednesday, if we go to the
market, on Wednesday, when you go to the market, you will see the cups, because we will be there starting from the main market, which is the Dove Court. When we go to the market, if you do not have the cup, the one you have, we have to remove it from you, because we have the power of seizure. The law permits us to seize. We seize what you have and force.
Mr. Martin, you several times you've given deadline or deadlines. Most of those deadlines, elapsed without anything happening. So what is the assurance about this time around is going to be a different ball game?
Well, this time around, we have never gone to the market with the police. We are going with the police for them not to intimidate the traders.
The police will not always be there.
No, they will not always be there, but they have their systems in the market. They have assured us that they will ensure that when we leave, those cops will not be removed from the
That's
system
also
anymore.
another story for another time, because the police there will also compromise. When the people
No, we are not. The police are not going there to be in the forefront. We are going there to be in the forefront, ourselves and the traders
have to go. But so now that these people have been indicted, what's next?
Yes, the matter now is in the hands of the courts. Of course, the processes that are laid down will be followed. In matters like this, we determine based on the evidences. If the evidences are so compelling, and depending to how compliant again the accused persons are, it would involve us whether to do recovery immediately or we charge the matter to court. So this is an example of misappropriation cases that we've charged to court because we have evidence as far as we are concerned. They are so compelling. But again, this is a cautionary note, a strong reminder to public officers that it's a must that they have to comply with all the applicable guidelines in utilization of public resources. Because let's say, for example, you've judiciously actually spent a certain amount of money, but if you fail to comply with the processes and procedures laid down, such an excuse or justification will not be able. In fact, it will not abuse.
Alex, so are you sometimes really overwhelmed? Because it seems as though every week, every week now there are cases coming up. Are you inundated with too many corruption cases coming every day or every week, as the case may be?
Yes, we can say sometimes we can be overwhelmed because the issues are many, but of course we have a competent and a very stout-hearted commissioner that is always energetic. So when this matter come, sometimes we prioritize, but of course we'll make sure that, for example, issues like this that are so important, that involves huge volumes of public monies, we prioritize some of these, we investigate them, and we follow them to their logical conclusion.
Alex, quickly, what's the current status of the SLFA investigations?
Yes, that matter is at advanced stages, and we'll definitely keep the public.
Okay, so finally, why is it that sometimes after your investigation, some of the reports you place confidential on it? Why?
No, after investigations, depending to the outcome of those investigations, it will inform what will be the action that will take.
So why do you place confidential on it? It's not supposed to be a public document.
No, like I said, depending on the outcome of all investigations. Mind you, the ACC is a professional intelligence and investigative-led body. We have permutation because some matters can be so complex, but again, the investigation, the outcome will determine whether we're going to charge to court, whether we're going to invoke the provisions in section, in fact, our Amendment Act, that is to say section 86, to say we're going to do non-conviction recovery, depending if it's a misappropriation, or whether we're going to do systems review, or whether based on the matter we would say we have in the evidences, but of course, or the outcome, we would keep it in view for some time, and then we would want to.
Why should it be kept? Why? Because the public need to know. Institutions that are affected by some of those reports that I'm talking about need to know what is happening, and the public. This is supposed to be. They are supposed to be public documents, but yet you place confidential on it, and then even the people who are involved, who are affected, sometimes don't even know what's happening around them. And the typical example is the SLBC.
So basically, why I took you through all of those actions that will take depending on outcome of investigation is for us to understand. So some matters, depending on what is the outcome of it, will determine whether we would say we'll still investigate, because then investigations, they are bordered around evidences. They are bordered around what actually would be the outcome of it. That is actually what
Mr. Bad, we don't have time. We don't have time because we are already beyond time. Now, Mr. Martin, tell us exactly what do you want us to know on this day?
On World Meteorology Day? Yes.
You have to be very brief.
Yes. On that day, we'll call our stakeholders together. We discuss the measurement issues and the challenges, and we'll come up with recommendations, for implementation alternative.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Audit service. Now the regulations are here. It is now a law. So tell us, how are you going to ensure people know? Because some of the things should not be kept secret. People need to know, what these regulations are. So how do you intend to popularize it, apart from this media engagement you're having right now? Within a few seconds, please.
We'll be having stakeholders engagements all right across the country, inviting people, the stakeholders, inviting journalists, CSOs, for them to know more about this. And I want to thank Slbc for this opportunity, because it's part of the popularizing.
All right, okay. I think you have to do a lot more of public outreach programs, because people need to know those in the facades.
Definitely.
Well, that is how we say goodbye. It has been Good Morning Sierra Leone, wishing to you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television. Many thanks to the entire production team, especially producer Daphne Kumar. I am Sheku Smaila.
And Francis Bernard is my name. This is how we end the program. Many thanks to our guests for being part of the program, and also to even you at home or in your offices who have been following the program. Quickly, a reminder of a quote of the day, which is from English psychologist Edward de Bono, and it says, "Creativity involves breaking out of established patterns in order to look at things in a different way." Francis Bernard is my name, wishing you a wonderful and lovely day. Good morning.
As the mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisap and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Highwoods Institute, looking to advance in accounting, business management, or digital proficiency. From ACCA to ICB qualifications and workplace proficiency, Highwoods Institute sets you on the path to success. At Highwoods Institute, we offer a diverse range of programs tailored just to meet the needs of today's professionals. So, join the ranks. Achieving your career goals has never been more accessible. Take the first step toward a brighter tomorrow. Enroll now at Highwoods Institute and start a secured future. Visit us at highwoodsinstitute.org or at 92 Pademba Road, Freetown to learn more. Highwoods Institute, the premier destination for career-focused education.
Hello and welcome to News Brief on the Hour with me, Cynthia Kama. A new Japan supplementary budget project has been introduced in the health sector to improve nutrition, health and wash services in Western Area Urban and Rural, Kenema, Bo and Pujon districts, which are considered to be the hotspot in terms of food insecurity in the country. Japanese ambassador to Sierra Leone and Ghana, Hoozi Yoshimoto, said the project was designed to mitigate the impact of malnutrition among children under 5 and breastfeeding mothers in the targeted districts. UNICEF country representative Rudolph Shokwen said the project was more than just support, it was also a strategic investment in the future, adding that the project presents an opportunity to expand on the impact on their old project. Permanent Secretary to the Ministry of Health and Usoi described Japan and UNICEF contributions to nutrition in Sierra Leone as immeasurable, adding that the current support aims to build a brighter future for the country. The Ministry of Transport and Innovation has reassured the people of Bagua and Lower Banta Chiefdom, as well as those in Lugbo Chiefdom, both districts, that government is committed to constructing the bridges across the Bamba and Sewa River in order to replace boat crossing. This came during a visit in the area where Ambassador Alhaji Fanditure and his delegation, including the Deputy Minister Rex Bonafa, engaged paramount chiefs and their people to further assure them that the bridge's construction will go ahead as promised by the President. The minister told the chiefs and their people that the bidding process to select suitable contractors for the construction was already underway and it will be followed by other processes, including procurement. He encouraged the people to own the project and contribute towards their success. Activa Insurance Company, with support from United Nations Capital Development Fund UNCDF with funding from European Union, has launched Sierra Leone's first ever weather index insurance product. This innovative offering provides financial protection against 2 critical climate risks: drought and excessive rainfall or flooding, helping smallholder farmers to safeguard their livelihoods against the unprecedented weather patterns. Chief Executive Officer of Activa Insurance, Festus Ua, emphasized the transformative potential of the initiative, noting that the launch of the Weather Index Insurance product marked a milestone in Sierra Leone's journey towards climate resilience. He said for the first time, farmers will have access to an affordable, reliable energy net against excess rainfall, drought, adding that the produce will build for the ground up with farmers' voices at the heart of its design. United Nations Capital Development Fund journalists Sludge elections have committed to transforming Sludge to a better and valuable association. The journalists made the commitment during Sludge presidential debate organized by Sierra Leone Reporters Union. The Secretary General hopeful, Christian Alpha Conte, a man who was said to have practiced journalism for over 12 years and had represented Sludge in various capacities in spite of not being an executive member, told the podium that he had got the experience to head the secretariat of Sludge. On the other side of the coin, Edward Mara, another Secretary General candidate who was said to have been a journalist for over 25 years, believed he had gained a pool of experience to lead the secretariat. The presidential candidate, Mustafa Sise, focused on the need for institutional reforms to transform Sludge, adding that if elected, he will fill the gaps of the association. Alhaji Manika Kamara was keen on building from the foundation already laid by previous executive, adding that there were progressive pathways to lead from. And Chief Superintendent of Police Zainab Black has been named United Nations Women Police Officer of the Year 2025. Officer Blah is currently serving with the United Nations Interim Security Force and is a Chief Training Officer and Officer in charge of the Capacity Building and Development Unit within UN Police. She joined the mission in April 2023, initially deployed to the Taliban team site as a gender officer. Upon arrival, Black quickly recognized the lack of formal education as a critical community challenge. She spearheaded community members, particularly women, to provide essential learning materials and design innovative teaching tools, including visual aids. The 14th United Nations Women in Police Officer of the Year Award will be formally presented to Zainab on the 29th May 2025 during the International Day of United Nations Peacekeepers at the UN headquarters in New York. Well, that's it for News on the Air. News Brief with me, Cynthia Haman.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each song
immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place
where your adventure awaits. And memories are made.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmi Uba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on Slbc TV, channel 31 with Asmi Uba.
Bottom Line on Slbc TV, the program you can't afford to miss on Slbc TV, channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on Slbc TV.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
the beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river
and the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown, Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
and we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don't dare from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom. A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown. This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber.
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright.
The greengrocer.
The teacher,
The dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mighty
Freetown. We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
and we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Orange is proud to present Yafrica.
My name is Hugh Fabrice Dango. I'm a triple jumper for Burkina Faso, and I'm also a third-year PhD student in electrical engineering. In junior high, I had very good grades, so to keep my GPA, I had to get at least 18 in gym class. In junior high, most of our classes were athletics, so I took them seriously and tried to do my best. All of them were graded for school, but little did I know that I had a particular talent for one of them. My gym teacher suggested I take part in USUBF. USUBF is a competition that brings together all the junior high schools in Ouaga and Burkina Faso. I decided to accept the challenge. But I had no idea that this was something that would completely change my life, so I went for it and started with a 100-meter race. I lost the race, but I couldn't accept the fact that I failed, so I decided to go for the long jump. But by the time I got there, it was already too late. It was already over. I told myself I couldn't go home with such a terrible performance. So that's when I went for the triple jump. I only jumped 12 meters, but I was the best in the competition. That's when Mr. Christian Sanou, my first coach in Burkina Faso, discovered me. And that's how my journey in athletics started. The triple jump consists of running, and in the sprint, there's often a push phase, a phase where you accelerate, and a phase where you land on the board. From the takeoff board, I hop. It's around 6.5 meter hop. And at this stage, you need to be perfectly aligned with your arms already in position, so you can start again for the jump. The idea is to land on the right leg with maximum speed and without slowing down. So you mustn't let your body go forward or backward, as this would throw you off balance and cause you to lose a lot of centimeters. The idea is to go as far as possible in the sandpit to win by jumping as well as you can. And so at this point, I jump. My favorite jump is the scissor jump. My scissor jump allows me to land at more than 17 meters. Well, here we are just about 17 meters. That's not enough for me to win the World Championships yet, but I think next year we'll add 1 more meter. In 2013, I took my first trip. I went on a plane for the first time in my life, and it's a wonderful memory. The first trip was to Kazan, where the university games were being held. It was in Russia. In Kazan, I jumped 15 meters 92, and that's what qualified me to come to France. And unfortunately, I only jumped 15 meters 97, and I was eliminated. I was ranked 10th, but I was still eliminated, so I didn't make the final, which was a bit of a shock. But there I was in the stands, and I saw a jumper do 17 meters right in front of me, and I said, okay, that's how you jump 17 meters. So I wrote down the bib number of the jumper who had just done it. It was Johan Rapinier. He's a Frenchman who's finishing his career right now, but he's still jumping. I got in touch with him on Facebook. I asked him if he could give me more information, and I've tried to apply what he told me in my daily life and tried to live a bit like a top-level athlete, that's all. This is where I spent my vacations, jumping all day, every day. It did a lot to fuel my love for athletics. This is a typical exercise to work on the hop out and return hop. That's why we hop from the front before hopping from the back. We engage the take-off leg twice. You reach the board at an optimal speed, not necessarily at full speed, because that's often more complicated to manage. At full speed, you're not far from braking, so you reach your optimum speed, but as fast as possible. You shouldn't hesitate to blast through, as we like to say, to be at least 90%. In any case, I'm pretty much at full throttle when I'm running to get as far off the board as possible. It's a lot harder than I expected because I'm used to the best facilities. But of course, it's always a bit nostalgic to see where you've come from, because when I jumped here, I was still at 12 meters.
Dès ses débuts en 2011,
Since he started in 2011, he's had a lot of determination. You could already see it. The password on our computer was one goal, the Olympic Games. It was an ambition he had set for himself. He drew inspiration from manga characters such as the Knights of the Zodiac and tried to surpass his limits, physically in any case.
physiquement en tout cas. J'analyse beaucoup mes sauts.
I analyze my jumps a lot. I know my jumping times, and this allows me to play with my visualization to have the best possible timing. This analysis of scientific perspective gives me clear-cut figures which I can use in my visualization exercises and help explain my performance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Actually, I'm the only human to have jumped 18 meters indoors so far. That's the world record, the first man to break the 18-meter barrier, and that's it. Of course, we say this with a lot of pride, but you know, a true high-performance athlete is quite humble because he knows that victory is never definitive. He's the group's leader, the most experienced. We listen to him. If he says, "Come here," you listen, no questions asked. In the triple jump, there was Christian Taylor and then Teddy Tamgo, my current coach. They were the two people I really wanted to associate with. I just liked their style. Between 2011 and now, Christian Taylor has 4 World Championship titles and 2 Olympic titles. My coach was world champion in 2013, and today with my coach, we're trying to beat Christian Taylor. Hugues arrived on the scene by a stroke of luck, it has to be said. He was 25 when he joined the group, so he works a lot on the basics, the basics, the basics. We practice, we practice, we practice.
C'est dur.
Physically, Hugh's major strength is in his speed. He's very fast, the fastest in the world in this discipline. His time on the board at the 2019 World Championships was as fast as Christian Taylor's, who ran 45.34 in the 400-meter race, who runs under 2050 in the 200-meter race. Secondly, his elasticity. He's a person who stores a lot of energy but knows how to release it. The faster he goes, the more energy he releases. So these are his 2 main strengths. He can be an Olympic champion, no question about it. He's already won a medal, so that's a goal achieved. He's already won a medal for his nation, and I think he, more than anyone else, is waiting for that gold medal. I'm here for him, and I'm going with him. You can never tell yourself that you have a limit, because the difference it makes when you doubt yourself is enormous. When you start to run towards the board, towards your takeoff board for the jump, and you have a moment's doubt, you will see a difference in your performance. It's immediate. When I arrive at a competition, I'm already extremely excited, with major adrenaline surges. So I have to tone things down and use that adrenaline gradually. I've developed words that enable me to activate things to a greater or less extent because these words are linked to emotions that I've worked on through meditation. And in fact, when I activate these words, I don't need to meditate for 30 minutes to get into this state. So when I use them, I repeat them over and over, and at a given moment, I'm in the emotional state I want. I'm often in a calm state, but of course with a tiger-like spirit.
Un regard de tigre.
For me, the triple jump is a means to an end. My mission is to bring as much hope as possible. My ambition is to pave the way for Burkina Faso to win the Olympic and world medals. It's just a question of breaking down the limiting beliefs of the younger generation, especially in Africa. When you have a mission that drives you, it's more noble than just jumping into a sandpit. It's more interesting. Don't worry, the Olympic gold will go to Burkina Faso. I'm Abdelkabir Wadar, a Moroccan horseman. Equestrian sport is my passion. I like to win. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. I was born in a small village called Aitouir, just outside Marrakesh. I stayed there until I was 8, and it was from that village that Princess Lala Fatima Zora, sister of His Majesty Hassan II, took me back to her home in Rabat to study and learn equestrian riding at the same time. That's how I started riding with her son. The princess came to visit a relative who was governor of the village at the time, and they saw us playing soccer with the kids next to the alley, and we were having fun. And then she passes by and she looks, she said, "Who's that boy's father? I'd love to talk to his dad." The governor came to talk to my family. He said, "The princess would like your son to be raised with her son." For my mother, it was impossible. She didn't want to and cried every day. God forgive me, it's the truth. And my father finally said, "Why not? They're royalty. He won't be unhappy." That's how I ended up with Princess Lala Fatima Zora. It was very difficult for me, but at the same time, I really wanted to go. Even as a kid, I was very smart. I thought, why not? They're great people, and I'm going to be raised with their children. So it honestly happened like that. They looked after me as if I was one of their children. Every month, they sent me with a driver to go and see my family, because for the first 4 or 5 months, my mum was miserable. She cried all the time, worried about me, wondering if I was okay, if I was sleeping. It's normal. It's a mother's instinct. And eventually, she finally calmed down. And when I came back, she said to me, "I almost ruined your future a little bit because I didn't want you to leave." She said to me, "In the end, it's because you left that this happened. I don't think it would have been the same if you'd stayed." That's true. It was Princess Lala Mina, Lala Fatima Zora's sister, who was the one who put my feet in the stirrups. She was the one who put me on the horse, holding the lead and all that. She'd tell me to hold it like that with your hands, and she'd showed me. In my head, I was thinking, she's going to make me fall. This is impossible. And then every time she came to get me, I'd jump over the fence and run the other way, hiding, so I wouldn't have to go up with her. But after a week, I couldn't wait for her to come and get me for a ride, because I really fell in love with horses, and I really wanted to learn.
C'est la première fois que je le monte, lui. Et comme c'est un jeune, il s'amuse.
It's the first time I'm riding him, and because he's young, he's having fun, he's happy, so I let him have a good time. Better for him to have fun than to be scared. From the first day I started riding, and that's all I could think about, horses, 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 and the princess understood. After a while, she said to me, I think you were made for horses. So you're going to ride, but you're going to suffer before you become a great rider. That means you'll have to train. And that's what I did. So every 3 months, I'd come to Chantilly in France to learn. And then when you work at the stables, things don't come easy. You have 6 horses, you have to clean the stables, you have to ride them, you have to look after them. There's no fuss. You're not there just to ride. You have to take care of the horses from A to Z. I suffered a lot because it was so cold when we got to Chantilly. We had to get up in the morning and I couldn't feel my hands or feet. I'm from Morocco, so I wasn't used to the weather. Several times I said to myself, should I go on or should I stop? But I had something inside me. I said to myself that I didn't want to disappoint the people who had helped me. His Majesty asked me why Morocco wasn't among the top equestrians. I told him that to be at the highest level, you need horses. He replied, what if I buy you a good horse? Well, I said, yes, I am going to be at the highest level, with a smile on my face. The day Kébia asked to come and stay with me, His Majesty asked me to find him a horse, and I found quickly. I said to Kébia, that's your horse. Knowing the rider, he's feisty, he needs a horse that's lively. And we managed to acquire quickly, who went on to become the best horse in the world. He was a very difficult horse. I couldn't get a perfect score with him. There were always little miscommunications with him. Maybe I pulled too hard on his mouth and he didn't like it, or maybe I moved the whip too much, because he's a horse with a lot of character and personality. The first time I rode him, it was in a competition in Lyon. On a bend, I tried to use a riding whip on him. He got angry and put me in a corner as if to say, this is the last time you'll touch me. Until the day I asked him to forgive me, and from then on, it turned into something magical. It was like a dream. It was magnificent. Saying sorry means no longer doing the things he doesn't like. Cuddling him, giving him carrots, staying with him for hours and hours in the stall, talking to him. He loves all that. At home, I can work him. He's like a pony. He doesn't move. He's really gentle. But the day there's a competition, as soon as he enters the ring and he hears the bell ring, I promise you, he changes. He gets all pumped up. He says, we're going to go for it. We're going to attack. He's a warrior. Kébia and I had some exceptional experiences. We toured the Emirates, and at the first competition, he won 2 out of 2. The following weekend, we changed venues, and he won 2 out of 2. We arrived in Doha, and he won again. They asked if the horse was for sale, and I replied, of course, that His Majesty did not sell his horses. He's not a horse dealer. I came to Marcel's more than 8 years ago, and it's been fantastic because it's true that he's a riding legend. And if I've reached the level I've reached today, it's thanks to him too, because he taught me a lot of good things, a lot of techniques that I didn't have, and he's always treated me like one of his children. The father and his son, his 4th son. My role was to manage him, but more to calm him down than to push him, because he was a bit lively. He always wanted to win. It's great to want to win, but you have to be in control, because if you aren't, you're going to make a mistake. That's what you can't do. He understood. Marcel and I were invited to Stuttgart. Stuttgart is the land of horses in Germany. There was a German who won, who rode brilliantly and whose riding course was designed beyond belief. The Germans were standing in the stands applauding. I came in, I did 2 seconds better than the first, but they didn't have the Moroccan flag. They didn't expect a Moroccan to win in Stuttgart, so they didn't have the flag. And I said, no, I'm not coming in without my flag. I was stuck at the prize-giving ceremony until they brought back a flag. So His Majesty sent me 2 suitcases of flags every time I went to a country where there was no flag. And I told them, you didn't have the flag, so here it is.
I don't never find your soul, I never find your glory though. I never find your soul. And deep inside,
I have a lot of respect for my horses because I think they do 10 times more than we ask of them. When I'm on my horse, I feel as if his heart is beating just like mine. We're not just two, we're the same. They're rather impressive animals because they have incredible strength. They can sense when you really love them, and your horse needs to trust you. He has to say to himself, I'm going to make it to the other side, even if there are hidden obstacles behind the fence. And the horse trusts you so much, he jumps anyway. He doesn't know what's happening on the other side. And that's the beauty of horses.
Et c'est ça la vraie classe des chevaux.
Sometimes when you're up here, after a while you find yourself back down here. But that's when you have to have the courage to say, even if I'm at the bottom, I'm going to get back to the top because I have to work more. And you work even harder to get there. Years went by, and unfortunately, Quickly had some minor health problems. We had to find another horse. When Quickly retired, I said to myself, if I can't ride Istanbul, there must be a problem somewhere. I liked the horse, but it was very complicated. I didn't think we could do it. He was very difficult, afraid of other horses. As soon as he saw them, he'd run off. He hurt me 2 or 3 times because he was afraid of other horses. I tried to reassure him, but when he gets out on the track, he's not afraid of anything. His jumping ability is unbelievable. It's where you see the good ones. You see the cracks, they're like that. They're a little messed up in the head. Initially, I had a hard time with him, but now he's doing his best to repay me with all the joy in the world. He's got a habit. He likes it when I scratch his back. He loves it. Little cuddle of the day, huh? Yeah, little cuddles like that.
Des câlins, hein? T'adores ça, hein? Any mischief.
He doesn't want to let me leave.
Super, hein? Un joli tour. Hein? Aussi, very nice. Thanks.
Kibir has a very good relationship with the general public. It's difficult in this sport when you're new, and he's been, shall we say, adopted by all the riders. Everyone loves Kibir. I'll tell you something. Every time there's a competition, the first ride I go on, my heart beats so fast I think, what's happening? But the day I'm not going to be scared like that, I have to stop, because something's going to happen to me. I'm 60, so I have to be very careful about what I eat. I exercise a lot. I run, I do strength training for my muscles a bit. In the morning, I get up early at 6 a.m., and I do that every day.
tous les jours.
Honestly, I can't say that I'm a good rider. I'm just like all the others. And as I say, hard work pays off. Hard work.
C'est le travail qui paye.
Winning in your own country, and above all with the crowd, there were at least 4,000 or 5,000 people there. And what touched me even more was when they played the national anthem and all the kids started singing it. And I had tears in my eyes. I was so happy.
Tellement de joie, tellement j'étais content.
I never thought that one day I'd become the Moroccan champion and then go on to the Olympic Games. That's what it's all about. On the day Princess Lala Fatima Zora was going to die, she called me and told me she was really proud of me and everything I'd done for the country. The first time I saw you, I knew there was something about you, and that's how she looked at me. So quite openly, when she told me these things, I had tears in my eyes. I was really touched.
Slbc Tv mbatisia ba nyame Ibrahim Komando a do ehu be ngama kepengo jokoma be nga beta ye bumusi ana mbia we kutumawe na ha vele mfuma na ma ta aje UNICEF ta tugwa na ate ya gotugo ma a Japan gometita na we to mbata ya to kwa na mbitia tutu imapu ya supplement budget ye project ita na we ko di go ma hande ya ola lokuma DC below doing kebevi Restaurant community tugwa na tuhumbate ya tukwa gitia na we tutu imapu ya flex weather index restaurant food na we yumbate ta ko we ola lokuma doing then I look for him Japan gometita tugwa na ate ya kutugo ma tuhumbate ya tukwa na gitia na we in supplement budget ita ko we tabi digoma hande ya tubute dalokuma sente ya ba bima kebevi me desia na we Digi na siya to follow Kenya ngi na siya na we ta digi siya tinini ko we mbati siya ola lo ma dure DC below western area oba rura Kenema bo kujo na we DC below data ko we mbati siya to go to down kuma sente ya ba siya ye mbati siya imala goma Japan ambassador ta na we na salon kana mbati siya ba Gulo nata abubu agitia yiku hundu kwa yiku jeti dima ya na we digoma hande Jesus ya tute lolo kuma dege na se na we into full lolo tele bu hundi ya kele bi de na se ta tele ye nyini na se ta fetwe ko we yiku ba Jesus ogukola lokuma doeju to ye hu batiji go hunje UNICEF na wita na ye dwe ya madogo bova within swing ogulo nata ogogo bitia ye ku huku ko ye project jima ye project jita na we hi tada ma hilo kuma ko we ka bi talking di goma hande here na we senti ya gba gba ko we ogukola lokuma ye to ye project jita ya na ba me ro to gala pa hi ele ye project gouvernement ko we ye ba sesi ya ogukola lokuma dwe to ye hu ba te bitia imala go permanent secretary na we na ministry na ka ho hande siaba and sorry ogulo nata ogugo bitia ye ku hunju ye gepanta tugo na bi tuloko ya gometi ko we ta bi di goma hande ya ogulo ma dwe na we okoma ye dwe ma to ye hu ba te jisia imala groma na we hi Japan ye gometi ta bi tugo na tuloko ye salogo ye project hu ba te jisia ya bi ogulo ma dwe to ye ko lwa hunji ministry na transport aviation hungatesia ba tubo na tidiaga tukoga hebega na we ko we diploma handisia ya ogola lokoma na we mahawu ya bua ma we lo abanta mahawu kebe bilugu mahawu nya do bo discipline ko we tabi diploma handisia ya na we pa na tidama ye ge na ma ogola lokoma magba kebe bi sewa ye ge na ma na we ye na ta ngata de dio ta tu ga ko we ti ya ti ka ke pe ke sia awati na ntugu ti ya ge to fu ye hu bati na ma ambassador na we na ye hu bati ki ba Alhaji Fande Ture ogulo na ta ogo bo giti ya ye ku ndu ye ti na tugu ti ya ge to fu na we hi tubu ministry na ye hu bati na ba Rex Bonafa na we tugulo na te hi butu goma ado mai ke bi mabla atie ko wi pa na ma ko ta ye te na mo na we ka tele mo di ke chia ogulo lokuma dwe to ye hu ba te ji ku hungi ministry la ogulo na pe ko wi ye hi butu go mi ta pe bu ko we tunu ka tene mo le na we hi ye di goma hande ti sia sia ta ma lokuma ko wi pa wi ta bi ku ku da na we hi nu ga sia be bi tele mo hungi ke sia ogulo lokuma hindi na sia potigo aki ikege na we ye je na ba ko we pe tu pu agoria te da lokuma ko mai duejima to ye hu bati je sia ima roma na we hi abasero na we na United Nations hu bati sia ba ogulo na ta ogugo agiti ye ku hunju ye hu bati je ta ma hi lokuma ko we fi pa wi ta tu ko atu da ye bi ta na we ogulo la lokuma fu sa wa gu ko we ye hu bati sia sia ko tu agoria da lokuma dueju to chiana ye ngati je imala gro do mai na we na loa banta ma win John Jiba nyama ye feliki ogulo na ta ogogo gitia ye kuhuku segulo minister ma kebe vikeni yo na we hi project disability kuma tida ma kuma ye be ye ndago tuga na we hi sego aki ke ngati le bundi sia na we ye je na sabi te atima chabe vi baba ye hindi sia na tapi hakena sia na we abwa tai la miado bambatu ye jita pe uti weti ma akike na we hu kwati sia sia kula lo kuma dwe to ye ko lo hungbe insurance company ta tubo na ti ya go go United Nations Capital Development Fund na we hi tubulo na tina bo ma do European Union ko wita bi tubutu ngataga ini tukwa bitia na we tutuma puya fresh weather index insurance product na we yin bati jisa ko we bukola kuma to ye yin bati jisia na tukula bitira tugulo na te pe wo be Indonesia ba na we apie anganya wo ngatu yoga be ga watina ma na we hin je ya wa ma ye ja hande na sia sia apie ba la ye di sia sia aya ma wo ma na we ngatu le bu di sia sia pe aya ma wo ma ko we yin bati jisia sia tupu abuye tada kuma ko ma ye ma to ye ngwate jisia ima kumu gumu inawe chief executive officer nawe na insurance ngwate sia ba first awa ogulo na ta ogogo akitia ye kumu ye ngwate jisia sia tada mahilo kuma ko we mi tugu tada kuma okoma ye yajima ye sia ba ye ndita kuko adia ngwango ye na ndaga kini anganyawo pa la ye gibla nawe hi watina je ayawma para ye sia sia bi ayamauma na we yende na se pe potigo akilike to jana na we hintina ba la yi de sia ba sia be bi tu gulo na tu wi sia ofu ye hu ba te jima ko we te be diploma hande sia gukola ko ma duwe to sia na ye hu ba te ji ba go United Nations Capital Development Fund na we ye gumu na ana ogulo na ta ogo bo agiti ya ye ku hundu ko we ye hu ba te jima tu ko na yingiti ya ye na we ta ye hu ba te sia tu pulo ago ya te dal kuma baba ye di sia we ago ala kuma na bo hundi sia na we ogo ko ma ye duwe jima to ye hu ba te ji minister na ana baba ye di sia ba ke be vi me di sia ba Dr. Henry Musa Paka tabelo gulo na ta ogo bo agiti ya ye hu ba te ji sia ima ye chabevi baba ye di sia na we hu ba te ji sia ba tu gulo vi tu ko ye bo te dal kuma ya go opo ma ye duwe jima ye to ye kugolo pa la ye glacia tu buvi tu no ko ye fi salon hu batisia na we abu opo ma ye duwe jima me de jesia bi ugo ola lo kuma duwe to ye hu batiji sia imala hu bate ya na we hi ana presidential secretary general na we na hi salon association ana journalist is here to go to ya Paul we to go rally manawe hi watita o mafuma slide humbatesia ko we ugola kuma duetu to ye humbateji sia imala ko gubra na we na titiri mali ko we ya be yi to me ji ate training na we be ga yi ko bra watinama to go na to na a ye pela ye humbateji sia ba na we hi ye ko bra le kitabi ugola kuma duetu to ye humbateji sia imala ko Secretary General na we na ye humbateji sia ba Christian Alpha Conte ogulo na ta ogbo agiti ya ye ku hu ko we vage ba bisia ye egbe boto wa ya vage ndisia makuko be afu ma fele na we hi slide humbateji sia te ya ma dogo gwa o we tabi ye humbateji ta ogu ola kuma be ga watina ma ye ko bra ndisia ala kuma to ye gumu ye peke Edward ma tabelo ogulo olu ye humbateji gu hunde na we mu mi atabe egli male ka ko we yitu mi yitu good feel ye chebe bi vage ndisia ba na we ogua ayegia vage ndisia ba kubo be a fonu go go ma fe na we ti go ma handisia sia ogu ola kuma ye so ye ene mole butuga ama joka vage ndisia ba yinu ye peke na we tabe bi egli male ye humbateji ba Musa ba sisi tabe ogulo na agogo agiti ya ko we ye humbateji ye ana ye humbateji sesi atokulo ago ya ye ko bra dita ko we slide ye ji aputu apoma duejo ye to ye doado ina shakini anahi na we anganya go to yogo ye tago tuku ago ya tidal kuma ago poma ye duejo to gumu ye peke alhaji makana ogulo na agogo agiti ya ye ku hunjo ye humbateji sesi ana we tukulo tuku ago ya we ugo ola kuma ya bo okoma ye duejo digoma hande sesi ya ugo ola kuma duejo to ye ko lwa hunji chief superintendent na we na sa ba busi atuma ande sia ba zaina bla tugwa na to lokolo ka kama na we gumomi agie sa ba busi anyage sia atuma ande sia ba na we fuju 2025 to nyapu bla na we ta giro United Nations into Security Force ombati sia ba abi na we ta tamelo gumu ya agie chief training officer now we in charge of capacity building development and UN humbatesia ba sa babusia to numia agie na we hin ototulo ayigela ye humbateji ba April ya 2023 na we tubulo na to form yata de ko we tabi ye humbateji sia ko we sa babusia to ma ande sia ugu ola kuma awati na nyapu bla afu miando taje ye humbateji andaga kini ye na we hin putugo akini ke sele ko be ko galena na we ta ye hibiness ya bulo na afu tuma a digoma handaga kini ye fu na sia ko we di sia to go ga de sia ma ko we nya de sia be bi ye ko ga le ta bi ogu ola kuma ogu opo ma ye bigaji awati na ye batina ima krohi United Nations na we tuna women police officer tubuana to mbate ya tada kuma na we award mbate tifi magwe nyapui dara bula na we him gaujin ye jinu bogo mountalu freedom na we ifuna today ba International Day for United Nations peacekeeping batisia ti kumewa to we miado New York na we ye this year kwa we ola kuma duwe polisi ajina ha vele gufuila uma pepenge ya liga ya magada unemo na ha veta ye gunusia na we gufuila uma ta aji UNICEF tu bwana ti bega jama na we Japan committee tu mbate ya to kwa na gitia na we supplementary budget the project ita ko we tabi di gesi ya Kenya ngesi ya digoma hande gesi ya tu da kuma sente ya ba kuma DCB lord kebevi extra company mbate na we tu bulo ti gutugo United Nations Capital Development Fund na we ko we digoma hande gesi na buga tuma European Union na we ko we tu ti hanga daga kini la kuma bula kuma Domisi ajinya vile gufu la uma Slbc TV ngwa tesiapa nyame ya Ibrahim kuma gudwe mpenga ke amolo
Slbc TV Freetown fambolo na money list na use mika fino kono but first make I give na the big use UNICEF and Japan governments don't put na supplementary budget projects for 5 districts inside salon and active insurance company don't put na salon then first weather insurance products now for the use proper one. The well body sector don't come with one new Japan supplementary budget project where then go use for support nutrition well body and wash service now western urban and rural Bo Kenema and Pujon district where they believe say na side in that one day we team for Itkins care inside the country. Japanese ambassador to Salon and Ghana Hiroshi Yoshimoto say the projects they make them for help them picking them uno can get the proper kind balanced food they waiting for it for let them go and then picking them under 5 picking them together with Oma be done day. Permanent secretary for the Ministry for Wellbody and also he say Japan and UNICEF in contribution to Ministry for Wellbody and also he say Japan and UNICEF in contribution to Salon it done plenty and so we so talk say this present support here so now for make sure say the country go fine for all man tomorrow. And also we say we so talk say the Japanese government they support and make sure say they go give sober monitoring team where go they go around for make sure say this project here so will be successful. The Minister for Transport and Aviation don't give word to people there. The Minister for Transport and Aviation don't give word to people them na Bagua and Lower Mabanta Chiefdom together with the one in Alubu Chiefdom both districts say governments don't give himself for make the bridge we go across Gbangba and the Sewa River for tap them make them go they cross with boats in that particular area then they this been come after where the ambassador when Alaji Fande today been go work out with him team together with the Deputy Minister ex Bonafa and then may engage the paramount chief them and people them for make them give them the word say them bridge there so then go come make them President Biyobi don't promise them say they go fix that bridge them bridge and they for them. The minister tell the chief and the people and now the tongue say right now then they try for pick the contractor we go able to do the work find one for them and say we so the other kind road they waiting for worker for fix the road there so together with the cannabis material they waiting for buy for fix the road them now all the work they then they do right now. He say we so encourage the people them for take the project like now their own as this go help them for let them say they non contribute for make the road another part in the country. For already not being given correct date to stand the projects will begin or done. The first 10 ambassador to the United Nations tell the people then say them bridge there so then go make sure say they hand over them inside 3 year term. The paramount chief for Lower Mabanta Chiefdom John Jibao Rosen Nyama II tell thanks to the minister and President Bio for the projects where they not begin so for them. The paramount chief talk say the people them na the two chiefdom them don't they struggle long time for get the kind of thing they within the plants and that in the country for care and go na the market center na Gwangbato. Say but they still the big government for let them go know whose them then go begin for make them bridge there. So Activia Insurance Company with support where they get from United Nations Capital Development Fund with couple from European Union don't pull salon then force weather index insurance report. This idea been come after we they don't agree for get the couple them and say so make sure say it will help two serious climate while the winter drought and we rain can for don serious one and cause flooding. Because it also helps smallholder farmer them for get the kind of thing the way they do where they give them provision for take care of their family and for tap there against past mark weather we can cause disaster and then plant them we think they make for find their living. Chief Officer Activia Insurance Festus Aoua talk Kantranga one say this idea here so we encourage we now for do the weather index insurance product a don't make quite important history inside salon and how them go work for make sure say then solve the weather we can both people the more like a farmer they really plant. It's saying that the first time this farmer them go able for gather them plantation them make sure say them believe and the kind of thing they don't tell them for do and see how them go tap the past mark rain and water we can the flood where they make they're not able for gather them the plantation they well. Then go say this product here so go say we so build one thing we go up we go guard the water or anything one for boggling farmer there so and everything they go do so they make sure say now the thing that we the farmer they want and then go make them the kind of a way how we for go. The United Nations Capital Development Fund country Liz Ferru Shukor talk say this Punado so na the first weather index insurance product for farmer them and it talk say this go help farmer them for know about the agricultural sector and make sure say that sector they then go work where all man go begin take agriculture say from the foundation and then for all and find so that we go able get a couple for the country. The Minister for Agriculture and Food Security Dr. Kenema say they come with this product for farmer them inside salon for as it dey in line with government in feed salon agenda and it go able for get rank and support the food system inside the country. And the presidential and secretary general candidate for the upcoming winner Salon Association of Journalists election don't give themselves for change and make a better organization. The journalists them been give themselves during this large presidential debates where them be organized and Salon Reporters Union and them be organized this debate here. So the Secretary General where the hope saying will be Secretary Christian Alpha Conte now man we done the practice journalism for 12 years and they don't they represent large and different capacity them but always not an executive member. It tell the people them say and get the experience for the secretariat of Sludge. On the other side, Edward Mara now one other secretary general candidate we say we so don't be journalist for 25 years and he believes say with all the experience they were in don't gather and go able day before and handle Sludge then secretariat business. The presidential candidate Mustafa say been pay attention to how he go want for change and make the institution for change Sludge and say we so add say if they take him it go lock the old them way they inside the association. Alaji Manika Kamara him been talk say him go continue him go build the foundation where the past executive them in already lay and seriously I'd say in go find way in go push the way go before if him be the leader. And Chief Superintendent of Police Zainab Blah and don't name him the United Nations Woman Police Officer of the Year 2025. Officer Blah now they serve with the United Nations Interim Security Force for ABA. And the chief the chief training officer and officer in charge of capacity building and development unit inside the UN police. They've been joined the mission April 2023 and then they been deploy na Tajali team site where in na been gender officer where they been reach na Tajali CSP Blah them be recognize them as then they been see the picking them within another area they no get way forget land book business where go make themselves get sense tomorrow. So in been day before it been go organize one school program for the village picking them and so join with the community member them more like a woman them who make sure say they carry it learning material, carry it picture the way go teach them picking the also for make themselves understand and make them go sabi within them for sabi at the age. The 14th United Nations Woman Officer of the Year award then will present them to Zainab May 29 this year during the International Day of United Nations Peacekeepers na the UN headquarters inside New York. Wolfambo na the use done so with me Catherine Okono, but before I go, like you na the big use back. UNICEF with couple we get from the government of Japan don pull the new supplementary budget for picking them on when under 5 and woman the way they give Bobby na 5 districts them including the western area, urban and rural. And Activia Insurance Company with support we get from United Nations Capital Development Fund together with couple from European Union don pull the Salon First Weather Index insurance product. Well, family, na the use done with me, Catherine Okono. I hope we will get a blessed day.
Iko advance na bafo kake akimu Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television in Germany am sini anani sisemi kaklika ates na ka initiative ai bang government hawanga kan kala ni abuta ni apo ben studio kani de yonkoli ai tabate loko kati sai on company ni atila active insurance company ngang apo kan am moto to ko me atila an weather index insurance product ni kabe katon akaka ofina wati koto to ko kake ma anto fa Japan ma put Canada sarata kadi bumpane kakle kabe kampanga kada manto dari I Bruxelles America do anto do Kataban do Kenema do anto ka inkulinga do pujon wa teso ma yo te mo tani tiwe di anan ka pai aka ba payani wa da anan ka pai ada di pui di kulu doko katiso ambassador kuka anto fa Japan asuma koton kanto fa sui anto fa Ghana imo Yoshimoto in kono in kote mak pa o mi tsame ayo mani o mi avec ma sanata ka bunka tsamolo en fait nga ma titi mo woshini anto I kakoso kli e barcelomi kaka anko nga ti anto I e barcelomi kama ibuli ka e pa pe shanklu apu bun seseni doko katso o konti objective ka UNICEF mo udo shrinking kono so kabi ka ko fake ka fina ko pa o amaga ni pe mo bu amagu so ni okay kwa ni se anse but ma fina ni tale ni na ko ba se ben so pa ni anska so ba ka ni ka ti na put patani kama ti se ampli ba ka yo patami ma fina ni doko katso ikubum po yo pa secti ka do ka ken ka butisa kai mederi mo andu sugani kono so kolumi lumi atati anto fa ipana ti ayo tanto I anto fa ni chefi ata ma pa ngani ampu kwa shaba pani opori komi akoka so bas tema so ko pa o temo tani o ati to ita pina ni talo ni tanto fa su katso koko ikori an kwame tsaru I pasa ta ema ite ngani ampu so ngai koka so bas pick up for vaki coffee no ni o ngai atio so ka kli ka ni kan ka nan ka pa chi ma bu cha cha ni ka vai pa chi ke me u ngani atio ka kli ka chi to wan che aka bo ei ka ken kene u chi sa ABRC ko nan ni ka kli nga ken ha apu ko ka e ko pe ka do ba bua ka do lo apan chai anto ka otto follow so do bui ka do bui wa ni ko te ma kwa mi chi ngai apu che me salata ka be pa eta ro ya che anto I sun ta chi sanka kli kama abuli bu cha ta ni mi fi ka do ba ma anto I ka lu se wa ka ba ka che kan salata kama anashi to mai ma mo lo anfu ma che che yala ne ka tsabil ka che che fishi ka ban ka che kan salata mo ambassador Alhaji Fandi Turing anto I kumpung ni video ko kati oi fato okapi mo explore fai kono so ko se upane I angkane anto I afumani ka anglo fmatena kosto so lana nenga kapai oi tawa yati at bas pepai ama pri kopo kata ka ki kopang aki okubu kanto funa me olai afumatena ni luku katso kapowi kobos fofane ambayangi ka tsapi chache anto I afungati ka kasotema pa tama ngi atse funto yeso ain ka kli kama kli tsa afumai ba kli mo patmati o pundi anto so chimi kama wa ismata shen kami IT ku kane ka kabempa ode ka tso ngi kobos fofane afung salata mama patman ba tsapi kama ngaso amala ngi ka ofino wati aluku katso kabas benso fofake ka fino ka pa ka mai ataba bu ku chengai anlo ko mapata mi mamba ka se tanto anche mapata mati se mi mamba ka so ku so aluku katso oi lai ambase ka du United Nation kono so kabas fofane afamati ka ode ka che on ka pa eta oyati oi atlan play afamati ko tonka mama putos pato Kotong ka tsirin tsaso kama na klengati ukat so okande ka do lo abantai mo jonji ba use nyamai bikangai ono so ko fofone afumai ka fino ati ko kuri okapanto I okuwo kanto sala tama pantratani ko telma so pa afumai ka tapita tsani o nga apu Toneto wanted to Tinati to Poli Kobi Kabika for Cake of Fino Kopanga, Kachima, Titi Luka Kuti Kama, a Tima, Po, Pito, Mopan, Tima, Pukatika Kama, Kadu Bamba, Chukio, Mania Panon, or Kobi Kabika for Cake of Fino in Salata, Kamaguli, Pananga, Sunanto, Yeta, Yati, Lepalan. I'm company, any another active insurance company. Amani asotoka United Nations Capital Development Fund amanga kalani asotoka Ethiopia ini ngani ampo wale kan koto toko mitami bidekele salata afom angi mchete satamsopa mi mboli dikombuka ma masopa ma okko mama kichiti di tema chintsiko tata tibe tskana kama aguli put panta mi mafina mafudi pipi ta masopa mi mchete okotonka epayate yangi ibe bi ma ada ma de chiti de anto mama to mchete kunkla tete nan kapaya ma kwati anyi mi ka paya ko bulo anto I matamami antete sompane wante ka epayate ngoyi nangi ayo mitmami pipi no kampu ngane ma kampu shikane epayate protection tuguli do kati okubumka company nga active insurance Imo Festus awangi kono so kaba segment so party matching to tatani wa tibeti ayo ti salata kali kabi kama so pa ami mchichi ne ko so kama adal ma de chichi kaba segment kabi ka for fakik ti ngani be so to ko so foso ka epayate kaba se telma so ka so ki so afuma nga wondu ku ka epayate kama ngoli so to ku ne kimi ko fino ka epayate Okobom Kado United Nations Capital Development Fund Ido di kai payati mon feu shukuomi kono so kolo melo mieti ayo tangi kapa o ngai ni so panga ngi mi ya fina salata fumai ka epaya kobulo ko terma kapa mafde nan kobulo Onye panga angepi antonota seeking out of one to coconut di okapu away campo type kobulo mo top 20 musa pakani kono so koika for fake fino kuka amitame ayo maita afmai kai paya kobulo akodeba pa ngai sentoma so malane amitma ka philosophy kama tsai tsafina anto kabutso fosoka etayati kakli ka ando kama kotonka onewe matmata da kupa to yowe manekte ka anikia nakta atela asa ali association of journalists afmi ka ko tai pa ya ka sakate ai ando kama ngande yowe awa ile tsakanake kama guli yiga kana kama anikenye kama uka ofinowati tati ka atinga apo butatsangi anto yamitsa tsami asa ali reportage ngani ayo pimodi ayo mitedo afmanga so anko tiktik anko toya tete kino kinko no opupa itakari pipi ko soto da bana date da ni loko kate ka afmanga tmata da bana date ni mo Christian Alpha Conte kono so ko ni opi obo ba shi train to for train ka ma pant ma ka sakote ko te makpa obo ba she ba ta ani kinga slash ni da mitami pati o alias motila ikon ko pi ko te mak pa ta ti ba ma ki boli come pipi ko ikon kubo pita ni kingati uko kati so ai kubo pilon so kono so yimo Edward Marai kono so kote maso pa kono yi obo kwa shi tigena tigent gbata ma de ka ma panta ma ti mo ba mlane ka pa pipi ko iko kubo pi o kono so bo ba kipeke ko bolong ni salata kono tani ke ko kono eji aka afumani tmata da kubo to beta amitmati musa pa singing kono so ko ni o ipi o pipi kono ko so to da bana dati ni o kono tchime salata kama kwele ni teka butse kama ani kenye ambule ben pata fin katima ina poyi ka payati alaji manika kama kono so ko ni o wit mata da kubumta ani kingatin kono so ko te ma so ko pa o pipi kono ko iko bumpi o kono so tsubasu no tse kuka do kubumpo wi mkono wi do kono chi salata kama kwele yiga kabutse ya tini tafina kakale da ku so wi atela chief superintendent officer mo zaina blahin kono ko ni on oepi kona polo pa kono pa da bana kado United Nations Women Police Officers ka krina ki wa obo ko kono ko oepi mola ko tsopa pantmongi kado United Nations ni kola yes chief security force kado abiado eni di kola so iko ni wo oepi ola pa she ko ka butsa afomani mtoi to afomani tikire ma patman anto ka ko so yoli so patami mo poli ko mi ka do ku ka ma patmatini ola won ka ma patane ka kin ka tsige bat sase di dala ku butsko si do tajala i ka klibu kabisma to ma itikire ma patmatini mola be ko ka akamato ka te kan o afuni dodi nang to wante mi enapo eyi do ko ka mapanta mate makale ka chafon ka tila ka ta to yi mate molomi pa ngai ni ngoyo akoli yiga ka butse wante to agoli to kla fe tanto yi afma busoi ngaso aku kwa she pa to ya fun ati ka de ka ti salata kan tuma be pa magoli noti mapanta mate mon connection ka de wati tati kopolo apolo amitoni ame bika to fort ngale tomi ai ngoyo ko ne apolo ko do bana dati kadu United Nations Women Police Officer ta krina ki sana glan ko no pimo mitse kopolo ka te ki ayo ki ka ba fo ni mo ba muri ti ku ba tan trenga ne ka ai ani ado ko tswa pya ka klika ritsa ko bu manse ka tingo ka ti kadu ni to America kadi motong atai ini sefi ko amet ngadu ipani ngani abu sakala salata kaguli bu samaga mimi opoli ko kaguli de bapeye itamati ka todo kyan tubu antodo pujo anto ye ko pelo salata kono tse timi tafina kama bu tafina igoli do ko kati an company ni atela active insurance company ya maranya sotoka United Nations Capital Development Fund ya kalani sotoka European Union fanga so kototo kokake maunga de kameta me PPP afamani kuka epa ya kobulo kamoni Also, it's really so to my ring in Boli the Kokai by access. Canada, and I couldn't see a Broadcasting Corporation television seen a state at the
Maselma kasta sumaita ka service ya kempo do kagea gnes to bachurena bena sistema selma mamba kara hitile na tipe takpageden tagende kari UNICEF kwa metoka bijipan biha de se kage kumase ba lunkorendi sohi ga kwege ku salon kwa do maybe na achieve insurance company kwa hamba medena se ba dukona kumase ka beni baga utipi utaine gonka tipi ya painting na unte ka koeni bi beni ba mamba beni ba hena kinkede kage bi konda dongo deta maselma okote o comment ya ngo ga bijipan be ha mene bi UNICEF mene bi na se ga tapante ba du kuna ku mase kallo koren bi soi to ne na ba mase beni ba mutomo mu pati mu to mu bi titenga ko tonga mu be ba maseno na hupe toko tanga kaira kotoi mene balbe baga luga tempo tamba ka kempudo kagi ka paramba kempu bambang ka Kenema ga bo mene ga pujemo ka tani kemba fuma ka kwege kukumba ukwane tuga bijipan be hawo te ukoe ba unde na ambassador ga Japan ba kwege ku ga salo mene ga Ghana Yoshimoto Omba de tepe ba domana bawali mama ba mani bile mamba mase pati bika kwege kokomba bi ba hese titani nenta sohi mene komisyen bi bopo pati bikene me banu kalunkore mebe bambi ini binde kimbi onte ko e ba yogo ga bi UNICEF ba kwege kokomba Rudolf Schwenk inde tepe ba domana madenki mama ba mase mana me go mase ba no na de ba go me pe an kai ga kotoe umba na ile no go ele nduga mase ba no peto kotoa na ku kai ga kwege kukumba me de tende kai na ki mama ba ma ku iti binde ma me go ele mase ba no de ki ma tio ma de binde ni ga kwege kukumba kare binde pende na bi go de tino na binde katema de ki ma bene na hele ka kotoa ga kwege kukumba awa onte uponke ngende o de na bakpali utante o babatalone tebeni baga hupeto kotoa Andrew Soli de tointa de umasego ga bijipan benko bi UNICEF badoma na umasego na uyolento ndabo ya kwenge kokumi de sa umpuku bakonda ndetse badoma na umba bigo bideti mamo ele kara kotoba masid bano mawali mama ba makwiti bidema na me kaya kotoi halgo no na mempeni uyo hoi kana bide soli kwa mento ga bijipan be ha ba masego bide ga du yole bide ga dukuna ba ga kwenge kokomba me tipe ba do ma bigo hele de titi mawali mama ba kuta do ma masego komba ba tisi se bide banko na go kai ina unahani ba bia bigo kwenge ko batala minister ne tebeni baga mkumutaro ga kwege kukomba mu de nila iribia bidonge beka bangruwa menega loa banta kabumpi mbembe ba doma na pompi oga lubuo menega kagega ukoryoga bo na bigoni wali ba kokae ba halgo brigin bini de kwa meta la iribe ba doma na bigombi de eni na bikon koka eba no na bide inui na da bide pe ba ni wali yore wali bini ba bide tutani ba de tiesara ni ba ambassador Alhaji Fandi Turi kana kende ga kande gende iyo imitsogo minister Rex Bonafa na kebine we makutani inga kandanga kende ga bompi memba ba bide nyal lahiri imba bine dinta dukune kukai baduma na brigi mbembe mbini ne president tun lahiri be na bigombe ne ni wali minister o de tepe pa wimbe kende imbia be baduma na bigon ko kai ba halgo no na bide ni wali hololo hiti mi de sesi nda ma wali mamba contractor me bi bo he ba ye noa brigi mbembe mbambe na bide humutunda kutapa pada ba bide bi timo mawali mambi ba bine ba seso ba katanga panga Kenema ba dita hele na undanga de gende bi ba dita be ni ba hena mutema de bine ba boya bibi mumbui alentu de kega kotoe ba tenwa ba doma ba yenwa brigin be member ambassador tepe ba doma oga ko dumon nyama inde tepe ba doma na daunye ni umandi de kontima mo president biona ba masigo ko bana ba untotinda na bia bikene membe ni otoro ga bompi bibi bemba na hona na mene brigin be member yenu na de kotento ba doma na masigo mandi ko gonse ba ga bambatu ga bia bi ende bi Upo do me bine ha na Triva Insurance Company akoto ti na malo ma tema de bine o tegende o koe ba odo mo na United Nations Capital Development Fund in o koe kae ba kata ma de ki mama ba ka kotoi odo mo na Firuz Shukuru de tepe ba doma na mawali mama ba na sisi bine ma na ba mase ba yo ini be ka kwegen kokoma na bile kote malo ma tema de be ba lo ya ha ba ni minister o ba be ni ba go onde Helen inde tepe ba do mana ye ni ba go mase kumba sa ba ba yo ni be ka kwegen ko ga salo na wo mile mase ba no na bile ni mo wale ma Kenema kalogo awa makuta le mabo e bine mama ni mi palo pantina de maseri mambe bano bia biba ko ba makwe maga hu president ama mene ba pali ni bitante bi ngebe ba ko ba makwe ma benana awa makutani mama ba mene boheme ho do mo ha na reporters union mene bina bohe makutani mama ba koto ba yuge bia bebe ba mana mene kutie makwe ma ba ni aga batala ni tebeni ba ga palo a pantina de maseri ma do me bine anka opor tu troi na sludge kana bia mi on teorende o koe ba makoe maga pali o tante oma Christian Alpha Conte ende tepe ba doma na unde nende sasi ba ni amo wali de toti no ndaga ni wali ba ga palo pantina de masirima na tanine ko inta etena da kita awande ni wali ba bi sludge katani ga hawande alina ona de kande ega ponga bakala ni beha na lero wana unia wali uyo e bakata sludge ga kotoi wonte o hena o pukie gende Edward Mara ba le okoe ba makoe ma ba pali utante oma ka ponga sludge ne de tepe ba doma na kabina sesi ne wali ba ka palo e pantina ni masirima na tanine konto ka inta so itena ndatata nande ki mahagedo mamandi mana le dukuno makwe mamamba komeni wali ba kata sludge la kotoi kabiko ebe ma o president han ba bon ga sludge Mustafa Sise une le teneni ba domana kimba kata sludge la kotoi katani ga hawande huna mene le dukuno makwe mamamba ki makoto mandi mande ba sisakage ko bon nga kwe kapoti gabi United Nations o nido de ka mai gion kadina over 2023 kana kele ka meti badu mebi ne bana na simogo malogo magatanine simogo malogo magatanine bida ga simogo na de malogo ma odo mebi na United Nations women police officers kanina hambam binde tepe ba doma United Nations na ngaila mun beni bani mongulaba de atema do bali dukuno yigi ba mandi no baba ona bine yugun e bine koyo ko le ba doma na la senke o bana de setema de ni kontokai ima somana mon zaina la bigoni dukuni yigi ba do me bine ba na United Nations Women's Police Officer ba ni na over 2025 tema pema sirma karbe ale ka ke gombe na tepe takpagere tagende kage the United Nations UNICEF mene ukwa metoga bi Japan be ha binde sega tabante badu kuna gumase uga le dukunu masega pati ditite ngakoto ngambe imbe ni bahena baka topito kotanka koto awa podo maybe na Achievers Insurance Company bide onto pada ansiunte odete na utaine go yilege ka kwege koko mamba maseba walimbe imba pilkina de masibo maga ni omana na koini bijiboy biga simbe tena pe masiri maya da Agnes tukatsuri ingabina.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, but we've always been here. We've always listened.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
the golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown. This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, dancers,
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
this space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now we own,
The roads are ours.
the bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
The past.
It's midday in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to the podium. Our quote for today is a wise word and it says, I learned to give, not because I have much, but because I know exactly how it feels to have nothing. Coming up in this edition of the podium, ONS to give update on government's intervention to address the Yenga dispute. APC raises concern over government's decision to postpone 2025 decennial population and housing census to 2026, and ACC indicts senior officials of the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Authority on 97 counts of corruption offences. Well, all these and more coming up in this edition of the podium. Be part of the program. Send your messages to 030-073-719. The program is a podium coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. Welcome to the podium. Be reminded that you can be part of the show. Send your messages to 030-073-719 or you join us on our Facebook page as Slbc.sl. Leave a comment there for us, or if you have any question for our guest. Our first issue for this afternoon: the government is working relentlessly to seek international support to resolve the ongoing dispute with Guinea over the town of Yenga in Kenema district. According to the Minister of Information and Civic Education, detailed reports have been submitted to both the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and the African Union. It could be recalled that there was rising tension between local community of Yenga town and the Guinean armed forces following the displacement of Sierra Leonean citizens from Yenga. Well, the conflict over Yenga dates back to early 2000 when Guinean troops entered the area during the country's civil war to assist in combating rebel forces. Well, to give us more on how the government is intervening in the situation, I have Abdul Karim. Well, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Now, tell us more about how far the government has gone in solving the problem over there.
Thank you again. Yenga has been on the cards for the longest period, and to most people, understandably so, it's becoming protracted, it's becoming frustrating, because it will appear that what is happening is for lack of efforts, lack of commitment. But the reality is, we are two separate countries. Whilst we are playing our own parts, it's expected that we should have the same kind of response on our counterparts. So the issue of Yenga itself came in, like you rightly mentioned, during the war, or when that was when it became prominent. It has been on the cards for the longest time, dating back to even our colonial era. But it became prominent after the war. During the war, Guinea approached Sierra Leone as a good neighbor to help us pursue the conflict. And they requested to use Yenga as a base for two reasons. One, it will help to contain the insurgency in country and also prevent any spillover effects on Longowa, which is very close to Sierra Leone on the Nakona River axis. After the war, it became difficult to have the troops withdraw from Yenga, and there have been backs and forth on that front. Until 2005, His Excellencies, the late President Ahmad Dijan Kaba and Lansana Conte met in Conakry after lengthy discussions on the Yenga question, and there was a communique signed to see Yenga to Sierra Leone, and that was officially done. But after which, there has been the back and forth of Guinean troops coming onto Yenga because of its strategic nature. Fast forward, quite recently, after we had received several reports of harassment, intimidation, and what have you on our citizens on that part, we also decided to make a physical presence on Sokoma. Sokoma is very close to Guinea, even maybe closer than Yenga is. That deployment seems to have threatened the chokehold our Guinean counterparts have on Yenga, because remember, they've even now constructed a beacon and a barracks and that kind of thing. And to us, it's kind of a shocking, because there have been engagements to resolve not only Yenga but all other border infractions between Sierra Leone and Guinea, starting from the Melikule River, going to Kamakwi, going to Falaba, going to Yenga itself, and up to Kono. Because the consideration is, you know, to resolve Yenga today, and then you have those other areas. By our assessment, we have over 34, 35 other border infractions similar to the situation in Yenga. And so, when we deployed our troops, they mustered up and added on to their own troops. And that created tension, panic, and that kind of a thing. In 2020, the governments of both countries constituted a joint technical commission for the reaffirmation of the borders between Sierra Leone and Guinea, with Yenga being very prominent on the cards. This committee has started work since its inauguration in 2020. In 2024, the committee met in Conakry, in Guinea. Specifically, they had engagement with the border communities along that region, 3 from Sierra Leone and 3 from Guinea, to engage the community people, because it must be stated that the relationship among the indigenous residents along the border communities is one that is top-notch. They consider themselves as one and the same people. In most cases, they speak almost the same language, their cultural affinities, the marriages have taken place, and what have you. They do a lot of exchanges, cultural, education, and what all of those things. So after that engagement, there was a roadmap drawn to provide answers to all of the questions. That roadmap led us to meet again in Kailaon as recent as March of this year. March, I think, 22nd on to the 30th, to be exact. We met in Kailaon with our counterpart in Guinea and discussed the Yenga issue. discuss all border infraction issues. In the Gwekedu meeting where we signed up a communique that drew the roadmap, we had agreed that both members of the two committees should gather cartographic documents, administrative documents, and anything that speaks to the Yenga question or the border security situation. So we met and we divided ourselves into 3 groups: mixed Sierra Leoneans and Guineans, in a legal team, in a cartographic team, and an administrative team. All of the documents that we collected were analyzed, and then we provide recommendations as to the way forward. Among them is to ensure that if there is going forward the need for proper demarcation of the borders between these two countries, because in those days the treaties that were signed between Guinea and Sierra Leone, French Guinea then and British Sierra Leone then, were using physical structures, either rivers or trees or even villages, to demarcate the boundaries.
So
most of these features are no longer existing.
Okay.
And so the effort now, in line with the AU's mission to resolve all border infractions within the African region, we now agreed that we could now revisit those treaties and see those areas that had been marked as points of demarcation between the two countries. If they are there, they will just reinforce. If they are not there, they will now ensure that we physically have the presence of either of the countries by even hoisting our flags or putting beacons and that kind of a thing, where they no longer exist, where the villages no longer exist, where we do no longer have even rivers that might have dried up. So for us, what happened a couple of weeks ago is kind of shocking, because rightly so, it is expected that in any dialogue situation, especially over a disputed territory, it should be left as a buffer zone. It should not be occupied by one of the parties while negotiations are ongoing. But sadly, this is the situation, especially.
So it means that the Guinean authorities are taking advantage of Sierra Leone?
Well, I would not.
Why?
Remember, they have maintained their presence on Yenga for the longest time.
Because initially you said they were the ones who came to Sierra Leone to say, let us help you with the war and base here.
Yeah.
So if that was a legal request, it was a legitimate request, why should we tussle over something that they requested to just occupy temporarily to help with the war? Why are they fighting over it? They know it does not belong to them. Because as according to what you just said.
That's a puzzle for all of us. In 1895, there was a treaty signed on the border crossing points between Sierra Leone and Guinea. But specifically in 1912, there was a special communique signed on the Makona River axis where Yenga sits. So that tells you that there has been contention over time, dating back in the 1800s. The colonial masters may be forecasting that there could be potential problems in this particular part of the country. Let there be a document in the form of a communique, in the form of a treaty, to actually pinpoint on who owns where and who does not own whatever. That communique, the 1912 treaty, clearly states that the Makona River exclusively belongs to French Guinea. However, both countries, citizens of both countries have the right to do whatever they want to do unhindered. Fishing activities, navigation, such as sea transport and what have you. But the communique for the treaty further went on. These are in the archives. But if any of the countries want to do any major project on the river, say you want to do a bridge, you want to do a hydroelectric dam, you have to sit on the table with your counterpart so that you discuss it extensively. So what that means is that there shouldn't be any contention between the two countries. But after the signing of that document, there were no problems until we had, sadly, the outbreak of the Rebel War, when our brothers in Guinea came to support us. They were helping us in the fight in several other parts of the country, including Yenga, where they actually now came and stationed their troops. Because in reality, the activities of the RAF were also affecting them in neighboring Guinea, in Nongoa, to the extent that some people even lost their lives. Pockets of RAF insurgency hit them. And so they thought that, and rightly so, that by stationing in Yenga, you'll be able to oversee both Sierra Leone, Kisiteng, and also Nongoa, where you'll be able to protect the citizens of either countries, and then whilst you are pursuing the war. But sadly, after the war, we have found difficulty in getting them out of the place. And it has been the pattern. After a while, they will go, and then they will come again. The reasons could be manifold. There are a lot of economic activities going on particularly the Makona River. After Yenga, about 2 or 3 kilometers from Yenga, there is the River Makona. On the River Makona, on a daily basis, you see thousands of drums of local palm pie going over to Conakry, going over to Wekedu, going over to Nongoa. Most of our local produce on that end, because it is shorter to access a bigger town in Guinea from Kisiteng to the Makona River than it is to even come to Kailaon, let alone say to Freetown. And so most of the activities, especially so, now that remember the treaty state that the river belongs exclusively to them. So they own the boats, they own the ferry, they collect revenue there and what have you, for both in and outside of outside movement. And this place has 3 other countries that converge on it, the River Makona: Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. It's called the Parrot Beak. So there are also, they call it market days, the Lumo, the local Lumo. Yeah. There are days that they will meet in Sierra Leone. People will come from all parts of Guinea and Liberia and converge in Kwendo and do their trade. The same thing will obtain for Nongoa, and the same thing will obtain also for Wekedu, which is farther than what we have in Nongoa. And then you'll go to Foya in Liberia. And these activities generate a lot of income, but most of it go to Guinea because it is the crossing there that the payments, for fear that there was going to be a kind of a conflict. But it is important to know that after that situation, government constituted a high-level delegation led by the Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs to go get an engagement on the ground, to find out what actually triggered that kind of a situation, and to also reaffirm government's commitment in resolving that issue through the dialogue being and what all of us could do collectively as locals and that kind of a thing. So there were several recommendations. One, to provide immediate support for the affected, because we think that it is in the interest of our own people. The question of the citizenry of the people residing in Yenga has never been a contentious one, because since time immemorial, it has been the Kailaon District Council administering on people that are living on Yenga and the generality, Sukuma, Puigebendu, and that kind of a thing. So the minister did mention that whilst it is frustrating, while it seems to be a kind of concern for all of us, but dialogue is the best tool that we will continue to pursue. Because even though dialogue might be painful, it might be slow, it is in the best interest of our countries to resort to dialogue rather than going to any violent confrontation. Because at the end of the day, if they are...
Mikhail Kuroma, good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
And now, let's talk about this press conference raising concern about the postponement of the 2025 population census. Have you found out the reason for the postponement?
The reasons that have been advanced so far for the postponement don't seem to be other well with the practices of the APC. Firstly, let it be established that on the 16th of May, Friday, we held a press conference at the New Brookfields Hotel. Members of the People's Congress, the National Secretary General Lansana Dumboya, Esquire, did read a statement coming from the APC in which we made certain demands. Some of those demands are non-negotiable, and we are very serious about them. We are ready to pursue them to the latter to ensure that the SLPP comply. We are trying to prevent a reoccurrence of the 2021 midterm census and the way the data was actually manipulated. To start with, we stated clearly in the press statement that the president was ill-advised to make the proclamation. Before making a proclamation for a decennial population and housing census, it is very proper for the minister responsible, in this case the Minister of Economic Development, and other stakeholders to have advised the president properly, because you have to conduct an assessment study to know if you are actually fully prepared financially and logistically, if you have the capacity to conduct the census before making the pronouncement. Because once you made the pronouncement, or you make the pronouncement, it is proper for you to follow it to the latter. The public may recall that in 2012 there was a proclamation for a decennial census made by President Kenema in 2012, and so the census was to be conducted in 2014. It was postponed to April 2015, but then it was conducted before the end of 2015. And so if you want to make a pronouncement, the pronouncement will have been appropriately made around 2023, because there are a lot of things you have to do before enumeration actually. And so the APC viewed that as improper. And secondly, there has been a fact-finding mission from the United Nations and other institutions. They have conducted that particular study, and they have concluded that in fact there is no project document. There is no document, project document indicating that the government of Sierra Leone want to undertake this census and stating all the requirements that are needed. Secondly, we have also noticed that the finances are not readily available for the census to be conducted, because the entire budget for this particular census, they are estimating about $37 million. Government is committing, has committed about $6.5 million, but they have only provided an abysmal sum of 400,000 United States dollars. And so if the census is to be postponed, we must ensure that everything that is required for it to be, otherwise the APC will not settle for that. And that is more so the reason why we have not only catalogued our demands, we have also engaged the necessary partners. We are going to continue to engage, but these demands are non-negotiable, and so if governments will not comply as they used to do, they don't comply with demands that are made by the APC.
Before we come to these demands, what are they for? Demanding what? For the census to hold in 2026, or for what you are asking for to be available before the census can be held?
Those are requirements. They are standard requirements to be met before the census.
Okay.
If those requirements are not met, then the SLPP is not ready to conduct census.
Okay, so
and then if they are not met,
the
APC will not be in the position. Now, we have made a lot of calls, but I'll focus on the demands for the purpose of this discussion. One, accordingly, the APC issued the following non-negotiable demands. One, an immediate technical audit of the institution's human resource capacity, and must be conducted based on the internal capacity gaps identified by the assessment mission. So we want Sierra Leone to be audited so that we can ascertain their capacity to conduct statistics Sierra Leone, to be audited, so that we can know, because there are gaps that have been identified by the assessment mission. So we want to know if statistics will be in the position to meet the timelines. That is one major demand we've made. Two, we want a clear, unambiguous timeline. That must be published for all major preparatory activities, including one, recruitment of census staff; two, training schedules; three, commencement and completion of cartographic mapping. We have to do all of that. Is that in the midterm census, we have not seen any report indicating that a pilot was conducted. Actually, it should be published for the consumption of all that are interested and for the public, if there was ever a pilot conducted. So we do not want to see a occurrence of that. Again, we have also emphasized that actual enumeration should take place in December 2026. No delays, no excuses. So if they can guarantee that all of those things will be met as established in our press release, and then the APC will think of, you know, supporting this process to the latter for it to succeed. We have no intention of undermining or blocking it, but we have to meet those requirements, non-negotiable. All procurement of sensors, equipment, especially digital data collection devices, must be carried out through international competitive bidding. We have also witnessed a situation for ECSL. They conducted a procurement process before the 2023 election that was actually not proper. You know, procedures were not properly followed. So we do not want to see Statistics Sierra Leone doing that. So that is why we are advancing all of those concerns. Number 4, we said the government must immediately mobilize and secure full funding for the census process, including the timely and fair compensation of outsourced and field staff. You know, in the midterm census, we saw demonstrations. People were demonstrating at ECSL offices across the states because they were not actually compensated or they were not paid. We do not want to see that in this census if it is to be conducted. We have said number 5, political parties, especially those represented in the Census Advisory Committee, must be included in all public engagements and activities, initiatives with traditional authorities and local governance actors. Again, it may interest you that in the press conference, the former Secretary General, who is now Deputy Chairman of the party, Honorable Alhaji Usman Fode Ansane, did state clearly that certain important meetings where decisions were made, the APC was not invited. We are part of the committee, but we were never invited. In fact, when development partners called to inquire why APC is not represented in those meetings, Ambassador Usman Fode Ansane did call Statistics Sierra Leone. You know, the excuses they gave, you know, we are never tenable. And secondly, he even asked, though we are not invited, can I come to the meeting because I'm interested and I needed to be there? They said, no, it is not important for you to come. But at the end of the day, they made the wrote report indicating that political parties did give their consent, they were represented, and that is in fact a fraudulent act. You should not behave that way. So all of those things we have catalogued in the form of a press release, and we do not want to go back where we're coming from. Now, what we noticed in the midterm census, I mean, after World Bank have advised that the resources are not available, poor preparation, no pilots, you know, census was conducted, EU did advise, they still went ahead and conducted the midterm census. Even when we threatened to boycott the process, they went ahead. This time, we are not going to threaten to boycott. We are going to ensure that all corrective measures are put in place, and that, in fact, if it is possible for us to even call our membership out in their numbers to stage a demonstration against the illegal census that they are proposing, if they fail to meet those requirements, we cannot be in a hesitation to do that. We can do that.
So one may say you may be in haste because it's for 2026. Now that the 2025 has been postponed, maybe they are putting everything in place so that they meet the demands of all of what you're asking.
Firstly, I have said the president was ill-advised. The proclamation was done around September 9, 2024. It could have been better done around 2023. Secondly, before making a proclamation, you must have assessed yourself to know that the resources are available, there is capacity for the institution to do so. Remember, after the SLPP took over, they sacked about 250 professionals from Statistics Sierra Leone. That singular action in itself incapacitated Statistics Sierra Leone. That was done based on political, you know, lens. They recruited people who lacks the capacity, but because they are cronies, you know, these are political operatives, you know, they recruited them to operate as Stat Sierra Leone. So those are all problems we have identified and have catalogued in our press release. So we are not beating the gun. To say the postponement is untimely, we are very apt to do so. If the government cannot provide the resources, it is about $37 million, and you've committed about $6.5 million. You have only provided 400,000. That is an abysmal sum. So we've noticed that government may not even meet all of those things they are anticipating to meet by 2026. This is why we have to come to the drawing table sit and discuss and have development partners involved to see if they are ready to help us, provide those resources to ensure that the census is properly handled and conducted, and we follow all legal procedures, allow the opposition to fully participate and to be represented at every level. That is what we want. Otherwise, we shall not settle for less.
Now, the question that comes to mind, maybe, especially to maybe people watching, they'll think that opposition after opposition. Why are they always? Do they always have problems with census?
Well,
what's the importance?
Now, census is very important. Firstly, the development of the country can be determined, based on the available data. If you want to distribute the resources of the country, say by districts, by administrative divisions, you have to look at the data available. For you to say we now have a council or let's say a city, you have to determine that through data. When you want to delimit the country, be it on constituency level or district block system, you have to be informed by data, and the data can only be generated through census. This is more so the reason why when the SLPP came against all odds, against all advice, they went ahead and conducted the midterm census. So what actually did occur during the midterm census is what we are trying to prevent. Now we also note that during the voter registration, a lot of people were deprived, a lot of things happened. In fact, that is what led to the non-participation in governance. Because if you can come tell me Kenema is populated than Freetown, I came from Kenema, I was born and raised in Kenema, my mom is in Kenema, I do go there frequently, I understand the terrain, I know the geography of Kenema, the population size. You come tell me that Kenema is populated than Freetown, that is abysmal. And then you rely on that data to now reduce parliamentary seats from the western area and you add them to the south and the east. That is undone. So this APC regime is not going to tolerate all of those things. We have to come to the drawing board, get it right. Otherwise, there will be no census if those concerns are not addressed.
So who have you forwarded these concerns
to? To all that are concerned, government, development partners, the media, civil society, everybody.
Any response yet from especially the government?
Yeah, today's Monday, the party shall meet and we shall determine that the Secretary General is responsible to receiving all correspondences.
Okay. Alright, continue to stay with us in the program. He is a member of the APC publicity team in Cairo. Well, the program you're watching is the podium coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. We'll go for a short break. When we come back, we shall be talking about ACC Motors. Well, this is the podium coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. Send your messages to 0300733719 or leave your comments on Slbc SL on Facebook. The Anti-Corruption Commission has filed an indictment against John Chabati, Executive Secretary Philip Johnson, Accountant Anwar Michael Siseko, Procurement Officer, and Tijan Kago, Assistant Finance Officer of the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Authority, on 97 counts of corruption offences. The charge relates to the misappropriation of the sum of 926,697 loans, which they allege to have unlawfully withdrawn on various dates from the bank account of the NSRPA. Well, for more on this, I have in the studio Director of Public Education and Outreach, ACC, Abubakar. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, Daphne, and thanks for having me.
Now, before we go to all of the 97 counts,
yes,
for how many individuals?
4.
Or each of them individually have their own counts?
Yes, so
totally 97.
Yes, so when you sum all of them, because some of the charges are joint charges, so when you sum all of them, there are 97. But don't forget that if you could also separate them individually, we talk about, say for example, John Jabati, who is the executive secretary, having 66 counts, Philip Johnson, who is the accountant, having 97 counts, and Anwar Michael Sise having 90 counts, and Tijan Kabo having 7 counts. So that is when you separate them individually.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So now let's come to the details of the matter.
Yes.
So what happened?
Yes. So these counts emanate from monies that are public revenue, which we are in the account of this institution, and as you said in the intro, they sum up to 920, almost 1 billion leons. Yes, so these monies were in the accounts of the institution, and these people on diverse dates withdrew these amounts from this account. So it happened between 2023 and 2024. So the ACC got wind of it, and we mounted an investigation, and that was why we decided to indict these people, because we believe that based on the evidence that we have, the evidence met the minimum threshold for indictment, and that was why the Commissioner Francis Benikaifala decided to charge the matter to court.
So the evidence you have shows proof of misappropriation, right?
Definitely not just proof of misappropriation, but also things like conspiracy and failure to comply with applicable procedure relating to the management of public funds. So all of these are part of the charges that were profiled by the Anti-Corruption Commission. So
how many do you have in custody now?
So what happened since the start of this investigation, they've been coming to the ACC to help with the investigation. So but 2 of them are now at large. That is Anwar Michael Sise and Tijan Kabo. We've already declared them wanted, and up to this time they are yet to be
So they never reported?
Well, they reported at when we started the investigation, but at some point they
were not detained whilst you were investigating?
Well, so what happened normally during our investigation, we normally grant bail, because that is a constitutional requirement, you know, so we granted them bail. But it was during that period of the bail that they went on the run. So we declared them wanted, and this is why we are also coming up to the public for them to help us find them, because what we are intending to do, if they fail to show up in court, definitely we'll try for the court to try them in absentia, because this is now a provision.
Trying them in absentia.
Sorry?
What's the impact?
It has the same impact, because if they are found guilty, then definitely they are going to face the same sentence, even
whenever they are seen.
Of course, whenever they are in town, or whenever we get hold of them. So that is why we are also encouraging members of the public. That is why we, in our wanted notices that we put out, we made sure that we published their photos for members of the public to help us to get them. Of course, everybody now know the amount that is in question, over 926 million oleons, and which is 926,000 millions. Yes. So this is the kind of amount, and for us, this is something that could have be allocated to maybe even paying teachers of this country or health workers. So that is why we want to encourage members of the public. We always tell them, take ownership of the fight against corruption, and this is how they should take ownership, by making sure that they help the institution responsible for the fight against corruption, that is the Anti-Corruption Commission. So if they could see, or any one of them could come across any one of these people, let them call the ACC and let us find a way to apprehend them.
Now, Mr. Director, most of these institutions, especially this nuclear safety, most of them are the ones who would say, we do not have money in our accounts, we do not have money to do this, do that, carry out all of what they are supposed to do as an agency. But now hearing of such amount of money being misappropriated or not going according to, let's get details of it. What happened to the procurement pattern? What's wrong with that?
There we are like fictitious procurement processes that we are undertaking, and that was why you even realize that even the procurement manager is one of the people that we were already indicted. Yes, in fact, he is one of the persons that is on the run, and what my cases say, he's the procurement manager. So what they did was to collude. That's why the offense of conspiracy is part of this. They conspired. On various dates they withdrew. Today they will go to the bank and withdraw maybe 100 million leones. Another time they withdraw 200 million leones. Another time 50 million leones. So it went up to 926 million. And like you said, some of these institutions normally, most of the time, they cry that we do not have funds to take care of some basic things. Exactly, you don't even hear about it. But what helped in this situation was some of the staff went to the commission. In fact, it was a protest that they mounted at the commission's office. So that was how we got wind of this particular matter, and so the ACC went in and made sure that we conducted a thorough and comprehensive investigation, and that was how we uncovered all of these things we are talking about now.
And now, is that an income-generating institution?
Well, it is,
because what I want to know how these monies came about.
There are certain institutions that normally pay certain revenue to this institution. Like for example, institutions like maybe the mining companies or those that deal with issues of radiation and those nuclear activities. They are supposed to be paying certain taxes to the government. So they have an account, a bank account, and these people conspired among themselves, starting from the executive secretary, the accounts manager, the procurement manager, and of course this finance officer. They conspired to steal these monies from that account, and of course, as I said, it summed up to 926 million leones.
Okay. Now, also with all of what the ACC is doing, because we see there is an outreach department which you are head of.
Yes.
But yet still, day after day, time after time, people do commit corruption offenses. It begs the question: do you think you're doing enough to curb corruption?
Yeah, we are doing all that is provided under the Anti-Corruption Act of 2008 as amended in 2019. But as you know, sometimes the more you do, the more people find innovative ways to steal government money. And that is why for us, as they plan, we also do our own planning in order to uncover some of these things. The good thing is that when some of these bad things happen, the Anti-Corruption Commission is there, very proactive to ensure that we get these people arrested and of course charge them to court. I think that is the most important thing, because the area of impunity, if we do not take charge of that, then you may not even hear about some of these cases. People will steal and they go scot-free. So for us at the ACC, that is why we have a very proactive commissioner who is always there to ensure that these people, whenever they commit any act of corruption or they steal government monies or revenue, we ensure that we bring them to book.
You were talking about the ACC not condoning, but it seems as if you are picky in your fight.
Well,
with me. Because how would you investigate a whole institution and then cover up the investigation report saying it's confidential, and now you're bringing others out?
Do you have any particular?
No, I'm just. Have you not ever had investigated an institution and sealed it?
Okay, now when it comes to investigation, listen. When it comes to investigation generally, sometimes it is the case that we investigate and sometimes we charge to courts, like the matter we are talking about now. And there are other times when we will investigate, and maybe the evidence gathered does not reach the required threshold for us to provide an indictment. So in that kind of situation, what we normally do is to maybe look out for maybe administrative measures wherein certain
that's not
individuals.
What I'm talking about, Mr. Director.
Yeah, no, but if you allow me, if you just allow me,
it's because of time. What
yes.
I'm talking about
yes.
is have you never investigated an institution and sealed the report saying it's confidential? It's not all the indictment and all of it.
So we do not
keeping it private.
We do not seal reports.
So what happened to the SLBCs?
So for example, what we normally do is, say when we investigate people, we either, one, in the first place, we send a report. If let's say there is no need for us to perform indictment, what we do is to send the reports to either the institution or maybe the board that oversees the operation of that institution. And sometimes it is the supervisory ministry that we send it, like for the case of the SLBC. That I know that's.
But the minister told us last week that it was confidential. If it says anything that is in the report, it will be sent to jail. Nobody should discuss it. Why? Why is that report secret?
So what I'm saying now.
So that's why people are not afraid, because they know that they'll be protected whenever they commit.
No, it's not a matter of protection. So what happens? We send the reports to the institution, the management. It could be the management, it could be the ministry or the board overseeing the activities of that institution. So it is left with the institution whether or not, or whether the management deems it fit that yes, let's publish this report, or let's take as
and what is the basis advice
for the SLBC?
Which says the report is confidential?
For the SLBC, what we recommended were partly administrative actions that we are recommended. For us, those administrative actions have been taken. So it is not like this is encouraging impunity. As long as actions have been taken, then definitely it is so. For example, sometimes we recommend for certain people to be transferred.
Where are they?
Well, I cannot name names, but you know very well that certain individuals from this institution, well, it is left with the board of SLBC. It is also left with the management.
Office. So does it mean when you have committed a crime here, you are protected and sent elsewhere?
It is not like that.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Based on our recommendations, it is for certain administrative actions to be taken. The administrative actions include transferring some of those people that were named in the report, and I think those actions have already been taken.
No, don't think, because nothing has been done.
Well, then this is again something for us.
Nothing has been done.
When you work here, I don't work here.
Nothing.
But since you've already come up with this is something I'm going to discuss with management of this.
Nothing has been done. Thank you very much, Mr. Director of Public Education and Outreach, Anti-Corruption Commission, Abubakar Tui. Still with me in the studio is Abdul Karim Will from the ONS. And now, you know, according to the Minister of Information, detailed reports have been submitted to both ECOWAS and the African Union. But you mentioned that time after time you've signed communiques, you've signed so many treaties and all of this, but it's still not working. What do you think will work in solving this issue?
It's pursuing the dialogue path. I stated that it could be long, painful, protracted, but there is hope at the end of the day. All of these efforts have the EU, ECOWAS, Mado River Union, and the Makona River Union fully involved in all of this, because we want to have a sustainable outcome, a sustainable decision on this, so that our generations after us will not face similar kinds of situation. The treaties I mentioned are long-drawn treaties, old treaties. Imagine 1895, 1912, 1885, and so on and so forth, until the 2005 communique between the two countries. when we were at Kwendu on the 3rd of May, I mean the frustration on the people of Yenga, the Kisi people of all the Gizi kingdoms, the frustration was palpable. They demonstrated that they showed that we took the press along all people that are concerned. But the National Security Coordinator in the Office of National Security promised the people of Yenga and Kailaon district that all efforts are going to be made to resolve the Yenga question once and for all, and called for patience. That is what we are continuing to appeal to the people.
So
that is why,
what if nothing works and the Guineans are adamant and they do not
we don't want to be that pessimistic.
But we see their persistence.
Yes, so we know. We don't want to be that pessimistic. We are sure that we are going to get there very shortly in June, specifically the 15th. They are about the 20th. Us, Guinea, Ivory Coast, and Liberia will be meeting in Monrovia to discuss this issue.
Because I wonder how the ECOWAS will or AU will intervene when we know that Guinea is run by that kind of government that they are pushing out. We know that ECOWAS they are trying to push out coup leaders.
We know.
So how would they sit with someone who they do not accept?
These efforts have started long before the coup d'etat in Guinea, and the current regime in Guinea is not averse to dialogue. I mean, there have been bilateral engagement between the two heads of states.
But they cannot say they are not aware of what their army is doing.
They are aware. They are aware. So nobody will say that they are not aware.
Exactly.
So we continue to call for patience. Efforts to resolve these issues are very active. Like I stated, the platform that will be provided in Monrovia will be a very fine platform for us to register our revulsion over this recent development, because it's not good for our people on either ends of the country. I mean, the paramount chief for Nongoa, who attended the meeting in Kwendu, was very, very much angered by the fact that they continue to make the place a military kind of a zone, much to the disadvantage of his people in Nongoa. I mean, whilst it disadvantages the people in Sierra Leone, it's the same thing for the people in Guinea. And so I'm not sure those people deserve that kind of a situation. That's the reason all efforts have been made with the involvement of all of the parties, including AU. His Excellency the President brought this to the attention of AU for their intervention to ensure that we resolve this matter amicably. It is the AU that supported the constitution of this Joint Technical Commission for the affirmation of the borders between Sierra Leone, because it is part of their mandate. The AU has resolved to ensure that all border infractions within the whole of Africa are resolved within the shortest possible time. Because if you do not resolve them, then they are time bombs for our recipes for conflict among those countries. Remember, we had the Biafran situation between, the Bakassi situation between Liberia, Nigeria, and Cameroon. That one was a long drawn battle, protracted. But at the end of the day, with dialogue, patience, and that kind of a thing at the international level, the matter was resolved in favor of Cameroon.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, as we round off, Mikhailo, now that you have given some of these demands and the government still goes ahead with the census in December 2026.
There is no way that will be
because
possible.
It seems they are prepared. That's why they are not
They are not prepared. We've raised series of concerns.
Maybe by then they will have everything what it takes to conduct the census.
If the government can be able to guarantee us that they will be able to provide the required resources, assess the capacity of Statistics Sierra Leone, we are necessary employ professionals, meet all the standard requirements and follow legal procedures, we shall support them fully. But if they fail to meet those requirements and address those demands, then we'll be left with no option but to ask our people to come out and demonstrate against an illegal activity.
Or is it because the APC is scared of rumors making the rounds that this census will bring in new constituencies in regions favorable to the ruling SLPP?
No, we are not afraid. The APC is convinced that if elections are to be conducted today, they are fair, transparent and credible, we shall emerge victorious. The people of this country have assessed the SLPP and the APC, and they now see the APC as a better alternative. So that is why we are not saying come, give us undue advantages over other political parties. We are just saying create a level playing field so that all of us can participate. Let the process be transparent and let there be credibility and integrity of the process. That is what we are asking for.
Okay, thank you very much. And finally to you, Director of Public Education of Akatue. Now as we close, when will these people appear in court?
Okay, that is left with the court, and I know soon they'll appear. Yes, we've already served because that is part of the process. After indictment, you have to serve those indicted, and that has already been done. So at any time, we are expecting them to appear in court.
Okay, so the other people that are already here that have not escaped, how sure are you that they will be in court?
Oh yes,
follow the steps of those that have escaped.
Yeah, definitely. We know they are going to.
Them?
Well, we do not monitor them, but we are sure that they are going to appear in court. But again, even if they fail to appear, now the provisions are clear. They can be tried in absentia. So it's the same effect whether they appear or not. If they are found guilty, they are sentenced, then definitely at any time we get hands on them, they are going to serve their sentences.
So briefly, let's talk about the
SLBC.
No. The SLBC.
Okay.
It's okay. The SLBC,
so let's talk about
ones who do not want corruption to end. So we'll leave that.
No, but I think we've already done everything humanly possible.
How far about the slapper issue?
As far as the SLBC case is concerned,
yes, sir.
We've already made our recommendations,
you,
and we already sent them to the supervising ministry. Okay. Now to slapper, yes. What's your question?
No, how far?
Okay, so the last time they went to the ACC, we granted them bail, and that bail is still in existence, and the investigation is at an advanced stage, and definitely at any time from now, you guys are going to hear from us.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Well, that's how we end the podium for this afternoon. Many thanks to my studio guests from ACC, Abubakar Ture, ONS, Abdulkarim Will, and from the APC, Minkailo Koma. Our quote for today is a wise word, and it says, I learned to give not because I have much, but because I know exactly how it feels to have nothing. My producer has been Joseph Stanley. My name is Daphne Zainab Kama. The podium returns tomorrow, same time. Have a blessed day. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to News Brief on the Hour with me, Cynthia Kama. A new Japan supplementary budget project has been introduced in the health sector to improve nutrition, health and wash services in Western Urban and Rural, Kenema, Bo and Pujon districts, which are considered to be the hotspot in terms of food insecurity in the country. Japanese ambassador to Sierra Leone and Ghana, Hoozi Yoshimoto, said the project was designed to mitigate the impact of malnutrition among children under 5 and breastfeeding mothers in the targeted districts. UNICEF country representative Rudolph Shokwine said the project was more than just support, it was also a strategic investment in the future, adding that the project presents an opportunity to expand on the impact on their old project. Permanent Secretary to the Ministry of Health and Usoi described Japan and UNICEF contributions to nutrition in Sierra Leone as immeasurable, adding that the current support aims to build a brighter future for the country. The Ministry of Transport and Innovation has reassured the people of Bagua and Lower Banta Chiefdom, as well as those in Lugbo Chiefdom or districts, that government is committed to constructing the bridges across the Bamba and Sewa River in order to replace boat crossing. This came during a visit in the area where Ambassador Alhaji Fandeture and his delegation, including the Deputy Minister Rex Bonafa, engaged paramount chiefs and their people to further assure them that the bridge's construction will go ahead as promised by the President. The minister told the chiefs and their people that the bidding process to select suitable contractors for the construction was already underway and it will be followed by other processes, including procurement. He encouraged the people to own the project and contribute towards their success. Activa Insurance Company, with support from United Nations Capital Development Fund UNCDF with funding from European Union, has launched Sierra Leone's first ever weather index insurance product. This innovative offering provides financial protection against 2 critical climate risks: drought and excessive rainfall or flooding, helping smallholder farmers to safeguard their livelihoods against the unprecedented weather patterns. Chief Executive Officer of Activa Insurance, Festus Ua, emphasized the transformative potential of the initiative, noting that the launch of the Weather Index Insurance product marked a milestone in Sierra Leone's journey towards climate resilience. He said for the first time, farmers will have access to an affordable, reliable energy net against excess rainfall, drought, adding that the produce will build for the ground up with farmers' voices at the heart of its design. United Nations Capital Development Fund UNCDF country lead Fuaz Shekuron described the launching of the first ever weather index insurance product for farmers with a novelty in the agriculture sector, stating that agriculture sector was the foundation of the country's economy. Minister of Agriculture and Food Security Dr. Henry Musapaka said the introduction of the product for farmers in Sierra Leone resonates with government feed saloon agenda and will strengthen food system resilience. Presidential and Secretary General candidate of the upcoming Sierra Leone Association of Journalists large elections have committed to transforming SLAJ to a better and valuable association. The journalists made the commitment during SLAJ presidential debate organized by Sierra Leone Reporters Union. The Secretary General hopeful, Christian Alpha Conte, a man who was said to have practiced journalism for over 12 years and had represented SLAJ in various capacities in spite of not being an executive member, told the podium that he had got the experience to head the secretariat of SLAJ. On the other side of the coin, Edward Mara, another Secretary General candidate who was said to have been a journalist for over 25 years, believed he had gained a pool of experience to lead the secretariat. The presidential candidate, Mustafa Sise, focused on the need for institutional reforms to transform SLAJ, adding that if elected, he will fill the gaps of the association. Alhaji Manikakama was keen on building from the foundation already laid by previous executive, adding that there were progressive pathways to lead from. And Chief Superintendent of Police Zainab Black has been named United Nations Women Police Officer of the Year 2025. Officer Blah is currently serving with the United Nations Interim Security Force and is the Chief Training Officer and officer in charge of the Capacity Building and Development Unit within UN Police. She joined the mission in April 2023, initially deployed to the Taliban team site as a gender officer. Upon arrival, Black quickly recognized the lack of formal education as a critical community challenge. She spearheaded the establishment of a school program for village children, collaborating closely with community members, particularly women, to provide essential learning materials and design innovative teaching tools, including visual aids. The 14th United Nations Women in Police Officer of the Year Award will be formally presented to Zainab on the 29th May 2025 during the International Day of United Nations Peacekeepers at the UN headquarters in New York. Well, that's it for News on the Air. News Brief with me, Cynthia Kaman.
I'm often in a calm state, but of course with a tiger-like spirit.
Un regard de tigre. Le triple saut?
For me, the triple jump is a means to an end. My mission is to bring as much hope as possible. My ambition is to pave the way for Burkina Faso to win the Olympic and world medals. It's just a question of breaking down the limiting beliefs of the younger generation, especially in Africa. When you have a mission that drives you, it's more noble than just jumping into a sandpit. It's more interesting. Don't worry, the Olympic gold will go to Burkina Faso. I'm Abdelkabir Wadar, a Moroccan horseman. Equestrian sport is my passion. I like to win. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. I was born in a small village called Aitouir, just outside Marrakesh. I stayed there until I was 8, and it was from that village that Princess Lala Fatima Zora, sister of His Majesty Hassan II, took me back to her home in Rabat to study and learn equestrian riding at the same time. That's how I started riding with her son. The princess came to visit a relative who was governor of the village at the time, and they saw us playing soccer with the kids next to the alley, and we were having fun. And then she passes by and she looks, she said, "Who's that boy's father? I'd love to talk to his dad." The governor came to talk to my family. He said, "The princess would like your son to be raised with her son." For my mother, it was impossible. She didn't want to and cried every day. God forgive me, it's the truth. And my father finally said, "Why not?" They're royalty. He won't be unhappy. That's how I ended up with Princess Lala Fatima Zora. It was very difficult for me, but at the same time, I really wanted to go. Even as a kid, I was very smart. I thought, why not? They're great people, and I'm going to be raised with their children. So it honestly happened like that. They looked after me as if I was one of their children. Every month, they sent me with a driver to go and see my family because for the first 4 or 5 months, my mum was miserable. She cried all the time, worried about me, wondering if I was okay, if I was sleeping. It's normal. It's a mother's instinct. And eventually, she finally calmed down. And when I came back, she said to me, I almost ruined your future a little bit because I didn't want you to leave. She said to me, in the end, it's because you left that this happened. I don't think it would have been the same if you'd stayed. That's true. It was Princess Lalamina, Lala Fatima Zora's sister, who was the one who put my feet in the stirrups. She was the one who put me on the horse, holding the lead and all that. She'd tell me to hold it like that with your hands, and she'd showed me. In my head, I was thinking, she's going to make me fall. This is impossible. And then every time she came to get me, I'd jump over the fence and run the other way, hiding, so I wouldn't have to go up with her. But after a week, I couldn't wait for her to come and get me for a ride because I really fell in love with horses, and I really wanted to learn.
C'est la première fois que je le monte, lui. Et comme c'est un jeune, il s'amuse.
It's the first time I'm riding him, and because he's young, he's having fun, he's happy, so I let him have a good time. Better for him to have fun than to be scared. From the first day I started riding, and that's all I could think about. Horses, 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 and the princess understood. After a while, she said to me, I think you were made for horses. So you're going to ride, but you're going to suffer before you become a great rider. That means you'll have to train. And that's what I did. So every 3 months, I'd come to Chantilly in France to learn. And then, when you work at the stables, things don't come easy. You have 6 horses, you have to clean the stables, you have to ride them, you have to look after them. There's no fuss. You're not there just to ride. You have to take care of the horses from A to Z. I suffered a lot because it was so cold when we got to Chantilly. We had to get up in the morning, and I couldn't feel my hands or feet. I'm from Morocco, so I wasn't used to the weather. Several times I said to myself, should I go on or should I stop? But I had something inside me. I said to myself that I didn't want to disappoint the people who had helped me. His Majesty asked me why Morocco wasn't among the top equestrians. I told him that to be at the highest level, you need horses. He replied, what if I buy you a good horse? Well, I said, yes, I am going to be at the highest level, with a smile on my face. The day Kébia asked to come and stay with me, His Majesty asked me to find him a horse, and I found quickly. I said to Kébia, that's your horse. Knowing the rider, he's feisty, he needs a horse that's lively. And we managed to acquire quickly, who went on to become the best horse in the world. He was a very difficult horse. I couldn't get a perfect score with him. There were always little miscommunications with him. Maybe I pulled too hard on his mouth and he didn't like it, or maybe I moved the whip too much, because he's a horse with a lot of character and personality. The first time I rode him, it was in a competition in Lyon. On a bend, I tried to use a riding whip on him. He got angry and put me in a corner as if to say, this is the last time you'll touch me. Until the day I asked him to forgive me, and from then on, it turned into something magical. It was like a dream. It was magnificent. Saying sorry means no longer doing the things he doesn't like. Cuddling him, giving him carrots, staying with him for hours and hours in the stall, talking to him. He loves all that. At home, I can work him. He's like a pony. He doesn't move. He's really gentle. But the day there's a competition, as soon as he enters the ring and he hears the bell ring, I promise you, he changes. He gets all pumped up. He says, "We're going to go for it. We're going to attack." He's a warrior. Kibia and I had some exceptional experiences. We toured the Emirates, and at the first competition, he won 2 out of 2. The following weekend, we changed venues, and he won 2 out of 2. We arrived in Doha, and he won again. They asked if the horse was for sale, and I replied, of course, that His Majesty did not sell his horses. He's not a horse dealer. I came to Marcel's more than 8 years ago, and it's been fantastic because it's true that he's a riding legend. And if I've reached the level I've reached today, it's thanks to him too, because he taught me a lot of good things, a lot of techniques that I didn't have, and he's always treated me like one of his children. The father and his son, his 4th son. My role was to manage him, but more to calm him down than to push him, because he was a bit lively. He always wanted to win. It's great to want to win, but you have to be in control, because if you aren't, you're going to make a mistake. That's what you can't do. He understood. Marcel and I were invited to Stuttgart. Stuttgart is the land of horses in Germany. There was a German who won, who rode brilliantly and whose riding course was designed beyond belief. The Germans were standing in the stands applauding. I came in, I did 2 seconds better than the first, but they didn't have the Moroccan flag. They didn't expect a Moroccan to win in Stuttgart, so they didn't have the flag. And I said, no, I'm not coming in without my flag. I was stuck at the prize-giving ceremony until they brought back a flag. So His Majesty sent me 2 suitcases of flags every time I went to a country where there was no flag. And I told them, you didn't have the flag, so here it is.
I'll never find your soul. I'll never find your glory, though. I'll never find your soul.
I have a lot of respect for my horses because I think they do 10 times more than we ask of them. When I'm on my horse, I feel as if his heart is beating just like mine. We're not just two, we're the same. They're rather impressive animals because they have incredible strength. They can sense when you really love them, and your horse needs to trust you. He has to say to himself, I'm going to make it to the other side, even if there are hidden obstacles behind the fence. And the horse trusts you so much, he jumps anyway. He doesn't know what's happening on the other side. And that's the beauty of horses.
Et c'est ça la vraie classe des chevaux.
Sometimes when you're up here, after a while you find yourself back down here. But that's when you have to have the courage to say, even if I'm at the bottom, I'm going to get back to the top because I have to work more. And you work even harder to get there. Years went by, and unfortunately Quickly had some minor health problems. We had to find another horse. When Quickly retired, I said to myself, if I can't ride Istanbul, there must be a problem somewhere. I liked the horse, but it was very complicated. I didn't think we could do it. He was very difficult, afraid of other horses. As soon as he saw them, he'd run off. He hurt me 2 or 3 times because he was afraid of other horses. I tried to reassure him, but when he gets out on the track, he's not afraid of anything. His jumping ability is unbelievable. It's where you see the good ones. You see the cracks, they're like that. They're a little messed up in the head. Initially, I had a hard time with him, but now he's doing his best to repay me with all the joy in the world. He's got a habit. He likes it when I scratch his back. He loves it. Little cuddle of the day, huh? Yeah, little cuddles like that.
Des câlins, hein? T'adores ça, hein? can you miss it?
He doesn't want to let me leave.
Sierra Leone, like many other African countries, has had several security threats that have claimed the lives and property of scores of people. Notable among them is the 11 years of civil war which broke out in 1991. Until the time of the production of this documentary in late 2024, the scars and effects of the war still pose serious threats to the country's peace and security. In the eastern district of Kailaun, particularly Koindo and Yenga, a border setting with Guinea. Here, which is one of the last villages on the eastern region side of Sierra Leone, the people said they have lived and continue to do so in a morally degraded condition, as if they are refugees in their own country. When Sierra Leone's incursion by the Revolutionary United Front RUF intensified, the Guinean army moved into the Kisiteng chiefdom to support the government in Freetown battle the rebels. The Guinean troops have since then occupied Yenga village, despite an understanding between the presidents, Akma Tijan Kaba and Lansana Conte at the time, acknowledging that Yenga is a Sierra Leonean soil. For about 2 decades, even after the end of the war, the ownership of Yenga remains a highly disputed one, with strong fears of Sierra Leone losing its own territory. In this documentary, I journey to Yenga village and spill out the effects of the long-standing dispute on its residents and the potential threat to the peace and security of Sierra Leone. Upon my arrival, I was welcomed with information of potential risks getting to Yenga, precisely the base of the Guineans near the boundary River Makona. Therefore, the Deputy Superintendent of Police in charge of operations at the Koindu Division, Abubakar Kamara, provided me with security to the village. Pengu Bengu, less than a mile to Yenga, is Sierra Leone's last immigration and police checkpoint, a basic spot with fewer less equipped personnel. Nonetheless, though, I was subjected to their routine inquiries before crossing. I proceeded from this point. I surprisingly saw leftover landmines on the roadside, which were said to have been planted during the war and encountered and dug out from different locations every year during farming activities. They have been disexposed to villagers and other passers-by, including children, for a couple of weeks before we arrived. From Pendembu to Yenga is about 52 miles. It was stated that there was a pillar here stating that exactly, but was removed by the Guineans after the war was coming to an end between 2001 to 2002. They constructed a new beacon marking a boundary between the two Mano River Union countries. Now, as you can see, the materials used to construct this new beacon is still fresh, as at the time when we arrived here in late 2024.
Me, I born. I will tell you, say, you are not to the boundary.
I was born and raised here, and I will tell you that this is not the boundary I met. It was during the war when the Guineans came and fought for us. And after the war, when they refused to go back to their country, they said this is the boundary. They removed the original beacon here as mile 52, and they placed their own beacon. In 2023, they built this new beacon and cleared the old one with machine. This place was a weapon base, but they built this beacon. They said this is the boundary.
Town Chief of Yenga Village, Tamba Numa, who has survived the dilemma of living in this infamous township, said they continue to live dangerously in their home.
Our suffering started after the end of the war. We are living like refugees in our own country and are being ruled by the Guineans. We don't have freedom like we used to. Just suffering, suffering, and suffering.
The 66-year-old, however, is skeptical they truly are governed by the government in Freetown because, according to him, they are subjected to both the control of the Guinean army and authority in Sierra Leone's Koindu.
We say we doubt, because why? The condition will be under every day.
Where are we? We are in doubt because the condition we are under is scary. Every day we see Guinean soldiers moving with weapons. We don't have freedom in the village like before. I don't know how the government is handling this, but we are confused. Are we in Sierra Leone or in Guinea?
Now under Guinea freckle day. I don't know how the government take that. For we now where would they live now? As long would they live by or na Guinea would they live? We don't know.
According to Chief Numa, until only about June 2024, villagers were restricted to benefit from the resources of Yenga, including access to parcels of land for farming. Even the only school in the village, a makeshift structure which had salvaged the kids from either trekking about 6 miles to and from Koindu every day or drop out, was demolished by personnel of the Guinean army.
Now when the school been there, was this bush waiting up, so we school been there.
The school was standing right here where these bushes. The Guineans came and demolished the school, and now our children are constrained to access education. Going to school all the way to Koindu town, almost 3 miles from Yenga.
Let the government look to that. The benefit to them will not enjoy them at all, because we will not get peace. Do you let the government, do you with the Fed talk with the Beckham, let put we under Guinea flag. We will not use OTAM.
Mohamed Kamara was the school's deputy head teacher. I met him in the Kisiteng Chiefdom headquarter town, Koindu, where he told me that until their displacement by the Guineans, they were operating well amidst challenges and even received support from the government of Sierra Leone.
We started KLGC Primary School Yenga in 2009. At that time, we were based at Wema Primary School. We dwelled there for 2 years. After some times, in 2012, we went to Yenga. So in 2013, I filled my ED form and I went there also as a teacher, as the deputy head teacher of that school. We are attending there, things we are going there normal, but we are living under a boot. Every year when rain comes, children scattered. There the schools ends for the day. So that was also a problem. So even the Guineans, when they come around during that time, we get feared. Get feared during that time when they are working with their guns. So that's also a that also was a threat to us. They told us to get out from there. They said that's not our place. That was the main reason. So our inspector of school told us to close it temporarily, and he appointed us to another school here, KLDC Primary School, Koindu. Most of the pupils went to the nearby schools, AG Primary School and Wema. And some of them did not go to school again. We were 4 in numbers. So my head teacher, I was a deputy, and we are having voluntary teachers, 2 of them. We were having about 250 pupils. Some were from Yenga, some were from Bondu, Kolosu, and Pengo Bengu. Those were the villages that we are giving us children for the school. We are getting subsidies, book supply, all necessary things for the school. We are getting them.
Other basic amenities such as electricity is still a dream hoping to be a reality someday in Yenga.
Then last year, the Salon government did not fund that development for we. It count about 12. Then street lights there.
These solar lights were given to us by the Sierra Leonean government. About 12 in the chiefdom and 6 of them for Yenga village. But all of them were destroyed by the Guineans, save for this one left, and it cannot serve the whole village. Right now, we are in darkness. We want government to support us.
Where they can now, where they drop them, what I say under, they come say, well, this one with the pin and as the example. For let them know, say, anytime let them with the members say, yana salon. Now make them pin this one green light in ya. But ya na 6 billion at on ya, where they plan for making ya. Then all Guineans then put that development for we.
From this point, I was told that the Guineans have now built a new military training camp just a few meters away from residential huts in the Yenga village.
From this point to the Guinean military training camp is about 300 yards, precisely on the left-hand side of where that truck is. Now, we have been told by the security that the Guineans might not allow us to take any picture or film their activities beyond this point down the hill to the river where a manual ferry is being operated by the Guineans.
As I walked through the road, I noticed the Guinean military training camp was as quiet as a graveyard. The building looks newly constructed, painted, and with dominant yellow, green roofing and their flag hoisted at the said base. I was told they have just completed training for newly recruited soldiers, the reason the camp appeared quiet at that time. From this point, all I could hear are the voices of Guineans down the boundary river Makona. There were several trucks loaded with drums of palm oil ready to be ferried from Sierra Leone across to Guinea. There's also the frequent crossing of people to and from Guinea daily.
So I finally succeeded to get to this point where the manual ferry is being operated, as you can see, and it's operated by the Guineans purely. And this is a major business port for the Sierra Leoneans and the Guineans, because we've seen several trucks that come with palm oil to be transported to the next village after the border on the side of the Guineans, which is Nongoa village.
I also took notice that both the Sierra Leonean and Guinean currencies are accepted as legal tender for payment, whether for crossing or other business transactions. Prior to now, it seemed unclear of what attracted the Guineans to Yenga, considering that the village has no history of minerals. Civil society activist Charles Mambo says it's maybe because Yenga is a lucrative business port.
Military leaders are normally afraid of being overthrown. And what we are gathering initially at that time was, even in the days of Lansana Conte and President Gaba, the argument was the government could have given the orders for them to move from Yenga. But some of the commanders, who are actually benefiting, it could not be trade, it could not be mining, but Yenga is a cross-border area and it has a lucrative trade link between Sierra Leone and Liberia and Guinea. Very lucrative. If you go down, even at this point now, you can see more than 20, 30 trucks load of palm oil and other goods from Sierra Leone to Guinea and from Guinea to Sierra Leone as well. It's vice versa. So it's very lucrative. So those commanders normally tell their leaders in Conakry that if they move from that point, the possibility of rebels from Liberia to come use those ends to go and overthrow them will be very high. So some of the military leaders were actually afraid, because that was the fear. The military commanders from Guinea stationed in Yenga were actually instilling into their bosses in Conakry. However, they also came to realize that that was actually not the truth. So up to this time, as I'm talking, I see no reason why Guineans could actually now go. And in fact, the situation have now got worsened, since 2019, when they started building concrete houses in those places. And we have reported it several times to President Bill.
Mr. Mambu, who ran a Free Yenga campaign for years, told me this is a clear violation of Sierra Leone's territory. He has suggested a change of method for the government to handle the Yenga stalemate.
Some of the method the people are using, the government is using, to handle that matter is getting actually outdated, because they are actually not working in favor of Sierra Leone. They are almost getting worse. I think they have to go back to the drawing board, bring in other players, from ECOWAS, from AU, from the UN, people who can actually exert their authority to tell the Guinean, counterpart that indeed they have to move from that point. Or this matter can even be taken to the International Court of Justice. I wouldn't actually have wanted to recommend just a move, looking at the brotherhood, sisterhood tie between Sierra Leone and Guinea. Very friendly, depending on one another, which depend on Guinea, and Guinea depend also on Sierra Leone.
Kailaun is a highly sensitive district in Sierra Leone, linking both neighboring Mano River countries, Guinea and Liberia. Except for the main highway from the eastern regional headquarters town of Kenema, all of the roads in this high-yield agricultural district are terribly bad. Two of the major catastrophes that have wreaked havoc on Sierra Leone, the country's 11-year civil war and the 18-month Ebola scourge, started and passed through it.
This is Sokoma, a neighborhood village to Yenga, which the Yenga security threat has not singled out. It was also here that Sierra Leone recorded its first Ebola case in March 2014 from a herbalist who returned from treating an affected victim in Guinea. Now this is the house of the female herbalist, still standing in 2024, but in a dilapidated condition.
Pamanchifia Ocholendi Kisi Kamani Numarima Falo Samueta Majaba Dele Apamanchifino Ocho.
In all of these security threats, the role of community radio stations cannot be overemphasized.
As a community radio station, I and my team, we do attend all the meetings, doing stakeholders and other important pensioners from Freetown. We make sure that people all across this part of the region get the information. Koinu is a strategic point where we share border with two countries, Guinea and Liberia. Here is a place where people, we even have a problem of this Yenga issue, which government is talking about diplomacy. The people here may like to get information of exactly what's happening. So we are sending this message to them for them to come to the aid of this radio, to help this radio, and how best people at this part of the country, we have access to communication and information.
Yenga, a disturbing reality. For over 2 decades.
Yenga is a disturbing reality. For over 2 decades, we have been seeing disturbance where the Guinean Armed Forces is dwelling in Sierra Leone's territory. But His Excellency the President, together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the security forces of Sierra Leone, has intensively engaged with their Guinean counterpart, and diplomatic discussion is ongoing. The President of Sierra Leone has committed himself to ending that occupancy and ensure the Guineans leave the Yenga territory. Diplomatic processes can be slow, but they are the surest ways of ending conflict, no matter how long it takes. So we believe that the Yenga issue will be resolved, because nobody can argue the fact that Yenga is a Sierra Leonean territory. That is why, under the instruction of the President, I went to Yenga and saw the Guinean encampment and told them to their face on record that the territory belongs to Sierra Leone, and therefore we will engage the Guinean authority to ensure that territory is returned or demobilized, and the Guineans will leave our territory.
While the people of Yenga still live on a thin ice, they derive joy from their traditional songs and source livelihood from their mere subsistence farming activities.
Sierra Leone, like many African nations, struggles with one of the highest rates of child marriage and teenage pregnancy. According to UNICEF, a staggering 30% of women aged 14 to 18 are forced into early marriages, leaving young girls vulnerable and deprived of their future. In June 2024, Sierra Leone passed the Prohibition of the Child Marriage Act. It set the legal age of marriage at 18 with no exception, bringing hope to girls across the country.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The Act has 7 key parts. It punishes offenders, including parents and those who officiate child marriages, with up to 15 years in prison or fines of not less than 50,000 or both. Honorable Mariama Zombo, who is the Deputy Chairperson for the Environment and Climate Change Committee in the 6th Parliament, played a very instrumental role in laying a private member bill that now bans child marriage in Sierra Leone after decades.
I worked together with the First Lady, parliamentarians, the Legislative Committee, and generally stakeholders on this bill. I was determined that it will pass. Prohibition does not only mean stopping the marriage, but stopping the conduction of that marriage, stopping attendance of that marriage, stopping the promotion, the aiding and abetting of that marriage, stopping consent. The issue of cohabitation, which is as described in the Act, is having sexual relations and living with a child. It's also a no-go area. One should not cohabit with a child. One should not promote cohabitation. One should not aid and abet cohabitation in that law. And one should not encourage cohabitation in any way. A child is a child. Children have to go to school. Children have to be taken care of. Children have to be well taken care of in ways that will protect their future.
To end child marriage and teenage pregnancy, the government and partners must work together to enforce the law that protects victims. Dr. Modupe Taiwo is the Operations and Programs Director. Her institution has been working with authorities to ensure the bill was passed into law.
This is a new law we recognize, and we know that the structure and the mechanism for implementing this law will require many hands on board. No one organization can deliver on it. So therefore, for great learning, sharing amongst all these organizations is very critical. To be able to reach a wider audience at different levels is very important. So coordination is important. Coordination will help to build that structure of synergy where the different organizations, the different players can bring in their resources, including expertise, including financial, and the networks that we all have. And so when we come together and work, we can learn from each other, we can build synergy, we can pull resources together, and we can reach a wider audience. And then, of course, people will learn from that process. So really, coordination is very critical, and that's really encouraged.
With the high rate of child marriage, the Act was crucial to protect girls. It will improve their education, health, and reduce poverty. Dr. Fatima Madabio championed the passing of the Act.
I have rape issue in my country, I have early marriage issue in my country, I have infant and child mortality problem in my country, and these are my priority. So other first ladies also, say the same thing. And then that's when we now decided at that meeting that we were going to change the name from African First Ladies for AIDS to African First Ladies for Development, that they were equal campaign. I have launched the Hands of Our Girls campaign. So what the We Are Equal campaign is now going to do for the Hands of Our Girls campaign is to validate the Hands of Our Girls campaign. Because the Hands of Our Girls have been here for the last 6 years. We have campaigned on all the issues that we're equal are campaigning against. And we are not campaigning alone, we are implementing. We have in the last 6 years managed to change so many laws and policies on children's rights. We have managed to get the GIWI bill, where now 30% of women are in parliament. We have a little over 30% in cabinet. We have women leading institutions. We have women MDAs. We have women heading different parastatals in the country. You know, and today we have more girls in school. We can boastfully say we retain more girls. Up to 89% of girls are in school.
The Child Rights Act of 2007 first banned child marriage, but the Customary Marriage and Divorce Act of 2009 allowed it with parental consent, especially in rural areas. Honorable Abdul Mari Conte, the chairman, Legislative Committee in the 6th Parliament, was in charge to ensure the bill meets required standards.
The committee had the responsibility to scrutinize the bill line by line and make meaningful contribution, meaningful additions where necessary. Because remember, it was a private member's bill. It's not a government bill, a private member's bill, and the process started with, of course, the honorable member from Pujong district that championed the bill. And of course, the bill went through the relevant processes, went through the first reading and introduction, second reading, then of course committed to the legislative committee. So that's what we did, and at the end of the day we were able to come up with a law that criminalizes child marriage.
Advocacy is key in tackling issues like child marriage. Bio Jane Jallo is the chairperson, Child Rights Coalition.
The coalition, as well as individual organizations who recognize child marriage as one of the practices that limit girls to realize their full potential, because it prevents them from continuing school, it prevents them mostly to explore economic opportunities, it prevents them from participating fully in the development of their community, and it limits their voice even in their homes. And so at this level, now that the bill has now that we have the law in place, we are excited, and many of our members, including the coalition as well, are doing many other activities, conducting a number of sensitization activities to ensure that as many citizens as possible understand the key elements of the bill and work towards ensuring that the bill, everybody adheres, complies to the provision of the Act.
Sierra Leone has signed several international treaties, but enforcing them has been a challenge. Dr. Aissata Mahoy is the Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs.
November 18th, which has been set aside for the day for victims, to mourn for victims of sexual gender-based violence. In fact, that one was spearheaded by our First Lady and His Excellency the President. So Sierra Leone is a country that is very much committed when it comes to protecting the rights of people. So this is why for any law or any policy that is put in place, it resonates with other international treaties. In fact, this is why we have, since 2007, you will testify that we've got many progressive laws that are pushing the country's agenda forward when it comes to domesticating the international treaties. We have seen that we had the 3 Gender Acts in 2007, Registration of Customary Marriage Act, and then we reviewed the 2012 Sexual Offences Act in 2019. All of these laws are progressive laws, and because we have the enabling environment where the president himself is also a champion for protecting the rights of people, especially those of children and the girl child, this is why we are working together with other international bodies to ensure we put our legislative things in order. So in fact, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Bill, which was passed into law this year, is a testament.
A 2019 survey showed 83% of women aged 15 to 49 in Sierra Leone has undergone female genital mutilation, FGM. Experts say FGM leads to early marriage and teenage pregnancy. Reverend Dr. Lucian Ganda is not only a media practitioner, but also works with child rights protection organization, Safe Hands for Girls, to give voice to victims of FGM and help educate the public on the dangers of practicing FGM before the age of consent.
What happens is that the child is open now to men, specifically in those village areas, the tropical areas. You see traditionally people will come because as long as that girl is up to 15, 16, it has protrude breasts, they will come for that girl. And at the end of the day, what comes out is early marriage. What comes out is teenage pregnancy. For the marriage is even better because at least there will be somebody that will be taking care to some extent anyway. But early marriage is not to be tolerated because I can't see a child of 15, 16, being in a matrimonial home. She is not ready. Her body is not ready to take up the pressure of marriage. So for me, all of these acts or whatever it is could have considered the aspect of FGM, which is a very terrible aspect that is leading most of our girls and even women to all of these exposures, health-wise and socially. It's another problem. These girls, finally, they will not continue with the schooling. What they will do is that they'll get married and then they will continue to give back to children. If not, you will see teenage pregnancy. At the end of the day, that child drops out of school. That's the end of the show.
The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, calls for ending child marriage by 2030. Sierra Leone is committed to this vision, but achieving it requires everyone to play their part. Nadia Rashid, who is the UNFPA country representative, underscored the importance of the act to end child marriages.
This is a joint program of UNFPA and UNICEF and the government of Sierra Leone. So we're really pleased to be able to launch this new phase of the program, which is really about accelerating action on ending child marriage as we lead up to the 2030 deadline for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, which outline very clearly the target of eliminating child marriage by 2030. So as we look ahead, for us what is really critical is strengthening our efforts, strengthening action, strengthening partnerships, strengthening financing, with a focus on reaching the most vulnerable girls, with a focus on ensuring that our support is expanded to address the underlying challenges, whether these are gender challenges or social challenges that perpetuate child marriage and put girls at harm.
In actualizing these goals set by the United Nations to end early marriage and teenage pregnancy by 2030, no one should be left behind.
Another key thing which we are suggesting is that there should be family support. Families, including parents, must be supported by NGOs, ministries, in starting up businesses, because these are some of the strategies which we can implement in ending child marriage.
Those who are going to get married, valuable ID cards given by the government of Sierra Leone. Do you have a passport to indicate your age? Do you have a national ID card? These are some of the regulations the ministry will have to come up with.
The law which criminalizes child marriage in Sierra Leone needs effective monitoring by all. Mohamed Mala is the program's director, Child Welfare Society Sierra Leone, a local child rights protection organization which has been pushing for short
prohibition of child marriage. But is that all? To me, no. I think the government owns a duty to do more, because the law is one, but the implementation aspect of that law is what is important to us as Child Welfare Society. You rightly stated, we still have data coming up, but as a civil society organization working in seeing that community is safer for girls, especially, we own a duty to monitor the full implementation of this law, and that is what we are doing. So what we realize that is that the law make a lot of provisions in seeing that community is safer, especially one that prohibits child marriage. But we want to see the structures, we want to see the mechanism, the variables. For instance, Section 22 clearly outlined that the ministry own the duty to put a lot of things in place. One is to make sure that we have a lot of social workers at community level, monitor activity at community level. We want to see reports of this coming out. We want to see the social workers. We want to see people at community level having access to information on these laws. Because once you have the important aspect in terms of information to every law, you are bound to work within the framework for this law. So public education is very important, and we want to see the government to come out to us, to the people of Sierra Leone, on a yearly basis, if possible, in fact, on a quarterly basis, on the impact the law is creating, because the law is here to create a positive impact in seeing that child marriage is not only reduced, but it's absolutely prohibited. But if you don't actually look at the various clauses, sections of this law, and we put them into context, and we hold our policy makers, those that are in charge with the responsibility of making sure that these issues or activity or action or section of these laws are being put into context.
This is a noteworthy legislative milestone for the protection and empowerment of children in Sierra Leone. The Act addresses crucial issue that has long-term implications for the health, education, and overall well-being of the children, especially girls. With all these efforts, the fight against child marriage in Sierra Leone has just begun.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don't dare from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
salon for well now we are. I say salon man and woman as a me. Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are. Waiting do we sweet salon for well. Waiting do we sweet salon for well.
Once again, thank you for joining us to talk about this topic, Doctor. First off, can we have a background about you? We know that you are an endometriosis specialist, surgeon specialist, but what more can we know about Dr. Njadi?
So thank you so much, and I really appreciate this opportunity to discuss about a subject that has become very dear to my heart. But just to get us started, Dr. Joseph Njagi, I'm a Kenyan nationality, and I'm a gynecologist who has keen interest in minimal invasive surgery. I have been training MIS and performing surgeries, I would say, in the last 7 years or thereabouts. I have deep interest in endometriosis, partly being that there hasn't been appropriate or adequate access for this care, more so in Africa, as much as a challenge globally. And I would say we have really changed the paradigm of endometriosis, especially among African women. And significantly, we are improving access to this care, partly by training others and more importantly, by offering skills for endometriosis.
Okay. So as a gynecologist, I might be wrong in this, but we know that specifically there's a doctor for women, but we haven't heard like there's specifically a doctor for men as when we say gynecologist, or am I wrong to say that?
No, yeah, I think you're allowed to say that. Well, basically, what you would really look at in that perspective is you can look at it as a female doctor, but per se, it might not be entirely correct. We like to look at our specialty based on system. There are different system in the body. There's the digestive system, the urinary system, and there's a reproductive system. So if I would really like to categorize myself more than just more of a female doctor as a gynecologist, is a doctor who specializes in female reproductive system. The reason is because other system will be managed by other specialists, and we really can't say they are male. They are doctors for male patients. Again, we'd look at it in terms of the system. The reproductive system for men is, I would say, less complex as it is for women. And for that reason, it just kind of categorized with urinary system, which will be handled by a urologist.
Okay, because that would be my second question. I wanted to ask whether the female, generally compared to men, is our system more complex than the male system? And you just said that our own is more complex.
I think I would really say it's more complex, yeah.
Okay, so you are specifically an endometriosis specialist, meaning in my little knowledge that I have about endometriosis, it's basically cells replicating itself like the walls of the uterine. Can you give us more in-depth explanation about what this endometriosis is? Because I believe as we are in Sierra Leone, many of us are not inclined about what these female-related illnesses are. I mean, from endometriosis, PCOS, fibroids, we have little or no knowledge about it. Or basically people just I don't know, maybe shy away from it or just don't speak about it, or these are things that are ongoing, but we think it's normal?
All right, sure. Maybe we start with the definition for endometriosis. And I think before we can start with the definition, we can give a little bit of anatomy. And I have a model here, and I really hope you can see this model. So this model is a model of a woman's uterus, and we have different layers. There's a layer which is inside here, which is called the endometrium. You have the middle layer here, which is a muscular layer. It's called the myometrium, and then you have the layer on the outside. The inner layer, which is the endometrium, is thickens and sheds off every month. And the reason why it's thickening and shedding off, it's in preparation for implantation should pregnancy take place. Now, we describe endometriosis as a condition whereby there will be presence of tissues which are similar to these tissue which we found inside the uterus. Or it's a condition which you'll find tissue which are similar to the endometrium growing outside the uterus. So once we find that evidence, then that will be a diagnosis of endometriosis. And of course, we are going to talk about symptoms and so on. But just to get to your second question, which you asked, is we don't get to hear much about these conditions that affect women's reproductive system. And I think part of it is because of taboos and myths surrounding women's reproductive system, more so menstrual health. Young girls are not encouraged or empowered to really talk about conditions that affect their menstrual health. And I think that this would then explain why these conditions are really not talked about much. But these are conditions that we are seeing they're quite prevalent, especially you mentioned fibroids. We know that fibroids are mostly common among African women. And also we see that now these conditions are significantly affecting women's fertility and their quality of life. So I would really say I'm really glad that now we can have these conversations and women are getting empowered, that they can come up strongly and really openly talk about these conditions that we are previously, because of the taboo, that would really not speak about them.
Yes. So we have endometriosis and what we call the cystic ovary syndrome, which is OS. Are they related? Are they the same differences? Because we just throw these words around, or some people will just say.
Well, I would say that polycystic ovarian disease and endometriosis, they are two totally different conditions altogether. These are not the same. The only similarities that I would say they would share is that they affect women and there's a reproductive system condition, and they have, their existence is under the influence of women hormonal influence. So usually endometriosis will present as symptoms after a woman starts their menses. So we know that's when the influence of hormonal impulses from the woman will start. Again, we also know that polycystic ovarian disease is a disease of what would be considered as hormonal imbalance. But these are two totally different conditions. Other than that, they cannot be used interchangeably. Unfortunately, just as you mentioned, we've seen where there has been misdiagnosis or patients have been diagnosed with polycystic ovarian disease, whereas they have endometriosis or vice versa. And the presentations are very different. So maybe just to give a little bit of clarity, I've given the definition of endometriosis. And now for polycystic ovarian disease, we say it's a hormonal imbalance condition. And basically what happened is that every month, there's recruitment of immature eggs, which we call follicles, and through influence of certain hormones, these follicles are going to develop. And once they develop, something we call folliculogenesis, then at the day 14 or thereabout, roughly, a woman is going to ovulate. Once they ovulate, then they can actually get pregnant. If fertilization will take place. And over time, if fertilization doesn't take place, then the lining thickens, as I mentioned earlier. And if fertilization doesn't happen, this lining is going to shed off. And that's what we see as term of menstruation. So in polycystic ovarian disease, what happens is that this process of ovulation is not completed. And if this process is not completed, that means a woman is not going to ovulate. And if they don't ovulate, then they don't menstruate. So you'll really find the presentation of polycystic ovarian disease, unlike endometriosis, is a woman will have issues with fertility. And more than having issues with fertility, they'll be having these irregular menses or delayed menses where they can go for up to 3 to 4 months without having menses. When they get to have their menses, we also find that they can have prolonged menstrual bleeding. So this is very classical presentation for polycystic ovarian disease. But we really see this is significantly affects fertility, because if ovulation doesn't really take place, then of course they're not going to get pregnant. And for these patients, there are medication that we can give them to help with induction of ovulations and so on. So this is the main difference. Now, I didn't talk about symptoms for endometriosis. Symptoms for endometriosis would include painful period pain or extensive pain during their menses. And this is the cardinal presentation of endometriosis. And this pain keep getting worse. It might be around their menses. This pain might keep getting worse over time, whereby they're just going to basically have pain throughout their menstrual cycle. So when you have patients who are having excruciating pain that is affecting their quality of life, is affecting them going to work, they have to depend on painkillers, then this is very suggestive of endometriosis. And these are things that we should be looking out for when we are when you're trying to really determine or establish what kind of a conditions are we dealing with.
Is it that it's almost always endometriosis, or is fibroid part of it? Because through my research, I've learned that fibroid also causes a woman to eat excessive more than normal. So can someone lose these three, maybe two of these symptoms, or two of these endometriosis and PCOS, or maybe PCOS, fibroid, or either of the two at the same time?
Oh, absolutely, yes. You can have these conditions occurring at the same time. So just as you mentioned, you can have a woman having endometriosis with polycystic ovarian disease. We see endometriosis with fibroid, or sometimes even the three conditions together. So usually what we rely on is the patient presentations or their symptoms. What we know is that some of their symptoms can overlap. What I mean by that is we know that fibroids could present with excessive bleeding or heavy menstrual bleeding. As much as we have seen, polycystic ovarian disease might also present with excessive bleeding or prolonged menstrual bleeding. And sometimes this can be confused. So the characteristics of fibroid, let's say with polycystic ovarian disease, is if a woman has fibroids exclusively, their menses is they're going to have regular menses. And the location of the fibroid also would really have different presentation if they have fibroid. So sometimes these symptoms can be confused, and that's why if we have a patient who has symptoms that are not very clear, we are caught in between what could it be, then that's when we request for investigations. Now, once we request for investigation like ultrasound scan, we just be evaluating how the uterus is looking like. Can we find evidence of fibroids? How are the ovaries looking like? Is there evidence of polycystic ovarian disease, and so on and so forth? If it's painful periods, we know that both polycystic ovarian disease and fibroid, they really don't cause period pain unless a woman has a fibroid which is inside the uterine cavity and the uterus is contracting, trying to expel this fibroid, which it really can. But in most cases, these two conditions, uterine fibroid and polycystic ovarian disease, usually don't present with painful period. So I would really say that we need to listen to the patient And this is something that we are not very good at in clinical practice. We don't really give patients time and listen to them and really try to get what is really their main problem, because whatever patient is communicating to you or their presentation can almost always give you an idea of what their diagnosis could be. And it's only thereafter now you're going to request for investigation. So the investigation is just to help you rule in or rule out what your thoughts are by what the patient is presenting to you.
Is this saying normally should not have no pain at all during menses? That's not normal to have any sort of pain at all?
So I would say, and this is a question that I get asked a lot, is you have to try and distinguish between pain and cramping. Now, we know that menses you get cramping, and the cramping basically means that the uterus is contracting, and it's contracting trying to expel this lining that is shedding and the blood that comes through it. And also the uterus need to contract to prevent more excessive bleeding by strangulating the blood vessels. So the cramping, I would really say it's an uncomfortable sensation that most women will live through it. And they just know it's my period time, and it's just a sensation that is uncomfortable. But when we get to a point whereby the pain is affecting your quality of life, you have to think about taking painkillers. You have to plan your days or your work. You're skipping work, you're skipping classes because the pain is too bad, and you can almost tell that you're different from your colleagues. Then that could suggest is likely to be endometriosis. And what we have found is that the commonest cause of pelvic pain for women around their menses is endometriosis. Of course, we know there are other conditions that could cause pelvic pain, but most common cause of pain during woman menses, which is cyclic, that you can really tell every time they are in their menses, they're going to have this excessive pain. Then that would most likely communicate this could be endometriosis. And these are patients now we have to sit, talk to, and get to their frequency of their pain and do some investigation that we've tried to pick up if there are any signs, changes that could be suggestive of endometriosis. But I think it's also important for me to mention that the ultrasound scan needs to be performed by a skilled endometriosis sonologist. And why I say this is because patients go to gynecologists and they are sent for ultrasound scan, then they bring back the ultrasound scan, which then reports normal findings. And with the normal findings, then the physician will rule out endometriosis, which I think is not right, because we know that even with experts in ultrasound scan, endometriosis can be missed out. Sometimes it can be very subtle changes that might not be picked up by ultrasound scan. What else we know that the severity of the disease and the symptom, there's no correlation at all. So there's a certain protocols that now we have how to follow up these patients. Do we start them on medical treatment? What exactly do we need to do? And in the event that they have been started on medical treatment and they are not getting better, the pain is not getting better, then there's going to be an indication for surgery, something we call laparoscopy. And laparoscopy is where we introduce a camera. And once we introduce this camera, then we are able to see inside the pelvis or the abdomen. And with this, we are able to pick up if there's any evidence of endometriosis or not.
So my last question before the interview went over was that, so it's normal, it's a normal symptom to say that, for example, if I'm on my period, then I get a bit feverish or sick, my body will get warm, but I can go through the day, or my waist bone pains me a bit, but I can go through the day, or my belly hurts a bit, but I can go through the day. That's normal compared to someone who would have some cramps or pains that they cannot really walk, even get off bed. That's not normal.
Absolutely, I think that's right.
So talking about you're a surgeon, talking about the surgeries, what, first of all, what causes these symptoms? What causes these endometriosis, PCOS? Are there known causes for it?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have clear cause for endometriosis. It has been thought to be a disease of theories, and there are different theories which explains endometriosis, but it's still not very clear. This is something that we are still, it's still under investigations, where people are still investigating it. So it's really not very clear. So, and this is what makes it a little bit challenging. When you don't know how a disease develops, then makes it difficult for you to manage the disease. So again, we still still not very clear. In terms of prevention, again, we cannot prevent because we still don't know how it develops. All the theories that we thought, there's been immunological, there's been retrograde menstruation, there's all these different, but none has been proven to be clear in terms of how endometriosis develop. Why does it develop in certain patients and not others? Have we seen any predisposition among family? Again, this is something that is still not very clear. What are predisposing factors? I think we also find that it's an inflammatory condition. So if you are in an environment or foods that are inflammative, then we see this worsens the disease. But having a clarity on how endometriosis develop is something that we still not very clear on.
What advice would you give for women like us who live in countries that are yet to, the rest of the world in terms of this minimal invasive surgery? So for us here, it's either you go into the hospital and know that, for example, you have fibroids, you either have to go through myomectomy or hysterectomy. And like during our conversations and some research, I would say that in many cases, maybe it wasn't necessary to go, all the way open. It would have been better to do minimal invasive surgery. So what advice would you have for women living in countries like Sierra Leone?
Interesting, as a matter of fact, I had a consultation with a patient from Sierra Leone today, which I think, what a coincidence. And it was not about endometriosis, it was a different gynecological condition. And I think, to me, the first thing that we really need to do is exactly what we are doing right now. It's creating awareness and talking about it. And education is, I feel, is the most important part of management of endometriosis. So we need to talk to young girls. We need to talk to them about menstrual health conditions. We need to demystify all the myths surrounding menstrual health and more so endometriosis. So education, and creating awareness and empowering women that they need to take charge of their health. I think that's the number one important thing that we need to do. Why is that important? Is because once you, and now all this information, you can actually get it online. The moment you see a physician who give you contrary to what you think it is, then you will be able to seek a second or a third opinion, because at the end of the day, you need to make decisions for your health as a patient. And by that, then we are going to hold clinicians accountable for the decision that they make. What you're actually saying is about right. We've seen unnecessary hysterectomy, unnecessary misdiagnosis, whereby endometriosis has been diagnosed for fibroids. A patient is taken in for an open surgery. The surgeon get lost in the surgery or end up getting complications, something that should have been avoided. From our side is we need to create a platform for training. And I feel this is something that we have done significantly well here in East Africa. We are training doctors on how to perform ultrasound scan for endometriosis. Again, we know that surgery for endometriosis can be very complex because these are performed under laparoscopy. We don't see a role in open surgery for endometriosis purely. So what we really see, the best option for surgery for endometriosis will be laparoscopy. So if you're in a country whereby, or in an area whereby there's no laparoscopy, then I can imagine the challenges that comes along treatment and gold standard diagnosis whereby endometriosis has not been picked up on ultrasound scan. And this is where now we need to start having conversation with our governments, where we really need to ask them to become partners on empowering and improving healthcare access. So there's still a lot of collaboration that we need to do all together. This cannot be a one-sided journey. You gotta take everybody involved. We gotta also educate their male partner to be supportive and really understand that these conditions are actually, they are real. But having said that, I really want to say there's hope. I feel that we are making progress. It might not be in the same speed that would need to see, but I feel that there are many changes that are coming which are going to cumulatively improve on the access. So what would I tell patients who are likely to be suffering from endometriosis? There's hope, but more importantly is they need to empower themselves with knowledge, and they need to take charge of decision about their health.
So before we say thank you, and you definitely tell us the hospital that you're in, so that will give people who are here, if not the chance to go there, but they could, I believe they would be able to have video consultation with you. Just to make it clear, with endometriosis, it's not necessarily open surgery, right? It's laparoscopy. And for fibroids, it might need open surgery. And what PCOS is it operational or is just medication?
All right. I really say, again, I could be biased because I'm a laparoscopic surgeon. And I find that, laparoscopy should be the first line where surgery is necessary, unless there are challenges with laparoscopy, which could include access to the equipment and the skill. I feel in Africa, the main challenge for accessing laparoscopy is skill from us practitioners, and that's where we need to train others. But for me, to be honest and fair, and for my practice, and I think both locally here and my colleagues globally, I can confidently say there's very minimal role for open surgery in endometriosis. But having said that, we also need to know that there are places where there are no laparoscopy, and if there are no laparoscopy, basically the surgeon has to use their best, what is best available to them. The second thing is that the fibroids, as you mentioned, fibroids still can be managed laparoscopically, but then there are certain limitations, the number, the size, and so on, again with the skill. There have been a lot of controversies going around fibroids and laparoscopy for something we call morcellation. Morcellation is how we retrieve the fibroid, and that's a conversation that keeps going on. But then we have really seen very good outcome, especially for not very many fibroids, where a patient can undergo laparoscopy and they're able to go back to work, quickly. And then for polycystic ovarian disease, usually there's minimal role for surgery. We really don't find any need for surgery unless a patient has tried to conceive, they have been put on medical treatment, as they're not responding, ovulation induction is not responding. Sometimes from our fertility colleagues, I've seen indication for something we call ovarian drilling, and ovarian drilling is where we make drills on the ovary. But that should not be the first line of treatment. That should be, the last line of treatment. So where surgery should be avoided, it should be avoided. Unfortunately, you'll find that there are certain conditions where there's going to be indications for surgery, and surgery will possibly be the best option of treatment. And this is where there's appropriate skill, best decision has been made, prior planning for the surgery has actually been made. I still don't advocate for going to the surgery to really figure out what's going on, or what you call, let's go and do a diagnostic. You do a diagnostic, you find things are really terrible, then what you do. So I think with the technology that now we have in healthcare and the imaging modalities we have in healthcare, I think these other things can be done less invasively. And if you have to go invasive, then we are going to do invasive for curative or therapeutic. Just to mention, there's really no cure for endometriosis. So the planning for surgery should be well planned out. And where a patient has been given an option for surgery, I think they need to have a conversation, a very strong conversation. What other options do I have which are less invasive? And all these should be given to the patient. Discussion about what are possible complications that could occur during surgery. Again, that should be given to the patient. And what are the possible surgery that you're going to perform when you get there? Again, that should be given to the patient. Because it just kind of breaks my heart sometimes. A patient goes in to have, let's say, a fibroid removed, and then they come back without a uterus. What really breaks my heart most is a patient goes for a diagnostic for endometriosis, then they come back without an ovary. An ovary has been removed. And these are really difficult conversations that really needs to be put before the surgery. But again, as I mentioned, there are really great improvement that we are seeing in our healthcare more in Africa. And I really feel in the next few years, things are going to change, and they're going to change by having this conversation that we are having virtually and having virtual consultation. As much as we would say a patient traveling from one region to the other, I think that is an indication of a wanting healthcare system. And my prayer, my hope is that we can improve our healthcare systems, whereby patient can be able to access, let's say, much of the healthcare services within 100 to 200 miles radius. And I just hope that is something that we are going to achieve maybe in the next few 5 to 10 years. But again, we are still, it's a little bit challenging.
We hope for that. We hope for that. Thank you so much, Doctor. So what's your hospital, and how can people reach to you if they would want, a consultation with you at least?
So we have this organization now. We are calling it African Center for Endometriosis, and it's something that we've been running now for the last couple of years. We have our website. It's African Center for Endometriosis, and you can send emails or for inquiries. You can book for appointments. We usually do both physical appointment and virtual consultations. So we can actually have virtual consultation through this platform. So if anyone is seeking to get our care and our support, I think that would be the best platform to reach us.
Much, Doctor. Thank you so much for your time. We'll leave you now to your work saving lives.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate you giving me this opportunity, and I wish you all the best. And mine is to wish all women who are suffering from endometriosis, just to kind of give them hope that one day I think we will get solution to their painful lifestyle, and hopefully we can give their lifestyle back. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send as letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We idea all about the country, but you self can help for being the use that you area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I got use.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmi Uba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on Slbc TV, Channel 31, with Asmi Uba.
Bottom Line on Slbc TV, a program you can't afford to miss on Slbc TV, Channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on Slbc TV.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it me I don't learn from and I wonder you say for life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we build and maintain relationship. This is a program. We say we counsel you for let you know how for them with your partner. Let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
them every day. So if you wanna get your bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get your bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. Kinjimi around the water side. Love the fish, we get them every day. Kinjimi around the water side. Love the fish, we get them every day. So if you wanna get a bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get a bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. This is the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Hello and welcome to this hour's news hour live on TV with me, Frances Pana. Coming up in the news, President Julius Maada Bio commissions 1 megawatt solar plant in Mwamba Township. UNICEF and Japanese governments launched supplementary project for 5 districts in Sierra Leone. And the Minister of Transport reassures the people of Bagua, Lower Banta and Lubu chiefdoms of government commitment to constructing bridges in their communities. These stories plus more, including business and sport, line up in this edition of the news, broadcast live on TV. This is News Hour live on TV, and we are broadcasting live from our New England Village studios from Broadcasting House in Freetown. You stay with us if you can. We start with our first story. A new Japan supplementary budget project has been introduced in the health sector to improve nutrition, health and wash services to strengthen delivery systems in the sector. As Emmanuel Samoa reports, the project is said to benefit children under 5 and lactating mothers in districts with high food insecurity in the country.
Despite several efforts by government and development partners to eradicate malnutrition, but the current economic situation has paved the way for rising food insecurity leading to malnutrition. This is the current reality of many families as malnutrition has struck their children, thereby impeding on their growth and development. The new Japan Supplementary Budget project introduced is to improve nutrition, health and wash services in Western area, urban and rural, Kenema, Bo and Pujehun districts considered to be the hotspot for food insecurity. Ambassador of Japan to Sierra Leone and Ghana, Hiroshi Yoshimoto, said they embarked on such a support because they wanted to mitigate the impact of malnutrition, as nutrition plays a critical role in the early years of a child's life.
We are also dedicated to supporting our partners in Sierra Leone on their journey toward universal health coverage, with nutrition playing a vital role in that progress. We recognize that achieving these goals means reaching the most underserved communities and making intentional effort to leave no child behind.
For the UNICEF country representative Rudolf Schwenk, what they are giving is more than just support. It is a strategic investment in the future, adding that the new project presents an opportunity to expand on the impact of their old projects.
Emergency Nutrition Health and Wash Response Project presents a critical opportunity to expand our impact. We have seen all the results from the previous one, and now by integrating wash, climate resilience and community system strengthening into nutrition services, we are laying the groundwork for greater sustainability and broader reach.
Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health, Andrew Sori, describes Japan and UNICEF contributions to nutrition in Sierra Leone as immeasurable, adding that the current support aims to build a brighter future for the country.
Accept that interventions in nutrition is futuristic. The investment in children today is more futuristic. It's looking at what the child becomes later in life. And you know, if you invest in the growth of the child, it's likely to become much more productive as they grow up.
He commended the Japanese government for the support and said they would ensure they provide the necessary monitoring mechanism for the project to be a successful one. Emmanuel Samura, SLBC.
The Minister of Transport and Aviation has reassured the people of Bagua and Lower Panta chiefdoms, as well as those in Lubu chiefdom, Po district, that government is committed to constructing the bridges across the Bangba and Sewa rivers in order to replace boat crossing. This came during a visit to areas where Ambassador Alhaji Fandeture and his delegation, including the Deputy Minister Rex Bonafa, engaged paramount chiefs and their people in Mwamba district and Po district to further assure them that the bridges construction would go ahead as promised by President Bill. Suri Ibrahim Kamara was there for the SLBC and he now reports.
The minister told the paramount chiefs and their people that the bidding process to select suitable contractors for the construction was already underway, and it would be followed by other processes, including procurement. He encouraged the people to own the projects and contribute towards their success. Whilst he will not give a definitive date as to when construction will begin and end, the former permanent representative to the United Nations told the people that the bridges will be handed over to them in 3 years' time.
It will be done, and it's just a procurement process now. It's just going to go through the normal procurement process, which I believe would only take a few months or so, and then after which, before not too long from now, you will see, once the company has been selected, you will see them working here. Hopefully before the end of this year, they will start the job. But I can't tell how long it will take.
The paramount chief of Lower Banta Chiefdom, John Jibar Rosel Inyama II, expressed his appreciation to the minister and President Bio for the projects. He said the people in the two chiefdoms have struggled for far too long to get their goods to the market center in Bangbatok. He also appealed for the construction of their road when the bridge would have been constructed.
Road network is one of the big challenges we get within the area. We want at least make government fast track and like I said for the road network. Like we took pass over this bridge, we join between Bagua and Lower Banta because most of the farming activities, Bagua they do more farming. And we can get a good send the one can over to River sell. For how them go this water they get a problem.
The Gbangba River, which connects Bagrua and Lower Banta chiefdoms in Mayamba district, is a significant route not only for the movement of people, but it is also significant for trade and agriculture between the neighboring chiefdoms. However, as a result of the absence of the bridge, residents said there have been series of deaths and loss of property due to both accidents, particularly in the rainy season. They called on government to hasten the construction of the bridge.
Even like me, I don't lost me carry when I want back in school business. The boat capsized.
We don't get incident not to one, not to two, where young man and they left inside our water. And most time, people they lost their luggage within the crossing point. A few months ago, we got with secretary when the Lower Banta secretary now inside our water they left.
You as said, talk and do press, so say, wait till dock out now, chief laws there, may continue, and we want the team be fast, or may they build the bridge fast.
The transport minister also visited Sumbuya town in Lubu Chiefdom, both districts, where another bridge is also due to be constructed, and made similar guarantee that the bridge will be constructed as promised by the president. PC Ensa Badara Nalo, the 6th of Lubu Chiefdom, said the most pressing issue for the chiefdom absence of the bridge across the Sewa River, which connects the chiefdom to both districts.
Yeah, short to Matru, or for even go tune, or for even pen Freetown, or for Gomoyamba, pass with the run from here to Bo now 42 miles. They will begin to take the Tehama highway back for home. But if at all we get this bridge, for Fen Freetown, it's easy for we. For Fen Bond District, where Matru and other areas there, it will go very short for me.
The two bridges are part of the Connectivity and Agricultural Market Infrastructure Project, or CAMIP, funded by the World Bank and implemented by the Ministry of Transport and Aviation in 4 districts. The project aims to improve urban mobility and road safety by developing public transportation and ensures safer routes. It also focuses on agricultural marketing infrastructure to support the country's agricultural sector. Sori Kamara, SLBC News, Freetown.
From both districts, we now go to the presidential and secretary general candidates of the upcoming Sierra Leone Association of Journalists elections have committed to transforming the organization to a better and viable association. The journalists made the commitment during its large presidential debate organized by the Sierra Leone Reporters Union. Mohamed Kouma tells us more.
In a hard-fought battle of ideas and experience to steer the ship of Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, Presidential and Secretary General hopefuls shared their visions to transform SLAJ to a better association that meets the needs of contemporary journalism. Secretary General hopeful Christian Alpha Conte, a man who was said to have practiced journalism for about 12 years and had represented SLAJ in various capacities in spite of not being an executive member, told the podium that he had got the experience to head the secretariat of SLAJ.
When I become Secretary General of SLAJ, as I have always done, communicated with people, even though I'm not an executive member, I've always made sure that people get information, accurate information. I would ensure as Secretary General I do that.
On the other side of the coin, Edward Mara, another Secretary General candidate who was said to have been a journalist for about 25 years, believed he had garnered a pool of experience to lead the secretariat.
I want to bring in something that I title the CCC: communication, coordination, and cooperation. If we get that right, obviously we'll have a better secretariat.
Quite compelling was the sparring between the presidential candidates Alhaji Manika Kamara and Mustafa Sise, who unveiled plans to move SLAJ forward. Mustafa Sise focused on the need for institutional reforms to transform SLAJ, adding that if elected, he would fill the gaps of the association.
To ensure, for example, that there is an editorial team and there is also a management team. Because for institutional efficiency, you need to have those structures in place instead of everything merged into one.
Alhaji Manika Kamara was keen on building from the foundation already laid by the previous executive, adding that there were progressive pathways to lead from.
Journalists that are reporting the economy, budget advocacy is also under that area. So if elected, I will look out for more resources to work with and build on the capacity of journalists reporting on the economy.
The president of Sierra Leone Reporters Union, Yeno Kabia, was impressed with the outcome of the debate, stating that the debate had set the agenda for journalists to make informed decisions while voting.
We wish the candidates all the best, let the best candidates win, and for us SLR, we are ready to work with whichever candidate that will win this election, because we want to see the betterment of SLAG and the betterment of journalism in the country.
At 53, SLAG is looking forward to leaders who can seek the welfare of its members, build their capacity, strengthen institutional frameworks, promote press freedom, and enhance its independence. For SLBC, Mohamed Koma reporting.
In a historic move to bolster climate resilience for farmers, Activa Insurance Company, with support from the United Nations Capital Development Fund (UNCDF) and funding from the European Union, has launched Sierra Leone's first ever weather index insurance product, themed Building Farmers' Resilience Through Innovation Insurance Solution. This innovative offering provides financial protection against two critical climate risks: drought and excessive rainfall or flooding, helping smallholder farmers safeguard their livelihoods against unpredictable weather patterns. Ibrahim Samura tells us more.
And launched the first weather index insurance in Sierra Leone for building better farmer resilience through insurance.
Unlike traditional insurance, this product relies on real-time satellite data to measure rainfall levels across predefined regions. When rainfall deviates from optimal thresholds, either drought or too much flash floods, affected farmers receive automatic payouts, eliminating delays and paperwork. The product was developed through extensive consultations with farmers, agricultural cooperatives, and key agricultural stakeholders. It reflects the real needs of the country's agricultural community, and valuable data from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security ensured that the insurance parameters aligned with local conditions. Chief Executive Officer of Activa Insurance, Festus Awua, emphasized the transformative potential of the initiative, noting the launch of the Weather Index insurance product marked a milestone in Sierra Leone's journey toward climate resilience. He said for the first time, farmers would have access to an affordable, reliable safety net against excessive rainfall or drought, adding the product was built from the ground up with farmers' voices at the heart of its design.
Serving as a vital tool for building resilience. In response to these challenges, we, together with our partners, have initiated this project centered on Weather Index. This product is specifically designed to safeguard farmers against the dual threats of drought and excessive rainfall.
The United Nations Capital Development Fund, country lead, described the launching of the first ever weather index insurance product for farmers was a novelty in the agriculture sector, stating the agriculture sector is the foundation of the country's economy. He underscored the relevance of the product in supporting farmers in the country, indicating that 70% of the population were farmers and mostly found in rural communities but lacks access to insurance scheme.
Right? It is tailor-made for the needs of small farmers. It provides coverage against both drought and excessive rainfall, two of the most severe threats in agricultural production here in Sierra Leone. Okay, so this product is also first for Sierra Leone, placing this country on a growing list of African nations tackling agricultural risk through innovation. Right.
Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Henry Musa Parker, said introduction of the products for farmers in Sierra Leone resonated with the government feed salon agenda and would strengthen food system resilience. He described the innovation as a direct response to the cries of the farmers and a game changer for the sector, especially during shocks and climatic weather conditions. Commissioner Sierra Leone Insurance Commission Arthur Yeske noted as a regulator, the Commission welcomed such pioneering initiative that geared towards developing the insurance sector. Bintu Dubao, who represented the farmers, said the product was timely.
The Indian High Commissioner to Sierra Leone has expressed concern over the ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan at the Kashmir border. Shri Vaisnava Pradhan emphasized that the current conflict is adversely affecting trade, security and economic development, not only in the South Asian region, but also across the globe, including Africa. During the press briefing, he underscored the importance of peaceful dialogue and cooperation to resolve disputes and promote stability. Here is an excerpt of his statement.
So this to bring you to, because you are far from the continent, and we thought that to bring to notice what is happening back in that continent, because that also no part of the world is now, because of the global village, and so we are all a part of the global discourse. So what's happening also in Africa affects also our trade, our security. You see, we have people almost all across the world. Even at the moment there are hundreds of Sierra Leone students studying in India. So we have thriving trade and travels. So any security problem anywhere in the world affect us. So it is necessary to have a right. Of course, whatever I say, you have the all independent sources. It is a massive information highway but to know the reality, to be aware of this global situation is very important. We count on Sierra Leone and its supports on the fight against terrorism. I understand that Africa, many countries in Africa have been victim of terrorism. Very, very similar, probably more heinous, terrorism, situation in Africa, and you understand how that, cripple the life, the growth, and the general life of the people, in general. So we always, look up to the support of the global support, the fight against, terrorism. We have been, getting support of the Sierra Leone, in general, in the fight against terrorism, in the global discourse. If you might have been aware, there is a convention which is under process to a comprehensive convention against terrorism. That's a UN convention. So that's also under negotiation. And you might be aware what happened in the Middle East area, in Iran, Iraq, etc. How the
Well, in case you are just joining us, you're watching News Hour Live on TV, and we now go to one of our headline stories. President Julius Maada Bio has officially commissioned a 1 megawatt solar plant in Moyamba Township. The plant will connect over 3,000 households, as they will be having 24-hour electricity to the town for the first time in 40 years. From State House, Harmosi report.
The event is a significant milestone in the country's journey towards sustainable energy, because without affordable and sustainable energy, the country's aspiration for economic growth and human capital development will remain unfulfilled.
Moyamba
is one of the 2 district headquarters towns that could not be easily connected. Without no calculation, we are going to do major lines. And the one way they now, the CLSG, did not get for passing here. And so to cater for that, we have decided to put in this particular, take care of Moyamba town. When I say Moyamba are always the first district, it has to be the first because when they produce very good children. Because the CLSG, where Dr. Yonkala talked about, not a partner at all not, we decide say would not be the first, forget the solar, standalone. This project is of course another good example of the collaboration between government and its development partners.
He thanked all those who made the projects possible. World Bank, UNOPS, African Development Bank, and Japan International Cooperation Agency. The president said the Moyamba solar plant serves as a pilot initiative that will be replicable in other district headquarter towns, as they want to ensure that many districts and chiefdoms headquarter towns gain access to reliable electricity.
Access to energy is a human right. It is a critical enabler for human development, especially in the 21st century. Reliable electricity has the potential to serve as a catalyst for business growth, foster entrepreneurship, enhance education and healthcare services, and improve the overall quality of life for our citizens.
UNOPS West African Director Sylvia Gallo commended President Bill for his unwavering commitment to sustainable and reliable electricity in Sierra Leone.
This solar power plant is a testament to the unwavering commitment to change this narrative and empower communities. Standing here as UNOPS Director for West Africa, I'm really proud to witness integration of renewable energy in Moyamba. This solar power plant is a symbol of the determination to harness sound, abundant energy. This new source of energy will unlock opportunities that were previously unattainable. Students will be empowered to study under bright lights. Businesses will thrive with reliable energy. And health facilities will operate with greater efficiency, delivering essential services to those in need.
Senior energy specialist at the World Bank, Kangbai Paul Kukibi, said the World Bank is committed to supporting both of grid and stand-alone solar systems, particularly in schools and healthcare facilities nationwide. Chairman of the Presidential Initiative of Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security, Dr. Kande Koleyum Kela, said there is no quick fix in energy challenges anywhere in the world, describing the Moyamba project as a pilot phase of the border initiative to electricity 7 districts by replacing diesel power with clean solar energy.
This project is important not only because, as the Moyamba people, they don't say important to them, a pilot. We get other big projects around the country, but this one unique. President been already with predecessors then at the ministry, don't start the 7 towns project for light up 7 towns. But now with diesel generator there. We realize the diesel costly. Before we reach the Okudon loss. So this is not the first case. Oh, they take 1 ton. So they converse with President last year. Say, can they say that fuel they reach? He said, I'm not saying we're not able to afford an ETSA. He said, why we're not solarize? He said, that project what they do now Moyamba, I want more. So this is an important project for us, and Mr. President, several partners, EU, our other partners, the Germans, everybody's studying this one. Replacing diesel with solar power, over time reducing cost, but also we're checking the access rate. For example, here in Moyamba, already about 446 meters have been installed, but we suppose to reach 3,000.
Solar energy, also known as solar power, is the radiant energy from the sunlight and heat. It's a renewable energy source that can be harnessed using various technologies with solar panels. For Slbc TV News, in Kayamba Chiefdom, I'm also reporting from Moyamba districts.
The Golden Heart Sisters Foundation Sierra Leone has provided food and items to the Freetown Cheshire home. The home is a sanctuary for many physically challenged children. Let's join Jonathan Turner for more on this.
On behalf of Golden Heart Sisters Foundation, we want to do everything we have seen at the table to this home, for telling us care about una, and for telling us we love una too.
The foundation donated a range of essential food condiments, sanitation items, and cloth to the home, bringing smiles and relief to both the staff and the children.
Of course, it's going to create a huge impact, like you heard yourself. The gentleman there in charge of the home just mentioned that since January to date, nothing has come into the home as support. But thank God we are here today to give support to the home. We thought that we gave something small, but they appreciated us. The caretakers, the girls themselves made mention of it. To them, this is not small, it is huge, and we are happy they appreciated our little efforts.
Facilities manager of Freetown Cheshire's home, Unisa Kewu, warmly received the gesture and expressed heartfelt appreciation for the timely intervention.
Physically challenged, so we want to appeal to them all, individuals, organizations, to come to the aid of Freetown Cheshire home. Please come and help us. Whatever little donation you have to the Freetown Cheshire home, to us, it's not a little one, it's not a small thing. We will appreciate it and we will use it in a very meaningful way. So we want to call on everybody, please come to Freetown Cheshire home, come and donate or come and help the children.
Among the many children who benefited from the donation was Blessing Kalon, who was very appreciative of the donor.
Management committee, my colleagues, and I myself, I want to say a very big thank you to Golden Sisters for this wonderful donation. Just like Mr. Kelly said, for you guys, you might think that it's a little donation, but for us, it's not little, it's a big blessing, because others have the opportunity, others have all it takes to bring donations to us, but won't do it. But out of the Golden Heart it is, you guys made it as a point of duty to bring us such wonderful donation. We thank you. We pray that God will continue to bless you and multiply you in 1,000 funds.
The initiative was part of the Golden Heart Sisters Foundation's ongoing commitment to serving vulnerable groups and promote a culture of care and inclusion across Sierra Leone. For Slbc News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
The National Secretary General of the All People's Congress Party has called for an immediate technical audit of the institutional and human resource capability of Statistics Sierra Leone. During a press conference at the APC headquarters in Brookfields, National Secretary General Lansana Doumbouya also condemned the decision to postpone the census to 2026. My colleague Dennis Fraser was there and he filed in this report.
A press conference with journalists, civil society organizations, and members of the diplomatic community was entirely centered on growing concerns by the party for the postponement of the 2025 decennial population and housing census. According to the chairman of the APC Census Committee, Leonard Balogu Koma, the delay will have negative implications on the development of the nation, expose persistent gaps in the professionalism of workers at Statistics Sierra Leone, and will also lead to flawed processes and poor planning. He added that according to their findings from the UN Joint Technical Team's visit to the country in January this year, unpreparedness for conducting the 2025 Decennial National Population and Housing Census revealed gross unpreparedness on the part of Stats SL.
In January 2025, a joint assessment mission comprising UNFPA, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, and the US Census Bureau conducted a readiness review of statistics Sierra Leone. The findings were damning. Indeed, the trap caught them. No census project document existed at the time of the mission.
Presenting the party's position on the postponement of the 2025 decennial population and housing census, the National Secretary General of the APC, Lansana Doumbouya, said that the party strongly condemned the postponement of the national population and housing census as in the proclamation by the President on 9 September 2024. He noted, therefore, that any census data that is not available beyond a 24-month period should not be accepted according to the tripartite committee recommendations.
This opaque approach breeds suspicion and undermines public confidence in national statistics. This pattern of deliberate mismanagement, twice in less than 5 years, must be called out for what it is: a breach of public trust and a dangerous affront to democratic governance, and a reckless exercise altogether.
With all this unfolding, the party further called on the government to constitutionally comply with the set standards of the census process, while noting that the postponement will delay the development and proper planning of the country. SLBC, Dennis Fraser reporting.
The Indigo Center for Justice and Protection of Human Rights has joined the global community in commemorating the International Day of the Boy Child with a special event held at Boxley Primary School. It was a day of inspiration and learning aimed at raising awareness about the challenges facing young boys and promoting positive values among them. Esther Susanette Bass was there and she now reports.
Event was organized to sensitize young minds on the significance of the day, encouraging the boys to embrace virtues such as respect, integrity, discipline, and responsibility as they journey through education and personal development. Joshua Nicol, an educationist, underscored the importance of discipline and responsibility, urging the boys to strive for excellence in both academics and character in order to lay a solid foundation for their future roles in society.
Positively, refrain from antisocial activities. Don't go to the streets unnecessarily. Stay at home. Read your books. Go buy your notes. Those who can afford it, ask your parents to take you to Balanta Academy so that you can learn to play any of the various instruments they have here. So that by the time school reopens for secondary school, you are fit. Just spend your time positively, not negatively.
Board chairperson of the Indigo Center, Winifred Jones, stressed that instilling moral values in boys from an early age is essential in grooming them into responsible men who will contribute positively to their communities.
The theme is Boys of Honor. We want them to grow from boys of honor into men of honor, so that, you know, that we say the young people are the leaders, are the future leaders, so that when they grow up, we will catch them young, so that when they grow up and take responsible positions, they will behave honorably.
Her teacher, Felicilla, expressed her appreciation to the Indigo Center for organizing such a meaningful and transformative event. Adding a youthful voice to the event, a pupil, David Fred Kamara, shared the lessons he had learned.
Many things, and the one that I learned most is we should not be part of kush, the addiction of drugs. and I learned that drugs is destroying our elders, our brothers, families, and drugs is the thing that is bad. And I want to assure the Indigo that we the Buxton boys will not be part of drugs, and we're assuring them that we will be the future leaders of tomorrow.
The celebration served as a timely reminder of the need to support boys in their formative years. With continuous guidance and mentorship, these young boys are being equipped to become responsible, respectful, and productive members of society. For SLBC News, Esther Suzanette Bassi reporting.
From the celebration of the International Day of the Boy Child, we now go to tourism. In a bold step towards rebranding Sierra Leone and reducing dependence on the mining sector, the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs has hosted an information session in Freetown, backed by the World Bank through the Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project. The session brought together government leaders and private sector players to spotlight newly developed tourist sites across the country. Esther Sako was with the team and she now reports.
At a recent information session hosted by the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, government officials and private sector stakeholders gathered with a vision to building a future for Sierra Leone grounded in ecotourism, innovation and inclusive growth. Minister of Tourism Nabila Faride Tunis said public-private partnership and private sector investment is relevant in the success of the project. She emphasized the commercial potential and a long-term strategic vision for sustainable management.
Our primary goal in developing these sites is to enhance the experience of both local and international visitors. The facilities have been carefully curated to reflect the diverse needs of our audience. So whether you seek adventure, relaxation, cultural enrichment, education, or simply the serenity of nature, you have something to do there. Tonight's presentation will demonstrate the value each site brings not only to our tourism offerings, but to our national identity.
Minister of Finance, Sheku Ahmed Fantama Dibanguro said government had identified 10 key touristic sites, though initial efforts will focus on 3 to build momentum. Stating the project is not just about tourism, but about jobs, economic growth, and positioning Sierra Leone as a serious destination on the global tourism map.
This strategic overview that will be provided for this site, there will be no attempt by the government to interfere into the process, so feel free to ensure that you give your best offer, what's there to give us assurance that you'll be able to do the best with them. We believe that government must be in the place of providing the enabling environment, and business and government must be able to coexist.
Director of Tourism Mohamed Jallo in his presentation showcased the progress already made on the ground. The featured site in Leicester Peak, now home to a newly built viewing deck and cafe, offering panoramic views of Freetown. At Takugama, an innovation and education center complete with a cinema and boardroom is currently under construction. Meanwhile, Bure Beach is being transformed with a scenic boardwalk and a surf club, reshaping the coastline into a vibrant ecotourism hub. It called for private sector investments in these areas. Officials noted that local communities are not just participants, but leaders in the transformation. By giving them a central role in planning and execution, the project aims to ensure that benefits are widely shared and culturally sustainable. Private sector representatives in attendance pledged strong commitment to the success of the initiative, stating that with the right partnership, Sierra Leone can compete on the global tourism stage.
So together, we're going to market Sierra Leone. I have no reason not to. 8 years ago, I was going to retire, but I think it's divine that I'm here, and I have no choice but to invest.
SLBC News, Esther Sako reporting.
The International Aid and Cooperation Manager, European Union, has stated that the National People's Convergence on Local Governance and Policy Dialogue is a testament of Action Aid and its partners to enhance governance and development in local communities. Julius Fode was speaking at a two-day National People's Convergence on Local Governance and Policy Dialogue in Bo City. From Bo, Thomas Neil filed in this report, read in our studios by Ibrahim Samuel.
Enhancing civil society partnership in governance and national level policy process in Sierra Leone is a 2.5-year project implemented in Bo, Bombali, and Kono districts by Action Aid Sierra Leone as lead and the Women's Action for Human Dignity and the Advocate for Social Justice and Development. The International Aid and Cooperation Manager, European Union, Julius Fode, said service delivery, policy formulation and analysis involve various initiatives, transparent arrangements and rules that determine how actors are responsible for the decisions and the quality of services in a defined written framework. He said everyone expects good policy implementation, but not everyone is willing to discuss an enforcement mechanism. Executive Director Action Sierra Leone Fode Basi Soare said the project is part of his organization and partners' contribution to the development agenda of the country. He thanked the European Union for their commitment and support to strengthen the civil society's capacity in the country. Director NGO Affairs, Minister of Planning and Economic Development, Eric Mansali, said government considered Action Aid Sierra Leone as a critical actor in the actualization of the medium-term national development 2024 to 2030 and commended them for bringing together key stakeholders to engage in dialogue on strengthening local governance systems and shaping effective policy framework. Highlight of the two-day event was the presentation and analysis of consolidated policy brief by the consultant Gerard Alexise. This overall objective of the project is to strengthen the capacity of civil societies in the targeted districts.
Still with tourism, the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs has held a press conference with organizers of the Budapest Bamako Rally to discuss preparations ahead of the 2026 edition of the adventurous cross-continental event. The rally, which will once again pass through Sierra Leone, is expected to boost tourism and promote cultural exchange. Esther Nene Kamara filed in this report, read by Esther Sako. Sorry, we cannot bring you that story now, but we, however, continue with the program. Farm production is now synonymous with farm protection, but insurance has clearly been implemented by farmers to provide such protection. However, this could soon change. The International Insurance Company, in concert with the Ministry of Agriculture, is championing the introduction of insurance packages to guarantee farms and improve the credit status of farmers with financial institutions. The first of such engagement occurred in the Western Area Rural District. Harold Williams tells us more.
The meeting held at the Newton Agriculture Office was the beginning of a national engagement where farmers across the regions would be introduced to insurance as a necessary aspect of farm production. Innocent Ogbu, representing the International Insurance Company, said no country could progress without agriculture, and therefore the IIC offered parametric agriculture insurance. He described what the insurance company would regard as the parametric factors such as the farm acreage, crop type, and farm location. These factors would help assess the risk of harvest success or failure. He said weather-based index insurance relied on assessments of droughts, excessive rainfall, floods, diseases, pests, and animal invasions to affix the premiums and principals of the insurance package. He said there was also an area-based index that was more specific to crops and cooperatives with a similar crop type, or multi-crop index for more diverse agricultural landscapes. According to the International Insurance Company, the IIC is in discussion with the government to subsidize insurance premiums for more affordability. The fundamentals involved with insurance and agriculture recognize the labor and capital-intensive nature of the sector, and with the onset of climate change, risk factors are on the increase from fire, flooding, pests, and diseases. Innocent Ogbu from the IIC said their company was backed with renowned reinsurance guarantors and their coverage was assuredly scam-free. He said insurance guarantees could improve on the peace of mind for farmers who may have incurred debt or provide hope to improve their loan prospects from a farm that is reasonably covered. According to District Agriculture Officer for the Western Area Rural District, Fatmata Lamrana Bangura, this is one of the areas where private sector is expected to contribute to agriculture. The farmers in attendance were mobilized by the women's leader of the National Federation of Farmers in Sierra Leone, Mariama Keita, and Tonkolili Member of Parliament, Honorable Madam Rugiatu Kamara, in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture. Participants were of the consensus that collective efforts were necessary to supplement government's efforts, and the introduction of insurance to the agriculture sector provides another instance where knowledge sharing and collective efforts could optimize farm production.
Well, from the Western Area Rural District, we now go to find out the latest in the world of entertainment. Let's take the entertainment news.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the entertainment update. I am Maria Dukuri. In our updates headlines today, of course, we bring an update from the Miss World competition. Next up, we have a movie premiere called Yenke, and Crips International chooses their top 40 for the SL Talent Search. The 72nd Miss World is ongoing right now in India, and our Miss Sierra Leone is doing pretty well. So far so good. They have done their sports competition and they are on way to do their talent competition. For their sports competition, the winners are: in third place Martinique, in second place Canada, and in first place is from the continent of Europe, Estonia. And away from the sports challenge to the talent competition, they chose a handful of ladies from each continent, and from each continent we have these ladies, as you see in the screen, who are going to go to the semi-finalists before they choose the final winners for the talent competition. And of course, our own very Miss Sierra Leone Lacheve did send this beautiful message to all of the Sierra Leonean people from Miss World Elenga, India.
Miss Salon people, Ona Kusha in Cabo. Hello world, and all the way from Telangana, India, I say Namaste. From the moment I entered the Miss World competition as a Miss Sierra Leone 2025, I got to understand that this competition was actually bigger than me in a sense. It's more for position really, and so far I've been nothing but extremely happy in whatever I do. providing a shoulder to lean on, the food, the dance, when we go out, the closure and everything has been nothing short but wonderful.
Alright, so we wish Lacheve the very best, and she is having a blast. As we see in her video, she is always dancing, always cheerful, and having the best time of her life. Go Lacheve, and we wish you all the very best. And moving away from that is this movie premiere that happened a few days ago called Yenkin. Yenkin is brought to us by Charlotte's Empire, Waterside Stone, and Brighter Days Media Pictures. And it will interest you to know that this movie is done fully in our local language, which is the Creole and the Limba language.
Yenkin na two events we normally would say true life story. The title itself, Yenkin Baweti Umandio, we mean Palimba, Yenkin, a big witch. A story we tell about a woman when they say it's so powerful in the witch, but don't also more that they incarnate for let escape death. And they find a way to escape this death. He enter one young woman in Bel-Air, we na sent to. He happens to send to born and back as a young woman. And we all know about the end story that when they tell the woman say, no what's not net, no what's not net. So now something like this happened. Okay. Now Limba and Creole. But the Creole end up in it. Where I feel say 99% of Sierra Leoneans understand Creole.
Alright, make sure that you go and support this movie by watching them on their different social media handles, and of course give your own 2-3 cents to it. And finally, the Crips International, which we all know are mostly involved in music, stage making and stuff like that, has just concluded choosing their top 40 for the SL Talent Search competition. Basically, this competition is about choosing the best in whatever it is you're doing, from dancing to singing to acting. They've just chosen their top 40, and one of the judges is, of course, our own very best Nashito Kulala.
Is there something else you can try for us?
To the song here in my heart, a melody I said that I will complete.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have in today's entertainment update. I have been Maria Sidukwe. Thank you so much for watching. Until next time, see you.
Well, from entertainment, we now go to sports and find out the latest.
Come along to the sporting updates that keeps you in the know. Now, Caritas Freetown has successfully wrapped up its 2-year project, Youth in Politics and Peace Building, for 16 communities across the country. The event brought together men and women with exuberance and camaraderie. Here is the update. The vibrant energy displayed by the young men and women on the pitch underscored Caritas Freetown's commitment to fostering civic engagement through peace building and empowering youth in the political landscape. The project, which was aimed at developing these young individuals with the necessary tools to become agents of change and peace within their respective communities, provided a moment of joy and laughter. The symbolic kickoff of the matches was executed by Caritas Freetown's project coordinator, Eliza Silla, alongside esteemed guests, officially ignited the day's spirited competition. The main match featured a dynamic exchange between the Laka community players and a combined team representing the project participants. The game was characterized by lovely teamwork and a clear focus on scoring opportunities. Laka got the curtain raiser, but the combined team responded with determination, resulting in a flurry of goals that visibly demonstrated the practical application of the knowledge gained throughout the 2-year initiative. Speaking at the event, project coordinator Eliza Silam highlighted the successful achievements of the project objectives and emphasizing the strategic use of football to promote the growth of the sport alongside the core peace building and political engagement.
So the rationale behind this particular football match is a friendly. It's just to tell like a community that it's not all about violence. It's not all about conflict. It's about cohesion and peace. And we all see that sports has brought together diverse youths from political parties, from different sectors, where you see them come together and interact during sporting activities. So the rationale behind this is to make them to interact with themselves in a peaceful way and a cohesive.
The female participants also took center stage, delivering an admirable performance that captivated the enthusiastic spectators. Caritas Freetown now looks forward with anticipation to witnessing the full-scale implementation of the knowledge gained and skill acquired during the 2-year peace building and youth in politics project within the participating communities. This sporting finale served as a powerful and engaging way to celebrate the project's achievement and reinforce its lasting impact on youth in Freetown.
Come together and be responsibility. Listen, no one's alone, we get told. You know, they know the side for all. We are make peace win. Yeah, we live in peace. So that's it. People say, them say, yeah, we come together, we stand up, and do we sweet alone.
The national scene, South Africa are the champions of the Total Energies U20 African Cup of Nations after defeating Morocco 1-0 in the grand finale. We saw series of other recognition went to notable players including our very own Momo Ibrahim Kamara. And that's your sports. Thank you so much for watching and see you next time.
Well, with sports we end news hour, but before we go, a reminder of our top stories. President Julius Maada Bio has officially commissioned a 1 megawatt solar plant in Moyamba Township. The plant will connect over 3,000 households as they will be having 24-hour electricity to the town for the first time in 40 years. UNICEF, with funding from the government of Japan, has launched the new Japan supplementary budget for children under 5 and breastfeeding mothers in 5 districts, including the western area, urban and rural. And the Minister of Transport and Aviation, Ambassador Alhaji Fandeture, has told the people of Bagua and Lower Bamta chiefdoms, as well as those in Lubu chiefdom both districts, that government was committed to constructing the bridges across the Bangba and Sewa rivers in order to replace boat crossing. But that's all we can offer in this edition of the News Broadcast Live on TV. On behalf of all of us at Broadcasting House, I am Francis Bernard, wishing you a wonderful day. Keep watching the Slbc. Goodbye.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor them?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today.
and I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
Highwoods Institute, looking to advance in accounting, business management, or digital proficiency. From ACCA to ICB qualifications and workplace proficiency, Highwoods Institute sets you on the path to success. At Highwoods Institute, we offer a diverse range of programs tailored just to meet the needs of today's professionals. So, join the ranks. Achieving your career goals has never been more accessible. Take the first step toward a brighter tomorrow. Enroll now at Highwoods Institute and start a secured future. Visit us at highwoodsinstitute.org or at 92 Pademba Road, Freetown to learn more. Highwoods Institute, the premier destination for career-focused education.
With Africonet, shopping has been made easy. You can now buy and sell online with comfort. All you need to do is to go to www.africonet.sl, create an account, browse through the site to buy anything of your choice, and it will be delivered straight to your doorstep. Also, you can sell items on Africonet by creating an account, upload the items, and anyone can buy them from the site. Payment can be made through Orange Money, AfriMoney, Smart Pay, all debit and credit cards, and cash on delivery. With Africonet, you can be your own boss. Africonet, shopping made easy.
Star, sorry for the loss of your properties. As the head of the family, you need to be strong. Tell me something, what really caused the fire?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. He won't be able to say anything for now.
Why?
Because he just lost thousands of dollars he collected yesterday, standing by for a business transaction tomorrow. It happened right in front of me. I was watching TV when the light was taken, so I turned off the TV and fan from the switch. Few minutes later, the light came again, and I saw cable caught fire and started burning. That is when I rushed outside shouting for help. My people, see what EDSA has done to us!
No, my dear. Not all fire accidents are caused by EDSA. There are many factors. Sometimes it could happen as a result of the substandard second class or third class cable we normally use to electrify our buildings. If the cable you use is 80% aluminium and 20% copper, within a short period of time, it will develop carbon and turn to dust. So when the light goes off and comes on again, because of the low quality and less copper, it will catch fire. So that is why it is advisable to use KMB cable from Bisomola Enterprises at number 59 Shani Apata Street, Freetown. For easy access, enter from Eastern Police Station, just a few meters to your left-hand side, opposite the church. KMB cables, a high quality and original cable which is 100% copper, and if bought, 50 years warranty will be given, which can last you almost forever. So rush now to Bisomola Enterprise sales agent and get your high quality KMB cables for a reasonable cost.
Excuse me, my brother. Please take me right away to Bisomola Enterprise. I was on my way to purchase cables and different electrical accessories to electrify my new house.
Are you really ready?
Oh yes.
Then enter my car. Let's go.
Wow! Most recent electrical rechargeable fans. Big fans, 8 hours recharge, and small fans, 4 hours recharge.
That is just the beginning. Take a look at the first class original UK energetic bulb with different size and colors. And it's also durable.
Quality Sikelo, durable with best prices.
Standard socket and extension with 2,500 watts. 100% original from the UK.
What? Unique high quality solar street lights of all sizes and original changeover from 32 amp to pole 63 amp, to pole 100 amp, 3 pole 100 amp, and 4 pole 100 amp.
Look here. They also have fridge guard voltage protector to be used as stabilizer. Different types of chandelier light like wall light, LED light, moonlight, megaphone, electric kettle, AC switch, and many more.
So, for all types of recent electrical products for your homes and offices,
come now to Bisomola Enterprises at number 59 Sunny Abacha Street, Freetown. Easily accessed, few meters from the Eastern Police Station to your left-hand side, just opposite the church.
If you want to buy at wholesale or retail prices or need more information or inquiries,
call us on 072-817-196 or 077-739-363.
Bisomola Enterprise, the sole agent for KMB cables. Bisomola Enterprise, your home for all original, quality, recent electrical accessories for a reasonable cost.
You can't see it, it's electric.
From the heart of nature in York Village, Echo Blue Premium Table Water begins its journey. Sourced from Princeton Springs, every drop is pure, refreshing, and packed with natural goodness. Carefully filtered and bottled at our state-of-the-art facility.
After a heavy workout, Echo Blue helps me stay hydrated and energized. It's the best water I've ever heard.
At Echo Blue, we are committed to bringing you the purest water. Our advanced filtration technology ensures each bottle is free from impurities, and our eco-friendly packaging reduces environmental impact.
I love how refreshing Echo Blue is. I feel confident knowing it's safe and natural for me and my family.
Echo Blue Premium Table Water, from source to bottle, refreshing, pure, and always the best for you.
Me, for can go na junction for go buy EDSA credit. It want more than
say you want for Gona State. Because the last EDSA credit when me buy na ya asidom where I buy am.
This one hard for believe.
Na true. Dial *363# with QCell and tell me what it say.
It say buy Q Power, get last 3 tokens, register meter, and exit.
Easy.
But I no get QCell money.
Now it make it sweet and easy. Just top up your QCell and buy EDSA credit. No mobile money, no problem. It will be one day na salon.
Okay.
Pass with QCell.
Make a try, man.
Hey! Lights on car!
Yes, use your QCell top up and buy EDSA Light anytime, any size. Just dial *363# and follow the instructions. Make sure say you register your meter number before you continue.
For more information, dial 111. Terms and conditions apply. QCell, Salon Pride.
Deltas, marshland, rivers and flooded wetlands are essential links between aquatic and terrestrial environments. These great wetlands play a vital ecological role for the planet. Whether in the water, at ground level, or high up in the canopy, an exceptional array of flora and fauna have found shelter here. And yet, living in these wetland worlds is a constant challenge. The powerful water cycle reigns over these zones with a relentless hand. fawn. In the Luongo National Park, gorillas, elephants, hippopotamus, and other vulnerable species must adapt to rainy periods when floods invade everything, and others when water can be scarce. In order to survive, the animals have no other choice than to settle for a life of wandering. During the month of July, the wild Gabonese coast is the scene of rare and unexpected encounters. This is the time when the shy forest elephants will be able to watch the acrobatic ballet of the humpback whales. The Luongo National Park is the only place in the world where earthbound and aquatic giants can meet. It spreads out over 1,550 square kilometers southwest of Gabon, from the Atlantic coast to the foothills of the Congo Basin. In this equatorial zone, where the rainy season is particularly long, the flood and drought periods endlessly reshape new networks of habitats. Here, prairies merge with beach, and mangroves stroll hand in hand with swamps. Luongo is one of the few places on Earth to offer a concentration of such diverse ecosystems. To the west, the mangroves and lagoons leave room for the savannas and coastal prairies. Periodically flooded forests and firm land forests stretch out towards the east. Finally, the south is the kingdom of the great swamps. We are now in the middle of the dry season, which lasts from June to September. The coastal savannas are the first to suffer. Their sandy soil cannot retain a single drop of water. A few days are enough for the grass to roast. These savannas don't have much to offer herbivores anymore. Snout glued to the ground, the most beautiful pigs in the world have an increasingly difficult time finding the bulbs or larvae they relish. The river hogs will need to move to another area very soon. The buffaloes follow in their wake towards the cooler coastal prairies sprayed by the spoondrift. At the risk of missing the exodus, a couple of latecomers take time for a break. This is the ideal mating period. The females will be able to give birth during the next rainy season in 4 months. There will be an abundant food supply then. At the end of July, clouds pass by without shedding a single tear. Day after day, the mattress of leaves covering the ground in the undergrowth loses humidity. Forest wildlife wanders around, on the lookout for fruit, young shoots, or water holes. Forest elephants drink 100 liters of water a day. They will need to find supplies elsewhere. Prolonged shortage of precipitations on the Great Congo Basin is the death of ponds and streams. In August, they disappear in the highland forests. One after the other, the elephants will leave this chlorophyll haven, deeply hidden in the second largest tropical rainforest in the world after the Amazon forest. Little by little, they will return to the flood prairies or the southern swamps. On the beaches sprayed by the sea, the little red buffaloes have come to seek a little coolness. It is impossible to draw the limits between land and sea here. During the dry season, for example, the sea and fish take advantage of the weakness of the rivers to rush inland, while the small red buffaloes cool their feet in the ocean waves and graze the beach plants. Out at sea, the tireless migrators have appeared. Over 1,000 humpback whales have made a stop on these coasts during their migration between the Antarctic and the Arctic. They came here to mate or to give birth to their calves in the warm waters of the West African coast. At the end of July, the waters start receding faster. In these highly flooded areas, the rivers have finally left the land to return to their beds. In some places, their level has already decreased by 1.50 meters. Loic Makaga, a Gabonese naturalist, and Jean-Robert Antono, eco-guard, are part of an observation mission of the movements of wildlife according to the seasons. The hippopotamus are back in these rivers, lined with prairies where the grass grows abundantly. For Loic, observing these animals is difficult. In this area, intensive poaching has made them suspicious and shy.
We could say that all the grass here grew after the water receded. When you come during the damp season, the water level is very high. You can navigate with a boat here. During the rainy season, everything is flooded. You can see by looking at the marks on the trees. For example, here, you can clearly see the water level during the rainy season. The same here. You can see algae, which proves that this tree can stay in the water for 9 months of the year. See? It's rather high.
Installing cameras helps to understand better how the wildlife moves during the dry season.
When it reaches that level, it's about the same height as an elephant.
The footage confirms that a great number of pachyderms have abandoned the forest for the nascent prairies.